I know, no intro. It's fine. We can't all be professional like James Gunn, you know.
That's one way to put it. So you just got back from this movie.
Yeah, so I saw it at a Regal theater yesterday afternoon, um, like 1:52 p.m. showing. Um, it was a pretty standardized, Regal theater. It wasn't like RPX. I didn't want to see it in like that big like I don't know, echo there for some reason. Like big theater setting. Like I didn't see it in IMAX or anything like that. But it was pretty full, I guess I'd say. It wasn't. There was a couple seats I noticed that weren't filled up. Like there was like a seat next to me that was open, but still same thing. Like there were four of us that saw it yesterday, and the interesting thing was that the group I went with, I was probably the only person there that was big on Superman comic books. One of the other buddies, he liked like older Superman. Like he like grew up watching like animated Batman show and stuff like that. But the funny thing is, he was just like, I don't even know if I want to see this movie. And then next thing you know, like we're all making plans to go see the movie. So he ends up seeing it with us anyway. And so it was cool to kind of get people's perspectives, like from like a normie side of things, right? Because like
Mhm.
everyone else there was like,
I think that's been a lot of the internet discourse as well. Just just a
yeah,
very normie or very hardcore fan, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but like that's it, the people that were surrounding me in my theater because I went solo. Definitely normies, and that's not a bad thing at all. I don't think.
yeah. I think it's one of those things where um, I was glad I wasn't seeing it with people that were, big on the comic knowledge like myself, or just, which even then I know there's plenty of people out there who know far more about the comics. I haven't even read every single, Superman comic series out there. I've got my, my more favored ones, but at the same time, like there's definitely always going to be like someone there who knows more about a character than you do. There's always a bigger fish,
Right.
I guess you could say something along those lines. But it was the dialogue that we had afterward, like our conversation, that I was the most intrigued about. And I think that's the thing that is obviously, like you said, like the discourse online right now is um, just very different in terms of other polarizing and divided concepts out there with, like, say, Star Wars as an example. But I think for the sake of this film, there is a lot to talk about. I messaged Gooch, just saying like I just saw the movie and like I have so much to say. Like there's so much that I want to go through that. Like I don't want to make it into a video and try and cram a bunch of stuff in there
Yeah,
because
I was gonna do a spoiler review video, and then like while I was doing my non-spoiler review live on Neon Leon Friday night, I was like, I don't know if I can really do this in a video and do it the way I want it without scripting it. Like I wasn't
yeah,
just gonna be able to roll off the cuff in a video format, but there is so much to say about it. I think I talked about it for a solid 20, 30 minutes on my show with it without spoilers. So just imagine a spoiler talk.
right.
Which I don't
And
know. Do you plan on getting into spoilers on this one?
yeah, I'm totally down to talk spoilers.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like I've tried my best prior to this point to avoid spoilers, and I know some people just don't really care so much, and I know people are kind of just over it. And look, I think you had said like there's been so many people on streams talking about Superman. Like, are people going to be tired out? And I'm like, this is my first time actually getting to talk about it, so I'm actually kind of hyped to talk about it. And like I know for tomorrow night on Countercast we'll talk more
Mhm.
about it. So um, I feel like we're gonna keep talking about it until at least Fantastic Four comes out, right? And at that point,
And
um,
keep talking about it afterwards because I don't know about you, but I'm not seeing Fantastic Four unless I get an audience member that wants to send me a very generous punishment donation to go see it. Your boy ain't
right,
fucking doing it.
yeah,
Before we get into it though, let's we got the folk in here for an
yeah,
impromptu stream. You got yourself a crew showing up. Want to say howdy?
yeah, absolutely. So we can't forget the people that have showed up here. Mr. Sarge Girantina, who showed up first? What's up, dude? Good to see you, man. Uh, dude, Rock, I didn't get the invitation. Must glass the mail. Dude, this was it literally impromptu. As of like today. I was busy looking at a house this morning. But late and gay. It fits the bill. It fits the bill. Joseph Lanham, what's up, dude? Good to see you on a Sunday here. And of course, the loveliest Sherry. Hello, hello, hello. Um, Chris, blue collar loser. Amex ain't cheap. $25 for one ticket now. Dude, it's getting pricey, man. I think I spent $75 on buying 4 tickets yesterday, and that wasn't IMAX. That was a matinee showing, bro. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Hold on. Nick looks more like Superman than Corn Sweat. Wow. Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate that. I do have a picture that I think I look more like Cavill.
You do. You show it to me. You got two, actually. 2 were, again, there's a reason we call you the People's Henry Cavill on my phone.
I appreciate that, Sherry. Look, if James Gunn approached me or anyone approached me and said, hey, listen, would you mind working out for the film? I'd be like, absolutely. Like, let's try to make this as real as possible here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know he kind of did, Corn Sweat kind of did, but dude, after watching Man of Steel,
you did did you also
I did a Superman marathon yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah. When I went home, after I got home, I put on Man of Steel, and then I watched Superman the movie, the 1978 with
nice
Christopher Reeves, and that's when I was like, I have so much going through my head right now, just as like an analyzation. So, and I'm like, yeah, dude.
Just if someone approaches you to play Superman in a movie, don't be like that douche nozzle Chris Evans and look for reasons to have your shirt on or shirt off. Did you know? You remember that scene in Civil War where he's like holding the building and holding the helicopter?
Oh yeah. Like,
he was trying to convince the Russos, like, can I be shirtless for this scene? Can I be shirtless for this scene? They're like, no, but we'll give you a tight T-shirt. Like, what a fucking. Anyway.
Yeah, you don't need to be shirtless in that scene. Like, that's besides the point. Yeah. Zaxi. What's up, dude? Good to see you, man. Our Canadian brother up there. And that's the titty kitty. Peepers. What's up, dude? How you doing, man? Good to see you. We got the man who loves Westerns and bourbon. He's a good man. What's up, Waylon? How you doing, man? Yes. You can't go wrong with Westerns and bourbon at all. And yes, like and share the stream. I know it's very impromptu, so I do thank you for everyone here. And I might just kind of clip things together out of this and form a impromptu video as my Superman review, because I'm sure we'll have some good conversations here. But we're going to get into spoilers. I should say this stream will have spoilers. So for anyone that doesn't care, which I'm sure people won't at this point, just throwing that out there as a label. So maybe I'll put a banner up and just say like talking spoilers as well. But while I do that, let me ask you first, Leon.
Mm-hmm.
When you went into seeing this movie, now obviously, we know a lot of people that have already had seen it before. Either one of us.
Mm-hmm.
And I know neither one of us kind of let other people's words or thoughts,
Yeah, I avoided every single Badger and Gooch stream until I saw the movie. No offense, guys, I love you. I wasn't gonna watch you talk about this movie until I'd see the fucking movie. So I saw it Friday though, so I saw it pretty early still.
Right, you saw it in time for Badger Gen. So when you went into the movie, what were your initial thoughts or expectations that you might have coming out of it?
Well, I've made it very abundantly clear in many streams leading up to this for 3 months. I'm not a James Gunn fan, but I'm a massive Superman fan. So there was a rift. But as somebody that wants to look on the bright side, someone who wants to be positive, I wanted this movie to be good and succeed in spite of James Gunn, and not even be good. And I've said this on multiple streams leading up to this as well. I didn't need the Superman movie to be a good movie. I need it to be a fun movie that does a good Superman. And because I don't really look to superhero films to be high art. When we get those, that's great. When we get a Spider-Man 2, when we get a Logan, when we get a Watchmen, those are good. I like high art superhero films, but in general, I don't expect that from superhero films. I want, especially something's coming out in July, ultimate popcorn film. I just want fun, hopeful Superman that gives me Superman, even if the film could be relatively mid. So that was my expectation. That was my hope. And my other expectation and hope was that the people showed up for this and gave Superman a chance, because there's so many folk out there, at least by my estimation, don't really respect Superman the way they do like Spider-Man or Batman, because so many folk have it in their head that he's overpowered, he's boring, whatnot, which couldn't be further from the truth. And so even though he is a symbol of Americana and has been for about 100 years, I am worried that his star has been fading for these sort of modern cynical generations. And so I wanted to see people show up and show out and just have that keep that spark of what an American superhero is alive. And my theater experience absolutely had that, but we can talk about that whenever you're ready. So all in all, I more or less got what I was looking for, at least from the outset of my expectations.
Yeah, and I can share that similar sentiment where it's good to see Superman in theaters. Period. It had been 8 or 12 years since Man
Hmm.
of Steel, and again, I know the kerfuffle that had happened with Henry Cavill, and a lot of us were Cavill fans and still are Cavill fans for him being Superman
Absolutely.
because he did a great job, and it's just unfortunate that it, the people that he was sort of tied up with Warner Brothers, and then everything that was surrounding Joss Whedon and Zack Snyder, right? Like obviously, like I think it is unfortunate, but I think a lot of people forget that with Zack Snyder's situation where his daughter commits, or unalives herself, I'll just say it, in that aspect, it forced Warner Brothers' hand to move on with Joss Whedon, which really screwed everything up in terms of letting it have its own natural flow of release. Because like no, we gotta get this movie out, and just someone else cut it and do whatever you need to do just to get it in theater. And then obviously that had such a negative impact on everyone because we still make fun of it and we still recognize every single flaw it contains. And then at that point, that leads to trying to get Snyder back and trying to release the Snyder Cut hashtag that never just
Which fans
ceased.
did, and you
But
love to
yeah,
see it, because I don't know. I think we've talked about this. I unabashedly love the Snyder Cut. I don't know about you, but I actually like the director's cut for pretty much all of Snyder's DC films. I like Man of Steel as is. I like BVS, the Ultimate Edition, which adds like a necessary 40 minutes to the film. I do like the Snyder Cut, so I don't know where you stand on that, but I like those movies.
yeah. I mean, I'll never forget my good buddy Austin, who was one of those guys who would always hashtag to us restore the Snyder Cut and or Snyderverse, and I'm just like, bro, give it a break. Like, if it happens, it happens. But but there again, like the fans um, were so persistent in trying to bring it back, and I think that's obviously what it did, as you said, and um, watching it that day it released on HBO Max. Again, like devoting 4 hours to it, which I have no problem doing because I've done it multiple times for Lord of the Rings. But it's like seeing his final vision. Yeah, there's things that I think probably could have been shortened or cut down, but there again, like,
Oh yeah,
um,
it was very self-indulgent, but after being screwed over by WB and the fans taking years to rally together to make your film, I kind of almost respect that level of self-indulgence. But yes, on a
yeah,
technical level, I do agree with you.
yeah, absolutely. And there again, like I think seeing Superman in the black suit, and I have a picture saved in my phone still that
I almost put that on for this stream, but I couldn't find
I
it. And we were going live in like 10 minutes. Like, fuck it, I'll do it for my show tomorrow. So yeah, I've got the black shirt, the black suit Superman. That is that's peak, as they say.
nice. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick on my phone. But basically, um, I have a photo of this is from 2017 of Henry Cavill in the black suit when he had a full fucking beard. And this is when people were like, "Oh, dude, you could totally pull it off." But this is essentially like
Look
what
at
Henry
that.
Cavill
That's
looked
so
like. Like,
cool.
look at that. I mean, you know what I'm
That's
saying?
so good.
Like, we could have had that initially from the start, and that would have been great. Now, obviously, if you want to break down the story and the plot, sure, whatever. But just talking about Superman as Superman and what that would have brought to the table, I think we obviously will never know. I mean, we have an idea of what it could have been, but here we are today with James Gunn's take. And um, I'd posted this already on a or something that Badger posted initially, and I said what I realized at last night after watching James Gunn's version, Snyder's version of Man of Steel, and the original version with Christopher Reeves, James Gunn to me doesn't know how to write a standalone character driven movie in the spotlight that has to go through adversity and learn to be strong on his own. Because every movie that James Gunn has done with the Suicide Squad and the Guardians of the Galaxy volumes 1, 2, and 3, they're all multi-character oriented. They all have to play off of one another. They all have to do something with other people involved to help complete whatever the plot demands of them. And it's the same thing that happens here in this movie. Like, there's nothing that Superman can do on his own to solve the equation. He's either relying on Lois Lane or, I mean, shit, even, oh God, what's his face?
Metamorpho?
No, Jimmy Olsen.
Jimmy Olsen. Well, so
Jimmy.
here's where I think this movie is a little, because I do agree with you, but it's more, I guess, accidental in this film and into the story, because Superman doesn't actually seek out Lois or Jimmy for help. They're doing that of their own accord because of their love and their friendship with Clark and whatnot. Now, Superman does seek out the Justice Gang near the end of the film, but even then, they don't share screen time together. Superman needs their help because I'm in one part of the world, you guys are in another part of the world, and there's two things going on, as opposed to, as a James Gunn hater, I love the first Guardians. Everyone loves the first Guardians. First Guardians,
100%.
I love Dawn of the Dead, which is a Zack Snyder, James Gunn film. Dawn of the Dead, I think, is one of the best remakes of all time. But again, ensemble film. I do not like Guardians 2, and I think Guardians 3 is only marginally better than Guardians 2. So frankly, I almost begrudgingly say that this is probably his second best superhero movie after Guardians of the Galaxy, but that's just because I don't like the others. I've never seen the Suicide Squad, so I can't really put that one in there. But in terms of the three Guardians films and this, I don't like two of the three Guardians films, and I at least appreciate this. So again, the second place, if it's a 10-mile gap, isn't hugely something to write home about. And maybe I'm out of the maybe it's not a normal opinion to dislike the second and third Guardians films, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think in some cases, like for Superman, he wouldn't know that other aspects of the world are happening with characters. Like, he wouldn't know that Lois and Jimmy are having their own take on the situation here, because they're just doing what they're supposed to be doing from their profession, right? Being a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist, and we'll get into I want to get more into the characters in a moment, but just there are some things in this movie that I feel like James Gunn definitely writes, because he does have this sort of take of plot needs to happen, so we're going to offer this sort of convenience from these characters. And again, that's fine, because a lot of movies do it, even movies that we consider to be great, but like for the sake of the Justice Gang, which I have a problem with that name, but anyway, I don't want to just call it the JSA, but maybe we just haven't gotten there yet. But I'd say, for the sake of when Guy Gardner shows up with Hawk Girl and Mr. Terrific, or when Guy Gardner has to go to God, I can't think of the name of that. The two countries at war. Because
Barovia and something else. I don't remember the other one.
Or something like that.
Yeah, just two fake ass countries.
Yeah, two made up countries that.
By
the
way, I've got to ask this right now, because I've seen so much discourse about this online. I'm either media illiterate or all these other people are retarded. Was that supposed to be an allegory to either Ukraine and Russia or Gaza and Palestine, or was it just two fucking made up countries at war because that's the thing movies have done for God knows how many years? Because I didn't get an allegory from any of that, but maybe I'm just media illiterate.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely felt like, obviously it's made up, but to me, it definitely felt like it could have been more Ukraine and Russia oriented than.
Yeah, if anything, I got more Ukraine and Russia than Gaza and Palestine, but I've seen so many political
Yes.
brain rot people on X that are like, this is absolutely a Palestine Gaza rep. I'm like, Hollywood's very pro-Jew, and they would have made the Gazans the heroes. I'm sorry, I don't see that.
Yeah.
Um,
There is
that's just me.
yeah, there is some interesting takes on this because if you look at it in the aspect of if Barovia was Ukraine and the kid that's raising the Superman flag asking for like it's almost like asking for help from America, right? Like we need Americans to come help us out here, like like raise that American flag, which they didn't. Again, I think that could also just be a little bit of a stretch, because it just seemed like, hey, we're gonna make two fake countries that are at war with one another, and Superman tries to help out the whole world, not just the United States of America and Metropolis. So
You know, kind of
he
like he does in the
does
comics.
care, huh?
You know, kind of like he does in the comics. He's not just a superhero for America. Like,
Right. Yeah. Like, and which is the thing I thought that was also interesting though is like how much he cared about another country, where and the people of that country, were like cheering him on, like the kids and like the adults started like to get emotional and like chant for him. And then on the flip side, once this fake news comes out and everyone turns on Superman on it like on a dime. They're like, "Oh, you're here to do what?" And they start throwing cans at him and just foul mouthing him. And it's like, how is it that you guys, are loved this guy because of how much he's saved, not just people in Metropolis or America, but for the entire world for that matter. Understand that he's incredibly good and he's not evil. And then all of a sudden you hear news from fucking Lex Luthor, which again, it's like if people are believing what this guy says because he's a rich billionaire who is obviously has malintent, excuse me, that they're just like, oh, now we all of a sudden hate Superman. And I'm like, are these people that dumb? But there again, people are like that in real life. So
Men in Black said it best: a person is smart, people are dumb, panicking animals. Like,
yeah. And one of the biggest problems was the difference between Clark and Superman. They're basically acted the same. I want to get into the characterizations a little bit here, especially after watching a couple different other Superman movies. But there's a big plot hole in Superman. Why couldn't Superman, with his X-ray vision, see Ultraman hammer of Baravia's face instead of being surprised by seeing his face? He should have known way before. Also,
I wouldn't call this a plot hole. The Hammer Barovia's identity isn't really important. I mean, what's important is the fact that he's destroying the city, he is hurting people, the whole nine. Like, it's who the Hammer Barovia is kind of irrelevant to the fact that he needs to be stopped. So yeah, I wouldn't call it a plot hole.
Did they? Unless I just totally didn't pay attention to it, which could have happened. Did they state that Superman can't see through lead in this movie?
I don't think they did.
Because like, what if the Hammer of Barovia's suit is made out of lead, and that's why he couldn't see through it?
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, no, I don't think they did, but that would be
right. Exactly. Here we go. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because again, like it would make sense if this is the case. Because if you think about just again giving I don't know, some acknowledgement to Lex Luthor by saying he's a smart guy. I mean, he was smart enough to find one tiny hair from Superman's head in order to clone him. I think like at that point, again, if he's constructing a set of moves that he knows how to counter him, like it's like a fighting game, then he would also know, hey, guess what? From everything I've been able to analyze, he can't see through lead. Mm-hmm. If I make a lead suit and I have a cloned version of him, I will one up him every single time. So I think that's what maybe is implied, but James Gunn doesn't go as far to state, because I wonder if, again, I could see just James Gunn doing this to say, oh, it's in the comics, being a little arrogant about it. Like, whoa, you didn't read the comics.
James Gunn being arrogant? You don't say.
Right, exactly. So Make the super mullet great again. What's up, Soul Assassin? Nerd Scout, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Oh, the Emperor has decided to show up. I'm still deciding to try. I'm still trying to decide which is the bigger troll of a movie studio: the Snyder Cut or the re-release of Morbius.
I would say the bigger troll is the Snyder
uh,
Cut because the re-release of Morbius was an accident. They were the ones being trolled and they didn't realize it. The Snyder Cut, they knew they were trolling, so
mhm.
that's why I'd say that's the bigger troll.
I would
Who's
have
the
to
biggest
agree.
troll? The troll or the troll who follows him?
Yep. Hail, what's up, Naggers? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you here. Hello, Miss Molly. Them thighs. Oh, I guess you're referring to Henry Cavill's, which
That
yeah,
Cavill pick.
he doesn't skip leg day. Um, movie was so dumb not to address this. I mean, yeah, like I said, like I think just these small details that I feel like would have made a little bit more sense. Like even if it was just like an acknowledgement from Superman, like maybe Lois Lane going, "Who's in the suit?" They could be like, "I don't know, I can't see. It must be lined with lead." Easy, done, established. Like just a minor line detail that goes in there that you can explain with the dialogue because we've already seen it with our eyes. So
Yeah, but I'm almost glad they didn't do that because now we can theorize about it. Because imagine if that line was in there. It must be lined of lead. And then Lois or someone else would be like, you can't see through lead? Like, they'd work in some dumb joke like
oh
James Gunn.
yeah,
So you know what? It's almost, I will take the non-explanation versus the explanation being ruined by an undercut joke. Um,
that's a good point though. If it is lead lined, would Ultraman be able to see either?
well, I mean,
Um,
Ultraman doesn't really need to. They're
yeah,
controlling his
I was like,
moves
yeah,
from the tablet and stuff.
he's yeah, he's being controlled. It's like if he lost control like of Lex, which obviously he does, um, what'll happen to him at that point? But um, we're just saying James Gunn only seems to do quirky ensemble movies. I'm shocked. Shocked. I know. Um, Catching up a little bit of chat here. I don't know. I don't care if he gets help. I mean, he can't be everywhere at once, right? And that's why the importance of the Justice League, why it exists, right? Or the JSA for that matter. So, like, there's no problem in some cases of the Justice Gang existing here in this movie, but in the event of saying for we'll talk Superman 1978 first, right? After there's two missiles that Superman realizes is being fired off. He's like, oh, well, I can't be in two places at once. Let me go ahead and just rewind the Earth real quick. Go back from saving the love of my life, and then still like saving the day, and then turning in Lex Luthor as well, right? So like, it's like there are things that he can do, but I'd even say for the sake of like Man of Steel, where he has to go stop the world-eating machine and then also go back and stop General Zod, right? And fighting other Kryptonians at the same time because sure, like the U.S. military is trying to help with like all of their air forces, but it's still not enough because nothing is obviously getting the job done. So a lot of what Superman has to do in Man of Steel is mostly done by him. Like obviously he gets help from I can think of the military, the general guy who ends up being Martian Manhunter, ironically in James Gunn's universe. But yeah, like most of what Superman has to do in Man of Steel is based on his own like location of where he has to be for for the Man of Steel. But let's see here. I'll go through some other chats. Michael Rooker made Guardians 2 work without him. Yeah, I will say that, like, and kind of just to go back on your point, Leon, where
I do not think the Guardians 2 works. Michael Rooker's good in it. I like Michael Rooker and I like his character, and there's some moments with him that work, but as a whole, that movie still doesn't work. Michael Rooker ain't saving that piece of shit. Sorry,
it's
continue.
I mean, the whole idea with ego was a cool concept, but I think yeah, if Michael Rooker wasn't in that I'm Mary Poppins, y'all, like
Well, that, and to be fair, that is my biggest issue with Guardians 2 is that Guardians 1 was magical when it came out. That was a lightning in a bottle film, and my biggest worry for Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and I called this, before the movie came out, I said, my biggest worry is that he's going to try too hard to do it again, and it's not gonna have its own identity. It's just gonna be Guardians 2, the attempt to recapture the magic of Guardians 1,
Yeah.
which the magic of Guardians 1 was so natural. And that's what it was. Like a lot of the concepts and ideas in Guardians 2 are good concepts, but by God, did it fit? It's probably one of the most, if not the most, try-hard film in the MCU.
Yeah, I agree. The James Gang is greater than the Justice Gang. Yeah, when you saw his brother, Sean Gunn, say something about Lex Luthor, like, oh yeah, Lex Luthor sucks, something like that.
That was I actually kind of appreciated the line because like it's one of the last
Yeah,
lines of the movie. There's one thing liberals and conservatives can agree on is that Lex Luthor sucks. So I was like, all right, that's you know what, fair enough. Like,
it would have been funnier. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to do it in the movie, but like it would have been funnier if his character would have said Lex Luthor is a fig at that point, like, you know, full on bundle of sticks. That would have been so
that
much
would
better.
be
I mean, that's
great.
like old school humor right there, but
Yep.
you know, I'm like, that's what I would have written and be like, oh well, if it lands, it lands. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Like, but um, yeah, Suicide Squad was bad, and I'm a shameless Joel Kinnaman fan.
Yeah, I ain't even.
No
I've
shame,
never
Ollie.
seen the Suicide Squad. I'm never gonna see the Suicide Squad. Hmm. It's ethnic Lashistan versus Homo Slavia.
Oh my god, dude. Very much an allegory. I know we're a little bit behind on chats here, but
No worries.
oh, what's up, Jim Olama? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. It wasn't the allegories that ruined this movie potentially. It was James Gunn's writing. Yes. Um,
Yeah, because every single other Superman movie has allegories to it, or why does he always fall in the signature Christ-like pattern? So again, I do not mind allegories, not just in superhero, but in film in general. Just do it right. I just don't think that the two warring countries were allegorical to any specific real world things. They are allegorical. It's so minuscule that it doesn't matter. There are far worse things in this movie. There's also, by the way, really good things in this movie. This movie is the ultimate definition of a fucking mixed bag.
yeah.
At least for me. I'm not actually sure. Since you have just seen it, I'm not sure of your overall thoughts because you've been very good about not posting them in any chats because I assume you want to get them out here. So I don't even know if you actually liked it or not.
Yeah, so let's get into that. Kazuma, what's up, dude? How you doing? Absolute trash. This isn't a movie. It's a PR circus with fake feelings shoved down our throats. The cast all acting like brainless puppets. The story, non-cynical garbage pretending to be deep. We'll get into that. Stay tuned.
I'll tell you real Kazuma.
But no, that is it's like if this is the way people are feeling, then that's totally I think it's justified
Absolutely.
to some extent. You know,
This movie has had people on social media and online and whatnot feeling all sorts of ways. I've seen the gamut of thoughts on this film on X. So yeah.
So let's get into the characters and the actors here.
Okay.
I personally didn't mind the cast itself. You know, especially again after watching a couple other Superman movies and just like the way their attire is, because like again, like Rachel Brosnan, I mean, she's a bit of a smoke show.
Oh, dude, she
in real
hottie.
life, and
She hottie with a body, and they put her in outfits in this that, while not revealing, did show off that she got some fucking heavies, and I appreciate that.
and I wish they would have done it just for like maybe one scene at home, like when they were like kind of in like their apartment or his apartment, because like again going back to the original Superman, Lois is in that. She's like, what? She even just says, "What color underwear am I wearing or panties, whatever it was?" And he's like, "I can't see through lead, right?" And then as soon as she walks from behind it, he goes, "Pink," and she's like, "What?" He goes, "You're wearing pink," and she's like, oh my, you know, and like that's the type of humor that I felt like that works for Superman, and that
Mhm.
James Gunn tries to capture here in these characters, but sometimes it lands, sometimes I think most times it didn't.
Yeah, I would say most time it didn't land. It's not really, at least for the character of Superman in this film, the humor didn't land, but the charm did enough to where I could still see Superman saying or doing these things. So, like, all right, that wasn't funny, but it was charming, and that's maybe you could chalk that up to Corn Sweat more than Gunn, which is fair enough because I did like Corn Sweat as Superman. But yeah,
Um, I just want to read this. The 12 guys controlling with Ultraman with voice commands with idiotic. It should have been one guy in a virtual control pod or something. Voice commands and having 12 people do it seems very clunky. So that was one of my thoughts. I was like, why is it that people can do something far more complicated in video games today? That why do we need an excess of like half like a dozen people or more doing one button or one command at a time? Like there are nerds out here that are highly more intelligent than like probably all these people combined that were working for Lex Luthor. Like it would have been, I would have preferred to have seen some like geeky looking kid like with the controller, like an Xbox controller in his hand, like pretending to be Ultraman and fighting Superman. Just like I feel like that would have been very meta, but I feel like for what James Gunn was going for, it would have worked. Like that's just sort of my take. But I don't know. What did you think of like all the lackeys that Luther had, working for him?
Um, to be fair, so from a logistic perspective, you're probably right. One dude in a pod or whatever. That being said, I also think that's something we've seen so much in films that it would have just felt. I like the idea that there's multiple cast and multiple crew of people doing it because Lex is such a dick to all of them. I think it drives home. If it was just one dude in a pod and Lex was continuously abusing them, it would almost come off like Mama in Dread with nerdy dude from Star Wars.
Yeah,
So I do
that's
like that
true.
he's got this whole cast of it or this whole group of employees that he is just so nice to and everything is going well. And then when things are not going well, he abuses the shit out of all of them. So I think it does more for Lex's character to have all these dudes, even if logistically it doesn't really work as well.
Yeah, that's a good aspect of it. Uh, you really wanted Asgard into the Galaxy movie? I mean,
Jim asked how long it is, by the way. About 2 hours, give or take, right? It's about 2 hours.
yeah, just
I would
over
say
two
it makes
hours.
use of its runtime pretty well. You could maybe shave like 10 minutes off this film, but I think it's actually a pretty, whether you like the film or not, it's okay. If you don't like this movie, whether it was an hour and a half or 3 hours, you weren't going to like it. If you do like this movie, whether it's an hour and a half or 3 hours, you were going to like it. So I think the runtime is the issue with this movie. That, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, and there had to have been things that were cut too, right? Because I think initially it was supposed to be a lot
There was a
longer.
few times where I was in the theater. I remember specifically thinking, I think they cut something here because it didn't quite like I could put together what was
Sub
supposed to
Subaru.
happen or what the character was supposed to do, like just based on context. But I definitely feel like there was some stuff shot that was cut.
I mean, if Nick was a Kryptonian, I didn't know he'd have a harem. Good to see you, man. Um, Crypto was awesome. Oh, you know what? Let's
I
just jump
agree
straight
with this,
into it.
Rockefeller. I do like crypto in this. I know it's a hot take. So
I'm okay. I'm gonna say this. There are times I wish they would have actually used a real dog than it just being full ass CGI.
I
Because in
agree
some
with that.
cases, I'm like,
Absolutely.
I don't like the way this looks. It doesn't have that sort of feel to it, especially like in scenes where like he's on his bed back in Kansas. Like, get a real dog at that point. Like, I'm sure
I
you
agree
could
with
give
that
it.
completely.
There are
Yes.
plenty of trained dogs out there that could do that job. You
Hmm.
know, the combat obviously can't do that, but just even like the ones where he's like kind of jumping back and forth, maybe to a certain extent you might find a trained dog that can do that. But there again, I feel like if it's more realistic, people might have a better way of like perceiving it being real and like in a connection because it's like that whole um Fortress of Solitude, where he's at, and all the CGI we already know about, like with his like boots all being like wanky and looking like clown shoes and stuff like that. And I mean, crypto had its uses, and I don't know why to me it was just like he's like the Rocket Raccoon of this movie to a certain extent. But obviously, Rocket has more of a bigger role in the Guardian movies. But I'd say for Crypto, he does have some plot convenience, right? When like he's getting his ass whipped by Ultraman, and then he whistles for Crypto to come save him. Um, uh, he also whistles for Crypto when they're in the pocket dimension, and he's about to get sucked into the black hole. At that point too, right? If I remember correctly.
I only
Or he,
I only whistles for crypto. Crypto's there with him from the moment he saves him. But
yeah,
but yeah, it was, crypto does. And see that doesn't I agree with you about the real dog stuff, but the reason I think I liked Crypto in this film was because many people assumed, and myself included, that he was just gonna be purely there for cutesy factor, and plus James Gunn, has famously said dumb shit about like, well, he wasn't gonna be in the movie, but then I got a dog, and I know so much I love dogs, and I think there's a difference between, or not a difference, but I think we should separate the selfishness of Gunn and the decisions he made versus did it work in the film. Even if it was made for the wrong reasons, did it work? And I do think for the most part, Crypto works because the scenes he's in are justifiable, like to the plot, to the narrative. It's not like, oh, I'm going to break the script or break the plot, break the meta just to shoe in this dog stuff. It's like, no, it's actually written in a way that does advance the plot. I like seeing Crypto, help fight some of these bad guys. I like seeing Crypto have these sort of playful, very dog-like moments. So again, I could see why people don't like it because it does very much forced emotions. You throw a fucking dog in there, you're gonna get people to have forced emotions, good or bad. Everyone talks shit on the movie I Am Legend, but I know all y'all motherfuckers cried when he had to put his goddamn dog down.
100%.
So, but in the context of the script, it worked, and that's all I really need.
Yeah, I agree. And when the movie was done and people were kind of standing up to leave, I heard a few people go, "Oh my god, I love Crypto. Oh yeah, the dog was such a great aspect." Like so it's sort of like having a small little dinosaur in a movie, right? Like that's what people are going to get drawn to. That's what people are going to buy with merchandise, So it's not surprising, and I'm sure like people
I think Crypto
will.
also helps separate this film from other Superman movies because we've never done that before.
It's
We've
never
never
had it.
gotten Crypto in live action, and so I
Yeah.
do like at least the attempt to go to do something unique with a Superman film.
And I'll also say at the end when Supergirl shows up, when we get the Millie Alcock cameo, which I think she'll probably be a good Supergirl.
I do too.
Um,
I've been Team Millie Alcock from the beginning.
yeah, and the moment I heard that she was casted, I'm like, I think she could pull it off. And obviously very comic accurate from the way she looks, her being a party
She had the
animal.
skirt, baby. She had the skirt.
She got the skirt. She got the brown jacket. Obviously it's her dog, and she just likes to go get wasted. I mean, like that's from what is it? The
I
World
saw
of Tomorrow
so many
comic run,
people
something
on
like that.
X bitching and moaning like they met the last scene of Superman emasculates him because Supergirl calls him a bitch, and I was
That's
like,
just who
I
she
saw
does
that
in the
on.
comics.
Well, not only that, not only is that accurate to how she acts in the comics, but also that I think that's one of the few comedic moments in the movie that works because she's drunk as hell, and like we've all been drunk or been around friends that are drunk that just talk ridiculous shit.
Oh
All
yeah.
she says is "bye, bitch," drunkenly to Superman. I was like, yeah, I see white girl wasted people do shit like that all the time. She didn't emasculate him. If anything, she made herself look like an idiot, and Superman looked like the good guy, being just like, that's my cousin. I'll just take it in stride because turn the other cheek. That sort of thing. I had people saying that Superman was emasculated by Supergirl in the final scene are looking for culture war bullshit to bitch about.
Yeah, and the moment I see these people bitching about this kind of stuff, I'm like, number one, never had a younger female cousin or sister, sibling, or even friend for that matter. Which I'm sure some of these cucks out here probably don't have female friends to begin with.
That's
That
fair.
are party animals or like to go out and say that because it's happened to me, and I'm just like, all right, peace, ho. Like, what I'm saying?
You're
Like,
right, exactly.
you got to communicate the same way. Like that's just how the relationship is. Now, Superman, obviously, I think you had said it on it was Friday night where Superman refrains from cursing at all. Even like in the post credit scene, he's like,
Gosh darn it, or whatever
gosh
he
darn it, I
said.
could be a real jerk sometimes,
I
Gee golly
love those moments.
willikers.
That's what I mean earlier about Corn Sweat's charm really coming through. Is like every other character in this movie swears, all of them. Superman, I don't minus him saying super shit bothers him. I think that might be the only time, and he's not swearing. He's just repeating what's in the Twitter or whatever. I loved that Superman doesn't swear. Have you ever seen the movie Blast from the Past with Brendan Fraser?
Yeah.
That is the vibe I got. Like he comes out, he's been living this 1950s bunker his whole life, and he comes out into the real world. And I got that vibe from Cornstead. I won't lie, I thought it was good. I loved that.
Yeah, and look, I was skeptical about Corn Sweat going into it because
As was I.
obviously Christopher Reeves will always be the GOAT, but based on who else has played him in like the TV shows, like Dean Cain, cool. He think he did a good job, but same thing with like Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill, for a lot of people, he is our Superman, and it was going to be
Mine.
hard to replace him.
I love Reeves, but Cavill is my Superman. Like it's
Same. Even after
I don't think
watching
we've ever had a
both,
bad Superman actor. To be fair, we've had bad Superman movies, but I don't think we've had a bad Superman actor.
Brendan Routh. What do you think about him?
I think he is a great Superman. In fact, I'm kind of an apologist for his movie. Like the movie's not a good movie, but I can at least appreciate what they were trying to do in terms of like a sequel to the Donner films. But yeah, I think Routh himself was a good Superman. Absolutely.
Yeah, and so again, I feel like this is like the same sort of take. Obviously, I think this movie is a little bit better than Superman Returns, but
I agree.
You have a good Superman portrayal, but bad writing, and so they get clumped together, and that's what we don't like. And for the sake of what he portrays, and I know Chris Blue Collar Loser had pointed out where he just wants to save people, and where he gives that impromptu interview with Lois in her apartment. He's like, why not now? Right. And we saw the little clip of it, but now we get the full context of it. And
this scene played out better with the full context, by the way. I don't know if you agree or not. I think it played out better with the full context.
It did. And that's why I'm like, I thought about it. I'm like, I almost wish we never saw that clip online because I think it painted a bad picture in our eyes kind of going into it. And I feel like that was a lot of the problem with James Gunn. Like, dude, shut your mouth. Just do what Tom Cruise does. Hey, listen, I appreciate you going to the movie. I hope you enjoy it. We put a lot of hard effort and work into this, and leave it at that. Leave it simple. Don't go fucking off running your mouth, because that's the problem here. Like, they just start blabbering about the dumbest shit, putting out crap teasers or crap things, and I get it, like, it's part of the marketing, but
I walked out of the theater thinking the marketing hurt this film, because there's
again,
we're gonna get into we've been talking positive about this film. We're gonna get into the bad shit because there is bad stuff in this movie, and there's things that I absolutely don't like. I assume you as well. But that being said, I'm glad we're starting with the good stuff, because there's this movie, the marketing did such a disservice to it that I'm almost feel sorry for it, because like I did like certain things that I thought I would hate far more. Because well, in context of the film, that's good, but I was soured by the marketing. If this had been any other superhero that wasn't Superman, I would not have seen this based on the marketing. Because I'm a huge Superman fan, so I was going to go see this anyway. But if this was a Batman movie, or if this was an Aquaman movie, or if this was not Spider-Man, because I'm a big Spider-Man fan, but a Fantastic Four movie like we got coming up, I would have said, "Nah, fuck it, I'm not going to see it," because of the marketing.
I mean, that is a good point. With Fantastic Four as well, especially everything that Pedro has been saying and doing, just himself, being the fig that he is. But okay, so this is a bit of a negative take here. I mean, not that what Blue is saying is negative, but maybe goes into this where the details matter. So on second wash through though her scene is stupid, she wouldn't be drunk returning to Earth because she would be fully powered. Just saying. Right. So again,
we don't know how she got to the Forge of Solitude, though. So maybe the alien planet she was partying on has warp technology. So she's drunk there. They warp her to Earth, or she goes through a portal or something. So we don't know if she flew through space, because she had to leave somehow without flying because it was a red sun planet. So she doesn't have her powers. So I again, if the biggest complaint is the plot hole, which is I don't think really a hole of like why is she drunk on Earth? Well, there's a lot in this movie. I don't think the end credits, the final scene with Supergirl where she's drunk for a comedic moment, I think that's the least of the problems.
Yeah, and I agree with this. The script was shit. The acting was good. I didn't have a problem with the cast. I mean,
I'm gonna grab a water. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'd say for the sake of what they did, which again, I don't know how people feel about this with the Man of Steel, where they switch. We got a race swap with Perry. Right, he's white for the longest period of time in the movies, and then in the comics, and then boom, Man of Steel happens, and we get Lawrence Fishburne. I love Lawrence Fishburne. I think he's a great actor. I think he did a great job as Perry in Man of Steel. So they kept up with having Perry be black in this movie, which again, I don't have a problem with. I can't think of the actor's name off the top of my head, but he's been in a number of good TV shows. He was in, Reacher, the Jack Reacher show with John Krasinski for like 4 seasons. Thought he was good in that. So again, it's not a huge deal, but it's the writing and the dialogue. And that was one of the things I had said to Badger, because Badger was saying, like, there's so many people that are complaining about this prior to seeing the movie. No one's given an actual explanation as to what or why they think it's going to be bad. My whole thing was the dialogue. I was afraid of Gunn's dialogue being a copy paste from all of his other movies being placed into a Superman film. And yeah, like some of the dialogue I thought was just, there was something about it that didn't fit to me. Like some of the dialogue just felt so forced. And I noticed a lot of it was kind of coming from Lex Luthor. Like he kind of felt
saying that he's one of the standouts.
I don't think
fine,
so.
I guess, but I was just like, I don't know, man.
I don't think he was a standout for me. I love Nicholas Hoult. I think he's a great actor outside of this. But there's just something about his portrayal that I don't know. Like it's weird for me to say it could have been better, but I think it could have been just different. Like again, like I felt like he was trying
I think so much of it was
hard.
the line delivery. His mannerisms worked for me. The way he was calm, cool, collected. The way he's like that scene where he's breaking into the Fortress of Solitude, and he never breaks stride just because he knows what's her face, tech master or engineer, what the fuck ever, is she's saving him and whatnot. He never flinches. All of the physical acting is great. It is his dialogue, the way he says things, the way he talks. I did not. Like, it wasn't bad. No. Was it good? Also, no. It was just flat for me.
Gooch, if you want to join in here, you are more than welcome, sir. And we can chat. But yeah, I think there is just something about Lex's arrogance as well that I don't know, just it bothered me to a certain extent. Like after watching again, like what's his face, Jesse Eisenberg, didn't like his portrayal of Lex. Gene Hackman, I thought he did a good job, back in the day, right? Almost 50 years ago. And the other thing I thought about as far as a Lex portrayal, which kind of a red flag, but for oh god, what's his face? I can't think of his name now. From Superman Returns.
Shit. Kevin Spacey.
Kevin Spacey. Yeah. Kevin Spacey is a fucking villain. I mean, he could be a fucking villain in real life. I mean,
some people say he is. So
yeah, I know. Like, there's documentaries out there and stuff like that, but we're not going to dive into that. But I think there's something about Nicholas Hoult that to me just didn't feel as like a real villain to me. Like
but moments shine through, like when he's doing Russian roulette with the Hajibi guy, and like just second bullet blows his brain out, goes, thought that would have taken longer. Like he just cold-bloodedly murders a dude, and his whole concern is shit that happened too fast. That moment worked for me, but that's one of the very few.
Yeah. The fact that Mr. T wasn't gay was a deal breaker. Jokes. So yeah, let's talk Mr. Terrific. Right. I mean, I think he was one of the actual standout characters. I thought he had some good lines. I thought the connection, or not connection, but maybe the chemistry that he and Superman had in the film was pretty good. Even just something at the end there with the post-credit scene. I think they definitely, their characters or their personas definitely play off of one another. But again, Superman was in trouble. It's Lois and Mr. Terrific that, without Mr. Terrific, Superman would have been, would he have actually been stuck in the Pocket universe? Like, maybe not. But there again, like it is a little bit of a convenience that there are other people doing their own thing per their own decisions and choices, free will and whatnot, to help save him, to help rescue him. But I think for
Gooch, just give him 10 minutes, he can pop on.
Sweet. But yeah, like there's a lot I think with Mr. Terrific that was done well. And I really enjoyed his character. I think like the four of us that saw the movie together, they were all like, Mr. Terrific was awesome. He's one of the best parts of the movie, which I've
See,
seen a lot of people say that as well.
yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that, and I guess I'm in the minority about the minority. No, you're wrong. I liked Mr. Terrific in this film, and to be fair, that was one of the few things about the marketing I liked was Mr. Terrific. So all like there, I did not dislike him in the slightest. But that being said, he's not the one that stole the show from me like everyone is saying. To me, it was still Superman. I loved Superman, and frankly, like if I had to rank my favorite characters in this film, Superman absolutely up top, then the Kents, and then
Really? Okay.
yeah, I love the portrayal of the Kents in this, and then Mr. Terrific, Jimmy Olsen, and Lois Lane kind of all fit together on like that third ring after Superman and the Kents. So yeah, I like him. He's good. He does have a couple of standout moments, but as a whole, when I think about this movie, the first thing my mind goes back to is Superman, not Mr. Terrific. So I'm glad other people connected with him, and you can argue whatnot. People have been saying, oh, the fact that Mr. Terrific is the standout is a problem since it's a Superman movie. Look, for me, he wasn't the standout. It is what it is.
Yeah. I don't think he stole the show per se. I think he helped elevate the movie a little bit more than what it would have been without him. Obviously, like I mean, if we had just gotten Guy Gardner um, with or without Hawk Girl, I don't think it would have been that impactful. But there again, you wouldn't be able to call it the Justice Gang, right? Um,
Mhm.
but I do think just for like Shieldwall's comment here too, Mr. T was the best of the Justice Gang. Um, Someone I forgot who was it with. One of the people I saw it with that said the guy with the green ring. I was like, his name's Guy Gardner. Um, uh, he the part at the end, obviously when he's in Barovia and he starts, using all
Right.
the hands and they're coming up with like middle fingers and stuff like that. Like that was funny.
It was also on brand for Guy Gardner. I actually liked Guy Gardner way more than I thought I would based on
Same.
that is one thing I'm glad me and Badger were wrong about, by the way. And I think worse of the film's
All
benefit
right,
is he and
peepers.
I were under the impression for the months leading up to this that the Justice Gang were going to effectively be bad guys. They're not villainous, but they're going to be like obstacles to Superman. And they weren't. They were dicks, but they weren't obstacles. They were still good guys. They were still doing the right thing. They were still the Justice Gang. And like you see that scene in the trailer where Guy Gardner is like giving this angry look to Superman, then he covers the wall with covers the wall with the green stuff so the media can't see him. And he goes up to Superman. He's like, "Do you really have a hair?" I'm like, "Okay, he's not. He's just a dick. He's not." What I mean. And yeah, I think the Justice Gang in terms of being just corporate superheroes did work for the movie. There's a bit too, you could say there's too much of them, or you could say that their dialogue writing is bad and whatnot, but at least in the role they're supposed to perform for the story, it's way better than what I thought it would be based on the trailers and stuff.
Yeah. I yeah, Holt's portrayal that Lex is a retard. But I also agree that what Goodwin said here, like he didn't have this grown ass man menace to him. Like
Mhm.
I think
I agree.
and that's why I think Gene Hackman's character or portrayal of him was fearsome to the point where he knew how to outsmart Superman to a degree, right? Obviously, he greatly underestimates Superman by the end of the movie, but and I think that's what I don't remember what happens in Superman Returns, and obviously we didn't get Lex Luthor in Man of Steel 'cause that's not what the movie focused on, but uh, we got that in BVS, and
All right, hold on.
not
We gotta
good.
address it. Sergeant Garatina. This movie is literally not a message movie. It's not. You keep saying that. I've seen it in the comments multiple times. I don't know if you've seen it or not. You're just going off internet brain rot stuff, but this movie does not exist for messaging purposes. There's nothing of that in this movie, or if there is, it's so minuscule. It's been done so much worse. This movie exists so DC can make and Warner Bros can make money because they're dying. Because Warner Bros at least has learned money is kind of more important than the message because we're fucking dying right now. So that's just a brain rot take.
Yeah, I don't think there was any general messages aside from like what Superman stands for, which I think the point is there. Now, is it delivered as well in other movies? I think that's where like a lot of the good discord has
Agreed.
been, happening on the internet, or whether it be posts or streams or videos for that matter. Like I watched now that I'd seen it, the first video I watched this morning was Critical Drinkers, and even Will had said good things about what Superman was trying to embody. Now, obviously, he provided other critiques, which I definitely noticed again, especially when you're comparing it to other versions of Superman in movies. And one of the biggest things that I asked myself, does the human condition apply to Superman here? And that's something that I've kind of been going back and forth with, because I do think in some cases it does, but then I feel like you can also make arguments of like some counterpoints of how the human condition doesn't apply to him, because that little bit of a monologue that he has at the end of the film, where he's yelling, not yelling, but he's talking to
Forcefully.
Lex. Yeah, he's providing an emotional tone to it, like Lex, get it through your freaking head here. Like I'm not evil. I am a good a good person. I am a good man. Like I'm trying to do the right thing here, but like X, Y, and Z is part of like who I am, and that's just something that Lex is just has always hated him for. Like he even says like you're an envious man, and then Lex even agrees. He's like, yes,
Yeah.
I am envious, and I'm like,
I like that exchange, by the way, when Lex
it was
is like,
good.
yeah, I like that. I'm still, again, I'm not sold on Holt as Lex, and that's unfortunate, but I like that exchange between them. That's one of the few bits of well-written dialogue in this movie.
Yeah, and again, like there was some good dialogue between them, which you need to have. You need to have good dialogue between the villain and the hero, the protagonist and the antagonist. I want to highlight this. See, Hackman was too jokey, but I was never afraid of him. It worked for the 70s. He was just a different Lex. Yeah, that's true.
Are you trying to say that he was a hack, man?
That was good. Wait, where's my rim shot? There we go. Yeah, and again, like just talking about, because I've made this joke a couple times online about him being human, because in both Superman movies that I watched last night as well, they say you're not human, but to be like them, right? So like and I think that's what something like, and then this movie is saying, well, Superman's already established. It's not the beginning of Superman from a young boy or a baby for that matter, and growing up to the first time putting the suit on, much like we see in those two movies. But this Superman is a little bit different. I think for the sake of like experiencing loss and sacrifice, whereas in Man of Steel and Superman 78, he does experience loss. He knows what that feels like. He has to make that connection and has to go through that emotion, which this Superman doesn't have to go through. Like, Pa Kent's still alive.
To be fair, that's one of those things that was canonized in pop culture because of the film that isn't comic accurate to a degree, because Pa Kent doesn't die in the comics, so that's added to that. But that's what everyone thinks of when they think of Superman, is the origin story of Pa Kent dies, and that's how he learns like there's times to use my powers and when not to, and that's even you can argue whether or not Man of Steel did it well or not. I think a lot of people say that it doesn't. I'm sort of in the middle whether it works or not. But at the end of the day, things, even though the Superman's been active for 3 years in this movie, it kind of makes sense they wouldn't really have experienced that loss based on the comics, because comic accurate wise, Pa Kent is alive.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And I think this is where viewers, fans can kind of have a little bit of a mixed take. Not saying that people are right or wrong here, because it's like, what direction are you going to go with? Are you going to go the direction where this is Superman who has lost Pa Kent, or loses Pa Kent in this film, or doesn't, and is learning from him still as to what it means to be a man, what it means to be better than human, right? And even it's addressed in by Jor-El with Russell Crowe saying like, you could be he'll be a god to them. but he shouldn't be a god because he shouldn't rule because he's meant to save them from making the same mistakes we made here. So in turn, like, he is supposed to be like this, Christ-like figure, which even again, as you pointed out, Cavill does too when he leaves the ship and he goes like this, and he drifts off to save Lois. But I do think the other aspects of him trying to appear as human are there. Like, he has the the dual identity, right? He has found this belonging, and I'd say for even having like the moral responsibility of the power he has, which inherently goes against what the fabricated fake news tape is saying about him, right? Like, he could absolutely rule as a god over Earth, but he doesn't, and I feel like he's embraced humanity. He's humble, and I feel like
Humanity has
that,
embraced him.
right, and he's embraced who Clark Kent is, because and he's still learning how to do that too. Where Lois like, you referred to yourself as the third person. He's like, oh yeah, it's just something I'm like kind of doing, like trying out. But then she kind of riffs on him a bit for doing that. Pumpkin having a heart attack, and there was something Superman could do. For sure, yeah, and that fit. We won't get into the whole Man of Steel aspect because that's just kind of weird. But the aspect we will get into is the Gooch aspect.
There we go.
Man, how you doing, Gooch?
I'm good. I'm good.
Brother.
Good.
Goddamn hard. Let's go.
Oh, I've been busy. How are you guys? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling
You
good.
looking up? You looking up?
Yeah. I after seeing that line in the movie, I'm like, why did he say it to like this little Stitch kaiju like looking thing? Like, I thought he was talking to like an actual human being when he was saying that. I'm like, did the
eyes up here line?
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
Did he like, can he understand English? Like, I don't know. It was just very.
I
very
think Superman was
weird.
saying that for the people behind him, because if you notice, like all the windows that were broken, he had just interacted with him. I think he wanted to show a good-natured sort of like, I'm here for you guys. Watch this, and that's why he does it. Yo, Chris is
Not
here.
gonna lie, they got me. Look at the fucking size of this thing.
Holy
I
shit, dude.
almost bought the popcorn bucket, but I spent so
I
much
was like,
money on food and alcohol at the
yeah.
Alamo Draft House. It's like, I don't need to spend
Yeah,
30
plus,
bucks
like,
on the
plus
popcorn
this
bucket.
this picture is cool. Like, it's like it goes between corn sweat and animated. That's why. I got
Oh,
it for.
nice.
That's
Oh,
why it's like.
interesting.
That's like, and for the combo, it came with two of these, and a popcorn bucket for $25. So I got one for me, one for my kid. But the fucking size of this thing, man! Like,
Nice. Is it 10? It sounded 10.
yeah, definitely.
Nice.
So I mean, despite loving and hating the film, this fucking thing is massive.
That is a massive popcorn bucket. So I was just kind of talking about Superman's character and going on the aspect of him being human and trying to just decide which I think it does, but just talking about the human condition and who Superman is and who he's tried to be, and obviously like that's what goes against Lex Luthor and why he hates him so much. And while there was a couple of good scenes of dialogue there. There again, I feel like there are things that are missed between the two in this film. But I guess overall, like Superman, it definitely felt different. I saw a joke after the fact last night that said Superman spends more time being prone than standing on his feet or flying in the air, and I'm like, he actually does. And then after watching Man of Steel and then Superman 78 last night as well, I'm like, they didn't spend a lot of time on the ground. Like they both, especially Man of Steel, like, he gets knocked down and shot and, tagged teamed a couple times, but obviously he always kind of gets up. Superman in this movie, from, almost dying and then obviously having to get like, a nice little B12 shot from the sun, or I should say vitamin C from the sun, to get him back to like 84 or 85%, whatever the number was, for him to go back out and, and to continue to get, whooped. Just there was something that just felt off. Like it definitely felt like this isn't Superman being an embodiment of hope and strength that I was, no pun intended, but like hoping to see from this. And there are aspects of him doing that. Like when he, saves like the buildings from falling, rescuing individual people. I mean, sure, he fucking saved the squirrel. Like look,
That
to
was
show like
funny.
look, he saves animals too, guys. Like because he has a pet dog that he kind of likes, but he's just dog sitting. But yeah, there are things about the Superman that I don't know if James Gunn really intended to put him, in the primary, spotlight to be like, look,
He doesn't know how.
yeah, like
He doesn't know how. He doesn't know
he
how.
has people helping him because he can't be
Yeah.
everywhere at once, like you said, Chris. But at the same time, like he can do it all himself. He can, but he won't say no to people helping him out because it kind of allows him to focus on the more important things. Like, hey, if plot A is the most important thing, and there's subplots B, C, and D, that's fine. But we won't see a lot of screen time in that. But we're gonna highlight everything on plot A the most to exemplify how important Superman is for us to see on the big screen.
Yeah, watching a second time, if you look at Man of Steel versus this one, boy, Superman is not on screen at a lot in this film. There's huge chunks where he's missing, and that's going to be a
bonus.
distractor for a Superman film because you get Mr. Terrific, you have Guy Gardner, you have Lex, you have Man of Steel. Henry Cavill's in like 95% of that film. Superman's in like half this movie. He's not on screen a lot in this film. Out of all the different versions, this is the least you're going to see him on screen.
I would push back against that. I would say this movie has more Superman than Man of Steel because while
I'm turning the actor. I'm sorry. Yeah.
the actors, the characters might have less screen time in full context. So much of Man of Steel is Clark, and we don't actually have a lot of Superman. Whereas in this, there's actually very little Clark. When he is on screen, he is almost always Superman.
Yeah, he only has one scene as Clark that's an entire film.
But he's Superman getting the shit kicked out of him. So I mean, yeah. So like, I mean, okay. This movie, and I've been thinking about this for the last day because, but A, I got my stream tonight, and B, this movie has caused a lot of division. James Gunn, good job, James Gunn. You did that from the get-go. You made it about yourself. You still make it about yourself. This is, and people forget, this is supposed to be the big introduction for the DCU.
Yep.
Yeah.
This had to be big. Everyone had to walk out of there like, yes, this is the DCU I want.
No, they didn't. They just had to make money. They didn't have to walk out there like, yes.
No, dude, come on.
We're already getting sequels.
Okay, so Star Wars Force Awakens, you're going to go in there and you go, it was okay, but I'm going to continue going to Star Wars?
Well, considering the second one made Gooch, considering even the second one made more than Force Awakens, clearly yes, people went back and saw more.
Well,
I'm saying what I'm saying is you half the audience was already like looking at this negatively. Yeah. What he's done now is taken the half that he already had in his pocket, divided that already. And I'm not saying they hate the film. I'm saying everyone that like went to the movies that said they were all hopeful and everything walked out of there, and what did they rate it? A 5.5, 6, or 6.5 out of 10. That is not a way.
That's such a narrow look. There's people that have been rating it 8, 9, 10 out of 10. There are people rating it 2 out of 10. There have been people in the middle like me that are 5 or 6 out of 10. This movie is divisive, yes, but I don't think that's inherently a bad thing. And it's going to make money, so the DCU is going to continue. At the end of the day, from a studio perspective, from the people who make the decisions up top perspective, this is a win. This movie's a win.
I don't know.
We have legs,
a massive drop.
Honestly, that's one thing in my review talking to Leon Gooch. I do agree. Yes, strong opening weekend because there's so much talk and hype around it. Opening weekend, dude. I don't see this film doing $1 billion. I just don't.
No way.
This movie was never going to do $1 billion. Never.
But right now, but DC needs it to do $1 billion. That's the problem.
Warner Brothers needs it to make $1 billion. Yeah. Everyone's saying, "Oh no, they don't. No, they don't." Well, okay, all right, fine. Make a good film. F1, Apple put out that film, but it was a great film. Everyone raved about it. Everyone that's seen it raved about it. You don't have the same thing with Superman. You have an audience that's like, it was mid. It was okay. You got the normies that are like, TikTok followers and love the fast paced movie, and they give it an 8 or 9 out of 10. And a lot of those are shills, Leon. So I wouldn't even count that. But like,
no, I'm talking about the people on X who we know, who we follow, who we talk to on the daily.
Okay, who gave this a 9 out of 10?
Kata, for one. Kata loved it. Kata's not a shill.
I don't think he gave it a 9 out of 10.
Point
Did he
is,
give
he
it a
liked it.
10?
He rated
No.
it. It was great. Indy Andrew, buddy of mine who was an employee for Eric July, Ripaverse. He's got a big online presence. Clearly, he's not part of the shill media. He works for
Yeah.
Ripaverse. He loved it. 8 out of 10, I
Okay.
think is what he said, or maybe he even said 9.
It's definitely divisive. Like just Jay was saying, I do agree with that, Leon. Like the thing is
True as you,
divisive.
bro.
Divisive is one thing. I would say overall, whether
I
it's
agree, it's divisive.
that's what I'm
I
saying.
still
And,
think that's inherently a
and
bad thing.
in terms of building a new universe, it is though. It's okay. Like, remember, as soon as Iron Man came out, the whole internet loved Iron Man. You know, the whole internet loved
Right, and then how did people react to Hulk, which was the very next movie? Not very well.
Well, yeah.
Like,
Okay, so what's your next movie? Supergirl? So like what's your point there? Because
I don't
like,
care
I
about the
don't-
next movie, 'cause I wasn't gonna see a DCU. I don't care about a DCU, and I don't care about what Warner Bros. Needs or not.
But
I'm not gonna see a Batman movie in the DCU because I don't particularly care for Batman.
That's fine.
It's gonna need to really wow me for me to go see a Batman movie. I'm a Superman fan. I wanted to see a Superman movie. Like that's to me, that's all that really matters. People are talking about Superman now, and they're talking about Superman in a way that doesn't have to do with culture war brain rot. That's a win.
But this is also the first weekend. Will it be this one we talked about in a month? I don't think so.
No, I think in a month from now, people are gonna that gave it 8 out of 10 are gonna come back and say, really objectively, it's like a 6.5 out of 10.
And that happens with a lot of movies.
So,
that's fine.
yeah. So, well, that's what I'm saying. Objectively, this movie doesn't hit. Like this movie, you should be excited for the DCU. You should have people that are like, oh, I can't wait for the next one. I can't wait for the next series. I'm like excited about it.
Yeah.
Instead, you have people going, I don't care, or it was okay, it was mid, or it's like they're not excited. And that's where it's lost. James Gunn is lost where he should have like he's talking about, good and kindness and everything like that. Well, I mean, where is it? It's not in this film. It's not in this universe because you've divided an audience, and you've divided the audience that you had in your pocket again. So you got 3/4 of the people saying either they hate it or it's mid. And then you got your shills and you got your audience that are going to follow Gunn no matter what. So I mean, like, and then his marketing and everything he's been talking about, and he needs to shut his mouth because he's making it worse.
We were talking about that. I don't know if you were watching at the point. I mean, me and Nick were talking about the marketing. How fucking like if this movie was not a Superman movie, is what I said earlier. If this movie was any other superhero besides Superman or Spider-Man, and it got this marketing, I wouldn't have gone and seen it. I purely went to this because it's Superman, despite the marketing and despite James Gunn. And so at this point, I think we need to focus on like the film itself and not Warner Bros. Or James Gunn or whatnot, because I don't like James Gunn either. I'm not near the hate boner for him that you have, but I don't like James Gunn. In fact, I was talking mad shit on not just Guardians 3, but Guardians 2 early in the stream. I fucking hate Guardians 2. I think it's one of the worst movies in the MCU. So like, but when we're talking about this movie, I do think people are being either far too generous, far too harsh, and there really isn't a lot of middle ground conversation when I think this is a middle ground movie. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it being a middle ground movie in and of itself, because we should just be looking at this in isolation.
The problem is nowadays, though, but when there's no more. We've got past points. When Superman Chris Reeve came out, it was just a film. Now this film is going to be kickstarting a new DC universe, and that's the issue. The DC new universe, kick out Henry Cavill, recasting Jason Momoa, et cetera. You can't build a whole new universe on a mid movie. It's got to be fucking fantastic, legendary.
I mean, they did with Man of Steel. Man of Steel.
Well, they did because
so many people call it a mid movie, and they still built a whole ass universe off of it.
Well, they didn't because that's why they just restarted it again. That's why we're not
right. After like 8 or 9 fucking movies.
Yeah, but we're still not getting Man of Steel 2. We're not getting Justice League 2. We're not getting everything just crapped out because of BVS.
No, but the DCEU still got 8 or 9 movies built off of Man of Steel, which many people, even at the time, said was a mid movie. So you're just incorrect there.
I mean, I don't know. You figure what Batwoman got canned, Flash tanked, Wonder Woman 2.
My point is, all those movies still got made. Man of Steel led into Batman vs Superman, which people said was either mid to flat out bad.
And Warner Brothers is bankrupt. They're like borrowing money. So
yeah.
Okay, I'm not talking about the money. The point, Chris's statement was you can't build a universe off of a mid movie. I'm saying bullshit. The DCEU was built off what many people considered a mid movie,
and they went bankrupt. Yeah, so you can't.
They're not bankrupt.
I'd say
Warner
right now,
Brothers did not file for bankruptcy.
But also, I'd say Man of Steel
Yeah.
right
On the
now, the
verge,
Man of Steel's launch though still had better goodwill than this film. There's still more
It made more money.
more fans and
Yes.
critics. Damn sure
The media has been saying. I posted like Screen Rant fucking posted saying, "Oh, Superman has already made 122 million dollars." I was like, "You guys can't fucking math correctly. Like it made Man of Steel made more than that because they're leaving out the
like,
Thursday movie."
almost 10 years later, we're still talking about Man of Steel. I guarantee you, 5 years from now, we won't be talking about this film.
But again, like we're not including inflation. I think if inflation for Man of Steel, it goes past like 165 if I remember seeing that correctly. So there again, it's like when just saw the post that was saying like people looking for 175 million. Yeah, Andy or Katie said this. 175 million. Yeah, Man of Steel would have made this with inflation. So there again, like why couldn't you just make a movie that exemplifies who Superman's supposed to be, kind of like Snyder did to a certain extent. Like obviously that film has plenty of problems too, but
I think
Vex.
Man of Steel is a better movie than
Yes.
by and large. What up, Vex?
I was waiting for you to say hi.
I didn't want to interrupt you guys.
no, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah.
For the hand.
So Vex,
Mm-hmm.
your thoughts on this shindig here?
Well, this shindig is very interesting. This is a nice collection of white men I see on this stream. So,
Oh, yeah.
How dare you?
I had to
sorry,
represent.
dude, just like
I had to represent.
13%
There you go.
Native American. My bad. It was shit. Superman is fucking shit, man. Like, you said that someone said that you could build a universe off of a mid film. I'm gonna strongly disagree. Everyone knows that I'm not a fan of Zack Snyder. I didn't think Man of Steel was particularly a great film. But in retrospect, you look at that and it's like it worked as a starting off point because you get at least a little bit more of a sympathetic story with Superman and Clark, and there's a big kind of like hurdle that he's meant to overcome and then kind of jumpstart the universe. Whereas with this, well, first of all, this didn't jumpstart the universe. Was Creature Commandos started off? That was the first entry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
in this
right.
official James Gunn universe.
Which hated that, by the way.
I didn't. I just didn't care.
Couldn't I
Or
couldn't get
even
through it.
before that was
I couldn't get through it.
Peacemaker, the jumping off point. It makes no goddamn sense.
But technically,
Yeah.
what if Suicide Squad 2 was James Gunn? That's considered canon to this.
No. I'm saying, but we're talking just this new DC universe, so
Yeah.
that might be canon, but that's not part of James Gunn's.
I guess
DC
technically
universe,
wouldn't
right?
the Peacemaker show be
That's what I
the
was saying.
start?
I think
Yeah.
it's
been
so
worked in.
goddamn confusing. It's just easier to say this is the starting point. First
Yeah.
live action film.
Hold on.
Leonard James Gunn.
James Gunn and David Zaslav have both very clearly stated that the jumping off point, like the start of James Gunn's universe, was Creature Commandos. So
Okay, gotcha.
the other stuff may be canon, but it's not part of James Gunn's universe.
Mhm.
But with this as the first kind of cinematic entry, I'm just really confused as to why. Like, I already know the WB is full of like dent heads or whatever, but I'm just
Sure.
why would you make there's no storyline to this film. Okay, let's there's
Yeah.
this is just kind of like a bunch of like it's as though like in the original pitch meeting to start this universe, like people were just flinging out ideas because yeah, I saw this Superman movie or I read this Superman comic, and then James Gunn is just like, yeah, we can do this. And then he just filmed a bunch of scenes together and thought, oh, now we have enough to make a 2-hour film. So let's just stitch them together. Like, I was legitimately confused after the first scene because I didn't know what was going on. There seemed to be no relation scene to scene. And I felt like I was just kind of like, is this what it feels like to be like a kid with ADHD? Like I really was just so lost the entire time with this film. I didn't find any of the characters compelling. The most interesting character that actually had an arc, it wasn't even the title fucking character. It wasn't even the character the movie was named after. It was Mr. Terrific. I don't care about some black dude getting an arc, man. Like, I can do that on BET if I really want it.
Someone had to
Well,
say.
so in terms of this movie not having a story, I agree that I also don't necessarily know if that's inherently a bad thing, because take a look at the genre that is slice of life, and this is at the end of the day a slice of life film. It is just a week in the life of Superman. That's
you know what? I can get where you're coming from. I can agree with a slice of life if, again, I'm not seeing 4 other different stories at the same time. I want to just see then slice of life for just Superman. I don't care about Lois. I don't care about Mr. Terrific. I don't care about Lex's weird bimbo girlfriend or the
And I agree with all of that, mind you.
Right.
Oh, wait. What about Hawk Girl?
Yeah. What was can
That was
someone
annoying.
explain to me
Actually,
what
that's a pretty good impression.
what was up with the big titty bitch at the Daily Report, the World
Kat
Reporter?
Jennings?
Yeah, who is that?
I
I
don't
wish we
remember her.
had Kat Jennings.
Doesn't
Gooch.
matter.
Vex, I saw this film twice. I don't remember her name.
Big Titty Bitch. That was her name. Big Titty Bitch.
That so like when I saw Chris Gore saying like, oh, thank you thank you James Gunn for giving us cleavage. I was like, oh damn, Lois going to show some cleavage in this movie. Didn't see it, and there was this other person that I'm like, she was completely useless. Like that
A
is
lot
that
of
the bait?
characters were.
Yeah, I know. It
Every
sounds like
character was. Even Superman
yeah.
was.
Yeah.
Jimmy
Actually-
Olsen was okay. Well,
Jimmy's there.
he
He's
pissed
the
me
hero,
off, man.
He's the hero of the movie.
Yeah. Guy has a I guess, is she Brazilian? It sounded like she was, but you got this hot chick that's throwing herself at you, and you're like saying no. Like, is Jimmy like secretly in the closet or what?
Well, she's so fucking annoying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but still.
Jimmy Jimmy was fucking. The way that all those girls at the Daily Planet were looking at him,
Yeah.
he had all those names going. Jimmy
That's
was
true.
fucking, and then you got this one really annoying broad. I understand.
Yeah.
But no, I don't mind Jimmy having a big heroic thing. He's Superman's best friend, and like when you watch something like Dragon Ball or Naruto or whatnot, yeah, it's just because Goku's the main character doesn't mean that Krillin
true,
doesn't
man.
have some big heroic moments that save
definitely.
XYZ scene. I'm all right with that.
Yeah. It's funny because Vex mentioned this, but I'll ask you guys as panelists. Take away Nicholas Holt's performance. Guys, does Superman only have one villain? I like Lex and all, but Jesus Christ, the plot of the film is Lex for the 10,000th time wants to kill Clark. Is Lex and Zod. Lex and Zod. That's all we've seen so far since 1978 is Lex and Zod. Lex and Zod.
Give me Brainiac, motherfuckers!
So
Like,
because I'm watching the film a second time. I was like, so what's the film? Lex is trying to use social media to besmirch Clark's character, and he wants to kill Clark yet
Hold on.
again.
Chris, he did have another villain, but he was too busy tying up his boots and saying, "Oh, they got it. This is
That's
really
true.
good, Coco. This is really good, Coco."
Yeah.
see, I don't.
So
even
I
help.
mean, there was
But
they don't
but
even help.
what's the problem with that scene in context of the film? It actually makes
Because
sense.
he says he's always trying to do good, and then he's in there, and they're battling this thing, and they're being flung around, and he's
Okay,
like, "Oh, they got it.
Do you
This
know
is
how
good,
the
Coco."
hero's journey sort of works though? Because there has to be a low point for the hero so they can rise up. That's what that scene is.
But
He's
don't
out
have
there-
that in the background. Don't have that in the background.
But the Justice Gang has it. It clearly wasn't a threat. No buildings were falling down. No one was dying. It was just a fucking space monster. Green Lantern solo it.
But that's like what Lex is like. So like Vex would say, Lex and Clark. So what's Lex's angle? I want to kill Clark yet again. I mean,
I'm genuinely confused, like, because Lex makes it pretty clear that he wants to live in a world without Superman. I'm actually pretty sure he says something like almost word for word for that early on in the film.
Yeah.
So if you manage to capture Superman, and this is just boils down to the writing because James Gunn really didn't know what he was doing. If you
Agreed.
have him in a cube and you have a dude that can just manifest kryptonite, why are you just keeping him alive where he's going to possibly just kill
To be
him?
fair, no. The movie explains that. Lex literally says, "If we had it my way, we'd kill you now, but they want to study you."
Why do you need to study Superman?
They
Because
already have a retarded Superman. I don't know what the hell they
Right.
need. Like, what do they need to study for?
which is
My point is,
Superman, just like
Lex's
Superman 4.
motivations make sense based on Vex's question.
hold
She asked, "Why didn't Vex kill him?" Vex
He has
literally.
his
No, it
DNA.
doesn't. It still
No.
doesn't. He had his
Fuck.
DNA, so there's
Yeah,
nothing to
yeah,
study.
And what's his DNA? A strand of hair, almost like Superman 4, the best Superman film ever, where Lex clones Clark off a strand of hair.
Yeah.
Boy,
Yeah.
guys.
But there's a lot that
But
James Gunn
Lex
took
still
from
has
all these other
people he
movies.
answers to.
Oh, no,
sorry,
I'm
go on.
saying, but that's his whole plot. It's like, so Lex clone Clark yet again.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that James Gunn pulled from other movies, right? I mean, obviously he tried to do his best from pulling from the comics, but there's just some things that like when he's fighting, what do they call it? His like the Raptors, right?
Yeah.
And which when he's fighting in the air, obviously we already saw like the scene where he punches a guy and the teeth hit the camera, and I'm
Yes, it is.
like, okay, whatever.
CGI teeth.
But then he goes ahead and he fucking pulls a Neo. from Matrix 2. He's spinning around like he did with the pole in Matrix 2, and he's hitting all the Agent Smiths. He's just doing the same shit. And I'm like, bro, like I get when you try to like pull a little Easter egg or homage to certain films because you might find them inspirational, but like, dude, do something your own that people could try to mimic at that point. Like, I don't know, it just kind of seemed kind of meh to me in that aspect.
Yeah, and Leon said, because as much as I read comics, I know Vex as you, Nick, but like Leon and Jay do more. Dude, there's a between Brainiac and Mr. Mixoplexlix, and you got freaking
I want to see Mr.
Yeah, Parasite.
So
you had there's 10,000 villains. This is Lex Luthor fucking again. The plot yet again is I want to kill Clark and clone him again. So how is this starting off a brand new DC universe? We're starting off a brand new DC universe, taking plot points from the past 40 fucking years. Like I want to see a live action anybody but Lex at this point.
Well,
that's exactly what I was thinking, Enzo. Like the villain should have been Ultraman the entire way through and framing Superman, and that's where Superman kind of goes.
That's what some of the marketing was leading you to believe.
What, you didn't like the bingo cards? B22 and 17.
Yeah.
Oh,
A26.
I have a question about that. So was that just like, is it like the dude can only be controlled like a chess piece? Was that
because he's retarded?
Well, yeah. Basically, they programmed in like certain move sets and whatnot, and it's pretty much exactly what it is, Vex. But like, here's what they're doing with this, and I don't like the way they did it. I see where they're going with it, but I don't like the setup. They're setting this up for Ultraman to become Bizarro, which Bizarro is my favorite Superman villain. So I'm like, oh, Ultraman 2 gonna have Bizarro as a bad guy. Let's go.
Bizarro?
What?
Could you explain who Bizarro is?
Bizarro is an alternate universe version of Superman who is retarded and he's evil, and like imagine a literally like Down syndrome evil alternate version of Superman.
You're really selling
from
this.
another dimension.
That's not giving me like that's actually taking away any hope I might have had. Right
Well,
now.
I know what Leon's saying because I like him. But it's just not a good selling
But
point.
Bizarro he is my favorite Superman villain. He's so fun. It's so stupid. And you can tell that in this by him, because there's a reason they didn't kill Ultraman at the end. He got sucked into that black hole. That's going to be the alternate dimension that the retarded Superman comes from in the next movie. He's going to have his face all gray and cracked and stuff like Superman when he had the kryptonite in this movie. Literally Ultraman's going to become Bizarro. And I don't like that's the route they're going, but I also like that Bizarro is finally going to get some love because we've never had a live action Bizarro. So yeah,
hold on, but now the build up and setup for him isn't very Again, there's too much. I kind of forget half of the.
I agree with you, Vex. That's why I said I don't like how they're doing it.
Gotcha.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping, please, James Gunn, for next film, can you bring back Zod? We haven't seen him in a long time.
Hey, everyone. We just witnessed Superman beat up Corky, but just wait. He's coming back, and he's going to be gray and wrinkled, and he's going to be even more retarded. Yay!
And if you can get him to say his name backwards, it will transport him back to his dimension.
I could have sworn I just saw this.
To be fair, that does sound like a movie Gunn could maybe actually do.
Well, because Gunn is retarded. That's what it's
exactly.
I do have a question. So are people, because like I've been kind of off social media for the most part the last week or so.
Thank God.
So are people fucking coping over this movie? Is that's what's happening?
It's such a mixed bag.
I agree with you on that.
It's a half and half.
Okay, so the people who are reviewing it positively, what are the I'm just genuinely curious. What are the positives?
I will say this again, watch second time. The positive is that unlike Henry Cavill, Man of Steel, when Clark's fighting, say, this big kaiju, he's trying to, actually, he doesn't want to kill it. Mr. Terrific kills it. He saves a squirrel. He's actually saving people versus like destroying half of Metropolis. That's a positive where he's an inspiration. Clark won't kill in this film. He's trying to avoid killing anything versus Henry Cavill just snapping necks and taking names.
Was Henry Cavill necessarily snapped? I thought it was just like he didn't realize that he was causing so much damage.
You are correct, Vex, but the big consensus amongst people who hate Zack Snyder is that, Superman's a terrible hero.
Okay, no, I'm talking about movies. I don't give a fuck what a bunch of like Snyder dick writers say.
You are entirely correct, but people are brain rotted idiots and don't realize that.
Yeah, well said. People are saying this Superman, he's more light-hearted, like versus like if you watch Man of Steel when he's fighting, half the town gets destroyed. This one, he's actively avoiding damage. He's trying everything he can to not destroy Metropolis.
Buildings fall, and he gently lowers them so they don't crush
exactly,
people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wait, so does that mean Superman? So hold on. Superman was keeping his own actions from killing people, but then he let his fantastic friends or whatever take care of the rest, and they gave no fucks.
Wait, and he was upset about that.
Yeah, like Hot
Terrific
Girl
because-
drops the president of Bavaria, whatever, and
Kills him.
she's
So
like, I'm
hold
not
on,
Superman.
it's all for naught because he literally just he didn't join his friends in killing a monster because he wanted his hot chocolate instead.
He was being,
Doesn't-
yeah, he was,
like-
but he was emotional. He was emotional
really
over
good
fake
hot
fucking
chocolate.
news, though.
Plus,
That's
it was
that's
a
the
space
thing.
imp. It was a space imp. It wasn't a big threat.
But this
No.
I mean, now you're just undoing the entire point you just made. It's like, oh, I care only when
That's
it's
my
my
point.
actions.
No,
Yes, yes.
I disagree that undoes the point because let's look at this in context of Spider-Man. Okay, when Spider-Man eventually in Spider-Man 2, we had the famous Spider-Man No More, which is taken directly from the comics, where at this point
True
Spider-Man's fucking he's had enough. He's
Yeah.
failing no matter how hard he tries. People are turning their backs on him. He's like, you know what? Maybe my life would be better without Spider-Man. And for like a solid the entire second act of the movie, he is just Peter Parker. He refuses to be Spider-Man until he has to have his big I'm going to come back as a hero moment. I was wrong for this. And I don't think it's executed nearly as well in this movie. Comparing Spider-Man 2 and this is kind of sacrilegious, but like it doesn't undo it because that's what's intended to be. Superman cares about trying to find crypto. These other superheroes can handle this thing. That's
Okay,
not really
now
a threat.
hold on. Now you're just kind of scapegoating the point a little bit because he had other things to do. No, a big character point is that he doesn't want his crime fighting and his savior of the planet to hurt other people. But now, because my dog got kidnapped,
Right. Well,
I'm just gonna let what?
Characters can doubt themselves. That's part of Superman's.
But he doesn't doubt himself at all. Is what I'm trying to say. Is it's supposed to be this monumental thing that he realizes. Oh, I am actually hurting people, like unknowingly. So I'm going to be more careful about it. But then the film and the character completely forgets about that as soon as he finds out that crypto's been basically.
No. The whole thing is based on what the news coming out about his biological parents sending him here to be a killer and a ruler as opposed.
Yes.
That's the internal struggle, and that's why he's like, I don't even know who I am. I'm going through this moment of giving up. It has nothing to do with whether he can or can't save people. That has to do with his whole life being a lie.
Yeah.
But hold on. But again, it is a point that the movie makes that he wants to save people and doesn't want to hurt them, though. So either way you look at
that's
it,
what his parents sent him here to do. He thought he was doing.
Hold
the
on,
will
no, I
of his
think
parents
I
and the
think
will
maybe
of Krypton.
I'm not explaining this right. Okay. It was a whole so when they kill that weird, like, I don't know, that sponge dinosaur thing or whatever,
Yeah.
right?
It's called the kaiju. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to kill it. He wants to set, but like he keeps it from falling onto people because he doesn't want to be responsible for more deaths, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is the film completely forgets that is a huge deal for Superman, not just what his parents were saying or anything, but the fact that he realizes that he is unintentionally hurting people while he's saving people. But then the film completely forgets that when he's just like, oh, I don't need to go, help out with that monster. They've got it, even though all of his fantastic friends don't give a fuck about hurting other people.
Yes.
Right, but
Yeah.
that's Superman's moment of weakness, and the film
The
doesn't.
film does not use it as a moment of
No,
weakness.
it doesn't use like I know what you're trying to say, Leon, but it doesn't come across like that. It doesn't play. There's too many fill in the gaps throughout this movie. Even from the beginning, you're getting a beaten down Superman, and then they talk about Superman being great and he saves everyone, but you don't even get that part in the beginning all the way through. He's getting his ass kicked
Right.
all throughout the film. So how do we know as a viewer? How do we know he's great? We know it's Superman, but how do we really know? That's the part that you should have had that
Okay, this doesn't make any sense because when The Last Jedi came out, everybody bitched and moaned that Rey was winning throughout the whole movie, so there's no threat.
Okay, we're not talking about other people. We're not talking about other movies. We're just talking about this movie with us.
No, but this is the thing about film in general. This thing about character writing in general. What is it better to have? A hero that is failing up until they finally get the moment of triumph, or a hero that's triumphant the whole time?
No, Leon, but I'm saying you should have had Superman. It should have just been some little montage of him taking down some villains, doing all the things that created this hope. So when he does get beaten down, you're like, Superman, let's go. You're cheering him on. But instead, you're not getting that because every scene he's in, they don't give him a time to breathe and let the emotional tone hit. It's taken away by fuck Crypto or the sobbering, blubbering, whatever guy they had crying at that moment throughout the film. It took away from any kind of emotional impact throughout the film. That's what I'm saying. Like it's
which is also what
it's a very depressing film because it's not even about Superman. It's about everyone else being risen up, just like a James Gunn
thing. Get that because even when he's getting his ass kicked, he is still saving people and he's saving animals and he's talking to the citizenry.
Animal. Hold on.
Yeah.
Who squirrels?
But there's no stakes throughout the film. Even at the end, everyone's evacuated. What stakes? What is he saving? A building. So I don't even understand. Like,
what do you mean? There's no stakes.
There's nothing. Everything was evacuated. There was like what?
The rift is opening up towards a city that's not been evacuated. Superman has to get there in time, because, and then there's the war going on in the other part of the world. Yeah. Because Metropolis is empty doesn't mean there's no stakes. Because there's a whole ass city right across the water that's not empty. That this rift is.
I know, but those are the gaps I'm talking about, Leon. That you needed to have.
May I
to show that? Yes.
Okay. In terms of stakes, there is no actual stake for Superman. So this is a positive that I guess you could say Man of Steel has, is that there's a whole Clark is discovering his true identity and who he really is. So the stake is balancing who he was born to be, what he actually is, versus what he was raised to be and the values that he was raised in, and trying to find a balance between those. Mm-hmm. With these ones, because we're thrown kind of straight into the middle of that. We haven't seen what shapes Superman's moral framework. How does he actually act as a good force in this universe? Why was he perceived as a good force up until now, sort of deal? The film just kind of like, because there's so many different stories going on and there's so many characters in here, Superman doesn't really have any stakes. He's just kind of used as a means for you as the viewer.
I don't disagree with that whatsoever. Just so you know, in terms of the writing of it, I completely agree that it's absolute shit. Mm-hmm. But when the issue I'm having is people saying that like, oh, you know, this is depressing. This Superman doesn't act like Superman. Like, no, actually, it's one of the few things this film does right. This is definitely a Superman that's doing Superman things to act like Superman, and it's unfortunate the writing around it is such shit, because in terms of the character itself, it is done right.
I didn't feel like I was seeing Superman, like as a normie who hasn't read comics or the comics or anything and didn't, watch the animated show heavy or anything. I did not see the Superman that I came to love through like the Christopher Reeves movies, for example, being Superman. I just saw a character that was being beaten down to be symbolic of some other overarching message that James Gunn was trying to send.
Yeah, and like what you're saying, Jay, because it does cut from basically action set piece, coupling style, action set piece, dialogue, action set piece. This film they said was supposed to be 2 hours and 40 minutes roughly. It's 2:09, so they cut out at least a half hour footage, which has been confirmed. And like Vex was saying, go back and watch Christopher Reeve film. After he saves Lois in a helicopter, we get what's a 6 second scene. Hey, look, he saves a cat out of a tree for a little girl. It's 6 seconds. It's not taking
but
up
it makes
too much
a
time.
Difference.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like Superman. He's arguing with Lois about, I stopped this big war. Would it kill you guys to show a 1 minute sequence?
Why wouldn't you show the fucking war? That's the best way how you can establish so much for this film.
I agree. Yeah. And considering this film is 2 hours long, there's plenty of time to show. All it takes is sometimes a 10-20 second sequence can explain a lot.
Missed opportunity there was not having the war. So say, Rossi, bro, hope you're okay, man. Hope your ER visit goes well, man. Keep us posted. We're cheering for you, my dude.
Oh, jeez, man.
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
But hopefully you got some awesome people here. Your faves.
Man, I mean, we got Leon, so.
The problem is
not Gooch or Vex. No.
Yeah. The problem is this movie. Gunn did what Gunn does, is like taking lower tier characters, lifting them up, and he's taken away any shine from Superman. And this movie needed to shine on Superman. I said that from the very get-go.
Yeah,
this needed to be about Superman, and we didn't get a movie about Superman. When you ask people what was your favorite parts, everyone says like Mr. Terrific or Guy Gardner or something else. They don't say Superman. A majority of them. I like David Cornsweet. I wanted more of him, but unfortunately, we didn't get anything. And every time it was leading up to a certain scene, we're like, okay, this is where it's going to like really take off. We didn't get that either. It was just everything was taken away by that fucking dog, or some guy, some fucking male that they had to make crying, or Jimmy Olsen, being, the cock of the town, or, it was just, it was silly nonsense. It was James Gunn. It was just like James Gunn film. And that's what I hate about this. I wanted a DCU film. I wanted to be excited going into the DCU and see where it's going to go. Yeah. And it went the way I thought it was going to go.
Here's a question.
But I guess, my bad.
I was saying, like, just to go on piggyback on that, Gooch, like, and for me, watching Man of Steel and Superman again, and you shouldn't have to do this because this should be an apparent thing. Seeing the lack of abilities that Superman used to his advantage in the movie was, bothered me, right? Like he used his laser eyes like twice in the entire film. Like once when he's shooting all the raptors, and then he shoots he uses it once with Ultraman, and I'm like, bro, you could be blowing using all your powers, just to like blow all the freaking raptors away. Like I understand the fight with Ultraman, but there again, like as the Andy pointed out earlier, like the fact that you have super speed, super hearing, like you should be faster than the directions that are coming through. Yeah. Like, and I understand you're getting hit in the air, but you're fucking Superman, dude. Like this isn't like I understand, just for a comparison's sake. When you've got two Kryptonians that are fighting, hitting you in the streets like they do in Man of Steel, or a fucking souped up, juiced up General Zod, right? Like a little different, but there again, they fly through all these buildings because that's what the fight entails. Like you have to stop a madman from destroying the Earth, or just save a kaiju from falling on its back, right? Like, but. And to still save it, I get it. You want to try and do the right thing, but there again, like I think that's what separates the two Superman. Like you can't take Zod out from the location that they're at because he's a god. There's two gods fighting each other right now. But there again, if you have Superman in this movie, no one can touch him. No one can fucking touch him. But it makes it seem like the one guy that can touch him is, and it's touching him all the wrong places. And I'm sorry, that's a little weird to say, but. Kind of happens that way.
I think this boils down to, like, at least when it comes to like Gooch specifically, he and I wanted two very different films, and he didn't get the film he wanted. I got about 50 to 60% of the film I wanted.
Hold on. Hold on.
See, that's what I'm talking about, though.
What did you want, Leon?
Yeah.
What did
I
you...
just
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go on. Finish.
No, I just want, like, what is it that you wanted that you got in this movie, like, out of curiosity?
I wanted a fun, bright Superman movie where he himself is just this aspect of 1950s Americana that speaks to what Superman has been heralded as throughout the entirety of our like meta real life world. What he is, I wanted to see the symbol that we in the real world have come to think of this fictional character as, this person that is not, it's not about how strong they are, who they can beat up, or how do you beat this god. I wanted the story of a god who is a man first, and just does the right thing, not because he has the power to do the right thing, but because it just is the right thing to do. And if Superman didn't have any of these powers, that the man in him would still be trying to do this sort of stuff. And is the writing terrible? In a lot of ways, yes. Are there too many characters? In most instances, yes. But at the end of the day, I still got this bright, fun Superman that does embody the golden era of Americana that gave us Superman.
Your response makes me feel like my picture right now. I'm sorry.
You just contradicted yourself.
I do miss, we all do, Truth, Justice, the American Way. Even Henry Cavill says, General, I'm from Kansas. And what happened to Truth, Justice, the American Way? Like Christopher Reeve said, and Brandon Routh said, and Henry Cavill said.
I maintained for the last several months time of this movie, I didn't need it to be good. I'm okay with McDonald's every now and again. You can't have McDonald's for every meal, but you can have it once in a while, and that's what you're craving. That's what you want. That's what I got from this for the majority of now. Again, there's some things that are so glaring and obviously bad. And I'm not going to call this a good movie because from an objective standpoint, it's not. But did it do what I wanted it to do? Yeah, the same way that a greasy fast food burger hits the spot when I have a craving for it.
All right.
That could be the problem too. Is
I don't
you had
understand.
low expectations. For a Superman film, none of us should be having low expectations.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you could say that you wanted him to do good at all costs.
Later, Sarge.
And then when we talk about the scene with the GIMP, you're like,
He's
you
a
didn't.
GIMP.
And I'm like,
because we've seen Superman fail or act out of turn in the comics. Even that wasn't out of character.
But we're talking about the movie. We're talking about the movie. We don't get that in the movie. Any kind of emotional tone.
I think we do. I do think we get that in the movie.
No, it's taken away. It's taken away.
Wait, so we're saying, Jay, about that?
What's that?
No, so you mentioned, like you said, him and the GIMP.
Oh, the space GIMP, whatever you want to call it. It was just like
imp. I think they said imp in the movie. IMP.
GIMP. It's a GIMP. It's a GIMP. It's a GIMP.
You're saying
it's
GIMP?
A space GIMP.
That is a problem also to Leon when people say comics. Now we've hit the point. Now, 85 years of comics. There's been also a lot of shitty comic runs too. So,
for sure,
you know.
Absolutely. But like when every time Superman was on screen, whether he was winning, whether he was losing, the character that I've grown to know and love as Superman was there, and I was like, you know what, that's what I want. Because we've had debates since 2013, for example, about whether Henry Cavill as the character Superman was actually Superman. It gives us these charged debates, and they're fun. That's good nerd comic book talk, and that's the shit I love. I can't see anybody who's being intellectually honest about the character saying this person on screen right now isn't acting like Superman, because he is the whole movie. Flaws and flaws and perfections together. I guess you're not perfection.
His actions, yes, I do.
You know what I mean?
Watching Christopher Reeve talk to Margot Kidder and Lois, you see the difference between how he's calm, cool, and collected at Beacon versus like, Lois, people are gonna die. What do you want me to fucking do? Lex, where the fuck's the dog at? Like, that's not how Superman should be acting. Even
yes, it is. There has been so many comics, main universe canon comics, where Superman loses his cool and he shouts and he screams and he gets emotional. People ignore that because they just only see the big blue Boy Scout, but that's not all Superman is. And so seeing those moments of weakness, that's actually very in character, and I'm okay with that.
I mean, that's what I said. It depends on who you ask, but even like, was it the cartoon Dark Darkseid? He's like, Darkseid, okay, now very few often, and the way he says it's Tim Daly is like, okay, the world is cardboard now for you, Darkseid, I get to go all out. But he's not fucking screaming, though.
But there are comics, there's so many, I can pull up screenshot after screenshot where he is screaming, where his eyes are bloodshot, and this isn't, he's not in mind control, this isn't an alternate universe, this is main Earth 1 continuity Superman, and he's lost his shit. It happens all the time.
Wait, should he be losing his shit to Lois because she's grilling him as a good reporter should do?
Absolutely, because it's not Superman losing his shit in that moment. It's Clark, and Clark he's dating this girl. He loves this girl.
She is interviewing Superman though.
But Clark is, he goes in with the idea of I'm Superman. I'm going to introduce and Clark is slipping through, because at the end of the day, Superman is the facade. Clark is the real person. Clark is the human that was raised in Kansas by Mom, Pa Kent, and to see this woman that he loves treating him this way. Now, obviously, she's talking to Superman, but Clark is having trouble balancing the two because his emotional, the emotion he has as a man that loves his woman, and as the person he was raised as, is being taught to like this by this woman. He's like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be on my side. How are you not on my side? Like, that is the very human response. That's a very Clark response.
Yeah. Also, Clark, well, I mean, that's why it's like for the 90s cartoon and also for Christopher Reeve, he didn't lose his shit the way Corn Sweat was losing his shit in this film. And that's what definitely, I see a lot of people getting pissed off about that, because Superman is supposed to be this godlike beacon where Superman should be above losing his shit like that. That's why we look up to him for. That's why Superman.
He should be, but he's shown time and time again that even with his perfection that's perceived by the world, he's actually not. And that is the struggle of Superman. And that's what makes good Superman comics so good when you've got an actual good writer. How do you write the God that is a man first? And I think that this movie, again, at least with the character of Superman and the character of Clark, does that correctly. all other things we can talk about the film being bad, but
Yeah.
and if you think that that's incorrect, fair enough, explain how. But what I saw, very comic accurate 50s through 70s Superman.
We're seeing Vex.
That's what I wanted out of the film. So I mean, I got what I wanted.
As a comic book nerd, you're saying it hit for you.
I'm saying this character Superman hit for me. Yes.
Can I just throw out like a normie perspective then? I guess.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, Leon. Respectfully, with disrespect, I disagree. When I, as a normie, when I think of Superman, I think of someone that I wish I could be to a certain extent, or not even just like the powers, but it's just like to be such a representation of good and to be that good to your core. Like there's something to want out of that, which makes the character, even though he is, OP and everything, it makes him interesting from a normie perspective, right? Because it's like there's hope that you can be so much more. I don't want to see a character that for decades has stood like that in cinema be reduced down to a wimp because of, oh, it was in this comic, I kind of want to see a character that, yeah, he still might go through those moral trials and tribulations, but he ultimately doesn't lose what is core to him and what makes him such an idol around the world, both in the film
And
universe.
that's where I love that you said that, because that's where the division comes from. If you are looking at Superman the way the people in universe look at Superman, they don't see behind the curtain when he's in the Fortress of Solitude and he's thinking on his failures, and
I don't want to see that though. Like that's the great thing about superhero
that's my
films.
point. You are in universe the way that people see Superman. You're existing like that in real life, which is good. I love that people have that perspective. I also like the idea of showing us real people what the in-universe, just regular citizens don't get to see. I like the meta perspective of getting that. It's just two different types of people are going to want two different things, because what you're wanting, I would also be okay with. I think both can work.
So this is a thing that I think it works really well for like Bruce Wayne Batman, because that's kind of a core to like him as a character, right? It's that we don't get one or the other. It's strict. It's like, how does Bruce Wayne balance Batman and vice versa sort of deal. Superman, yes, he has Clark Kent, but there's such like a distinguishing line that you can, Clark bleeds into Superman and vice versa. There isn't that hard of a line to draw anymore. So I'm just from my perspective, this is like, I would rather see the sausage, not see how the sausage is made kind of deal. Because I know it's going to be good. I know he's good. I know it's going to taste great. But I don't want to see what you did to that poor fucking piggy.
Phrasing.
I just don't want to see what you did to that poor fucking piggy, because now it's just like, oh, am I going to become a vegan because of this now? Probably.
I think the tone, that's the biggest tone, was like, love or hate the Snyderverse. People felt like in Man of Steel and BVS and Snyder Cut that nobody was looking up to Henry Cavill. Versus that's also with the Josh Whedon Justice League. They were overcorrecting it. Remember, like in the Josh Whedon cut, he had to stop fighting with Flash to go fucking pick up the that one big ass building and stuff. Now he's cracking jokes. It was too lighthearted. And that's the thing with this one. It's like either it's Christopher Reeve is lighthearted and hopeful, but Man of Steel is too dour. Now we're trying to bring it back to what is the tone of this character, because most people want to see Superman, not Star-Lord, because boy, he is cracking so many fucking jokes in this film to the point where it starts taking me out of it. Like, have a couple comical moments, but every line, a joke. Superman's not a comedian. He cracks a lot of jokes in this film.
Like, and that's what I appreciate about the 78 Superman is like, he does, crack some jokes that are like right within the moment. Like when the guy is like trying to, crawl up the building with the suction cups, says a joke to him, guy's falling, says another joke to him. And that's sort of it. Right. Like, and there are lighthearted jokes that I said this earlier where I think Gunn tries to do, but misses the mark on them most of the time. But I do like this comment here from Canolia, which again, like this is when I thought, like, how long has Clark Kent been at the Daily Planet at this point in time? Because
3 years.
Yeah. So like, if you're you're no longer like an intern, you're not a rookie at that point. You're an experienced journalist or close to kind of getting that obviously like 5-year like part where you might be a little bit more of a veteran. He should know the types of questions. And there again, like he's only asking himself questions, as Lois points out. Like, yeah, you know the questions you're asking because you're talking to yourself at that point.
Yeah.
So the fact that he does get emotional, I think in some cases is a little beneath him, because he should also realize that he knows and is very familiar with Lois Lane's work. And the fact that he's just like, sure, and then just goes right into it. Like, he should have been more prepared, or go, you know what? She's really good at her job. She's going to drill me with questions. I don't know if I'm going to be prepared. Lois, could you potentially just tell me and give me some questions so I have time to think about it before going on the record? Like, he doesn't even know when to fucking go off the record, which you should after 3 years.
To be
But
fair.
he's blurred by love. So like he's kind of he's looking so he's looking at this like, I love this woman. Yeah, sure. I'll they'll do this for her. And then when
Fair.
it doesn't go the way he feels like it should, that's where the immaturity comes out for Superman. But Superman's already in his 30s. So
Yeah.
I'm like, that's a little much for him, a guy in his 30s. But I mean, who am I?
It's like he's losing the argument. So what's he do? Storms off and
Yeah.
flies away.
Yeah, he
I'm leaving.
acts like a 17-year-old. Yeah.
To his defense, Lois was a bit of a see you next Tuesday, and she said, well, I'm bad at relationships.
Yeah,
So,
I knew this was never going to
Yeah.
work. And I'm like, oh, come on.
But I do
right.
understand the angle because, well, that's I guess one defense I would have for this film is that Clark and Superman in 2025, you are going to come with social media and Twitter and Instagram and TikToks. Like, what if people don't like Superman? So, and she's like grilling him, like, listen, this is Superman doesn't check his TikTok. Well, people don't like you on social media, which is Lex manipulating, but still. I mean, he's
Nice,
getting mad.
Pouty.
He's getting mad at Lois, but she's like, well, if you want to be interviewed, Superman, there's going to be reporters that are going to be way more ruthless than I am. I mean, she was taking it right on him compared to other people.
And I also think that the movie in this particular scene, because Nick and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, I think this scene plays out far better in its entirety as opposed to the snippet we got in the in the marketing. And again, the marketing,
I wish we never saw that. I wish we
That's
never
what I
saw
said.
that.
That's what we said. We
That's what we
wish
said.
this was
Oh.
never in the marketing.
hurt
It
Yeah.
so
would
bad.
have been so much better.
Yeah.
This movie is tarnished by its marketing. It's such a
It is,
was a
but it's
bad
also
movie, I feel sorry for it.
it is tarnished by the marketing, and it's like, and James Gunn did a lot of damage to this. But
I guess that's
also,
part of the marketing,
but also Leon, like, it's so fast paced, and I get it's breakneck fast, but there was times where you needed to soak the moment, and it was ruined. And it like, because there was the interview scene that was great, but right away we get like into another situation, and then
I agree.
And it doesn't allow, and then the emotional pulls that he's going for is what he does in all his movies. He's got Baby Joey, he's got Crypto, he's got the fucking blobbering, like, silly jokes that no one laughed at in my theater. The man in the back crying away, the sports writer, I don't even know what his fucking name was, but like, it's just every guy fucking cried throughout this film. And I'm like, why are we doing this?
Except Mr. Terrific, though.
Yeah, because he's a strong black man. He's left children behind, so he knows how to keep those tears.
I think the mask prevented him from actually crying. Like, he just didn't allow his face to adjust.
But
that
even
way.
that, the garage door, like Mr. Terrific, like that's such a lame joke. I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, no,
like,
my theater didn't.
Oh yeah, I need to get
I said this on Badger's show. There were some half-hearted jokes from people, but no real laughter. And the jokes fail, but what shines through again is Corn Sweat being charming even when the jokes fail, and that is still very Superman. But beyond that, the beyond the marketing for this film, because again, terrible, that ruined so much of the movie was the marketing. But there was also this aspect of how do I want to say this? The emotional beats that worked. There was two, and they were the only two that I thought needed to work. They weren't undercut with jokes, and should the others have also worked and not been undercut with jokes? Yes, absolutely. But the two most important ones did hit, and those were the ones between him and Pa Kent.
Hi, Sassy.
And I'm how no? There's no jokes about those or anything.
Because Pa Kent was awkward. It was an awkward conversation because he came across as a very simpleton, almost like I
I'm glad you
don't
said
want
that.
to say this because he didn't come across as a like even the Ma Kent like oh mush like he was belittled like every male was belittled throughout the movie like except for
I
Mr.
didn't see
Terrific.
that. Oh, I don't see how I was
And
belittling like that.
Dude,
My grandma.
everybody was crying.
Oh,
Every male like I'm not
that's not
talking about even
inherently belittling. Men cry. That's not inherently belittling.
Yeah.
It
no,
depends on how
but
it's
having
done.
it once, like with if you would have had that in like with Pa Kent, that would have been fine. But every male in that movie was crying. It was trying to send a message, and I just think by that point, it was just like, oh, for fuck's sake, like seriously. And it was an awkward moment between the two because even the hug, it was like a side hug. When you hug a retard, you hug him from the side. Like you just like it's like you're like comfort him, like it's okay. I don't really want to touch you, but it's okay.
I mean,
That's how it was. It was just not. It was not a full embracing moment. It was awkward, dude. It was.
I know, like Leon said, Mom and Pop Kent should be kind of Southern, have that accent, but like again, watching Smallville with my kid right now and seeing John Snyder and Ned O'Toole, and then watching Mom and Pop Kent, they felt almost. I'm sorry, I said too hillbilly in this film. Like their accents,
Agreed.
were so fucking thick in the dialogue. Let's go watch John Snyder. Go see other versions of Paul Kent, even Lewis and Clark with Dean Cain. Like they can't.
Yeah. So let's
They,
talk
they're
about the
they're
Kents.
redneck. They're redneck as fuck in this film. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the one aspect of characters we haven't talked about really at length yet is are the Kents, Ma and Pa Kent.
I think your mic's a bit low.
Mine is.
No, he's fine.
He's
Is he
fine. I
fine?
can hear him.
I'm hearing all of you guys fine, but Nick sounds quiet to me.
Really?
He's
That's
fine for
weird.
all of
That's
us.
probably Evie Cucks doing its thing. It does.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Won't be on it much longer. It's okay. I didn't mind them to a degree, right? Like I definitely think they were strong on like the accent side. But there again, like just seeing the different portrayals, like from Smallville, from 78 series, from Man of Steel, like I know everyone's gonna have their different takes, and that's totally fine. But I just wasn't as convinced in this movie with his parents as I was with other other actors, I guess. And even just from again, like not to talk a lot about the masculinity here, but it's okay for men to be emotional, but at a certain stance, right? Like there are plenty of other movies out there where main characters do get emotional, but there's usually like a good cause from it. There's something that like kind of pushes them to that point. You know, like I mean, fuck, even like Aragorn in Lord of the Rings, he gets emotional a couple times, but it's like he sees his fellow brethren like completely murdered, right? Like those are technically his people. He's supposed to be leading those people that are fucking dead. Like the villages being burned by the Haradrim, right? Like that's gonna get to you, especially when you're so close to the end here in the war. But do you see Pa Kent getting emotional to this level that he did in this film and other films, or even like in series? And it's like, so why did James Gunn decide to do that when Pa Kent is supposed to help strengthen Superman when Superman is, or rather not Superman, when Clark Kent is feeling down, right? Because it's like, you know,
maybe I, as a Midwestern son, maybe I can explain this because I've seen my grandfather who's my dad. I've seen my dad do this with me because when you're out in public, when you're at Walmart, when you're at the restaurant, you are a strong dad. When you're disciplining your kid, you're a strong dad. But man, every now and again, you've got those moments where it's a moment of privacy between you and your son, you and your father, whatnot. And that comes through. Like I've seen, again, I'm very close to the Kansas border, from Missouri. This is the way that Ma Kent talks to Pa Kent. God rest my granny's soul. My whole life, I saw her talk to her husband, my grandfather, that way, and to me, it's endearing and adorable. So, is there bias in this? Absolutely, I'm biased, but also, it is realistic to this part of the country and the archetypes we have around here as real people. So that's why it works so much for me. Is like, yeah, this is literally what I grew up with. This is Kansas, Missouri, Kentucky. This is how we act.
Which I said, Leon, I can understand what they're trying to go for that setting, but like watching this film, every second that Mom and Kent were on screen, this did not seem like two people that raised Superman.
They felt like it was like James Gunn was trying to poke fun at like middle class
Yes.
America more than
Yes.
anything. And
Yeah.
it's again because we're thrown into the middle of this and we're not seeing an origin story. It's really crucial that the characters that raised Clark Kent should reflect why he is the way he is before the whole fake terrorism thing or whatever happens. And I didn't feel like these were parents and a child whatsoever. The
I
chemistry was really
agree.
off. Yeah.
1938.
It
Yeah,
was
the problem is that Gunn was so terrified of doing another origin story because every Superman movie's done it and whatnot. When sorry, there are some aspects of that we do fucking need.
yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
And
even
that
for
was one of them. I
sorry.
would have rather that Pa and Ma Kent were just not in there whatsoever. It wouldn't have changed the plot. It wouldn't have changed Clark Kent as a character. Wouldn't have changed Superman's arc. It really just kind of felt to a middle finger to probably the
Yeah.
like the audience that would really
Good
enjoy a
one.
Superman story most.
That's what I said. He needs to apologize to Middle America because, like,
Yeah, 'cause
it was just really awkward, and it made him look simple. Like,
that's what I'm
Sultans.
saying. It's like,
And,
like
and it was
Clark,
just like that's not a good portrayal.
Mhm.
yeah, well, it's like even Ma Kent, like, well, Clark, okay, your dad's on a speakerphone right here. I got this smartphone and the buttons right here. I'm having trouble with the buttons. Like they're stupid as fuck. It's like they don't
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
It's 2025. Even my mom is
Dude,
65.
my
She
grandma,
doesn't even-
every single time I try and Venmo my grandmother some
Yeah.
money, she calls me afterwards asking how to accept it. I've been
Okay,
Venmoing
so
my grandmother money
how-
for 2.5
how
years.
how would
Still
you
doesn't know how to
remember though?
accept it without me walking her through it.
Anybody 50 and under, I mean, the Kents aren't that old. If Clark is 30, they're what in their 50s. Like you tell me
Well,
2025.
not necessarily. I mean, who knows how old they were when they
Yeah.
found because remember
Yeah.
they didn't give birth to him. They could have been
Found
in their
him.
fucking 40s or 50s when the
Ship.
pod landed in
Pod,
their
yeah,
farm
pod,
yard.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
the age I don't actually think matters.
That's what I'm just saying. But these two are struggling in 2025 with modern technology. Like you're dumb as fuck. Like Clark, I can't tie my
Yeah,
shoelaces.
that's
Clark.
real. I literally see my grandmother, dude. I had to order my mother's internet because she wasn't sure how. I had to go to and I had to set up the Netflix because she can't live without Netflix. But she also has to ask me daily, effectively, how it works. I happily send my grandmother money on Venmo. Have been doing it for 2
Yeah.
years. Every single time after the money is due her, she calls to ask, "Okay, how do I put this in my account?" I've been explaining it fucking every month or so for 2.5 years. Yet she can't do it. And I love it.
I get
But
that. I
is real.
get that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
get that.
awesome.
It's just it's the burrito thing that threw me off.
Yeah,
Like,
both are-
oh, Mush, don't
Yeah.
eat burritos. You're gonna shit your pants again. Like,
Yeah,
like,
you're supposed to
I
be
mean,
the
like,
people
I
that
don't
raised
even.
the people that raised Superman can't even fucking work a telephone. That raised
I think
the most powerful being on the planet. Like,
Yeah, like, look, a
no.
lot. There's a lot of like elderly folks that are parents that struggle with technology. Like, can they use it? Yes. Like like my parents use their cell phones just fine. Granted, I've showed them things and kept them up to date on how to do things. How to manage their PC and so forth.
Sorry,
I mean, like,
this just occurred to me when I was in the theater because I've told you guys this. I was sitting next to a man in his 60s, and he was taking his parents, who must have been in their 90s. They had smartphones. The son, the 6-year-old man, actually had to walk his mom through sending an email, and then she asked, I swear to God, she said, "Are we watching Batman versus Superman?"
No.
And he goes, "No, mom, this is the new Superman. It's just Superman." Like, and to see this guy who, again, he's to my eyes an old man in his 60s, but to see him gently and kindly explain to her what this new Superman movie was, it was adorable. But again, it was very much like she had a Midwestern accent. So it was like I saw this IRL right before the movie started. It was adorable.
that's sweet. But
I do have to bounce, but I will see some of you guys tonight. Hopefully, see all of you guys late night Gooch and
Yep.
gang. Everyone, take care. And
Cheers, Gooch.
better
Good to
Gooch.
see you,
Thanks for
bro.
jumping on, buddy. Appreciate
Yes.
it, man.
stay Gucci,
See you later
everyone.
tonight. Yeah, I get that, and that's totally fine. I forgot what she called and I meant to ask you that, Leon. And I know else in like that area. Like, she called like the something's going on the tube or something like that. She was referring to something on the TV or whatever it was.
So
Which
just-
I get. Everyone has like different names. Like people call it the remote, like the clicker or like the switcher, stuff like that, which is fine depending on like what area of the the United States or world.
My
you live
grandma
in.
called the remote the click clacker.
Click clacker.
I shit you not, she called it the click clacker.
clacker.
I remember when my grandpa's eyesight got bad, he ordered himself one of those giant remote controls, and my grandma excitedly was like, "You guys see old man's new big click clacker?" Like,
click clacker.
So I felt Clark watching you on a television, and your dad had just the bunny ears, you know.
Yeah, and look, I didn't have a mind with the I didn't mind the acting. Like Gord said, I thought the actors for what they were given did a fine job. I think that is
Yep,
probably my
agree.
take for a majority of the movie. But it's what is given to them and how they deliver it is the issue. You know, the way they look, didn't really care. That didn't bother me. I'm like, nah, that kind of makes sense. You know, from kind of living in that far off but of Kansas, right? Like you're living on a fucking farm in the middle of BFE in Kansas. Like I totally get that.
Kent loves to eat, I tell you.
He does, and that's what makes me think he's gonna die next, and he's gonna die in the sequel. Diabetes from fucking diabetes or something like that. And like, here's the issue though. Like, wouldn't Kent be like at that point? I feel like Clark would be able to see like, Dad, like your fucking blood's all screwed up from what I can see. You need to lose weight and stop eating.
Holy shit!
Holy shit! My dad died from a fucking heart attack. Like, I could have done something. I'm all boo boo kitty now. Like, let Justice Gang, fight off Bizarro, and then the sequel. That's the type of shit that's gonna happen.
It's terrific. The nanobot drone to his dad's arteries.
Oh, listen. Oh my god, the nanites. Don't get me started on that shit. That kind of pissed me off. Holy fuck.
We all know that Superman holds his breath. Come on, he does that. He doesn't fly in space indefinitely. He holds his breath for hours at a time.
Not only that, but I was just like, why couldn't he just keep flying into fucking space? He just stopped.
Stop thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, he could have just.
I thought he was gonna do was once he got so high, free fall, because he can catch fire and survive it and whatnot. Maybe she couldn't. I thought he was gonna like use like how asteroids come in and burn up. That's what I thought he was gonna do to him, but that's not what ended up happening. I was like, oh, well, that was gay. I would have loved to see this bitch burn and crisp and whatnot. Because I wouldn't have cared if Superman killed him. Superman, they talk about his no kill rule and whatnot. At this point, they're putting shit in his lungs and they hurt his dog. Superman could kill him. I wouldn't give a fuck.
But this is exactly what I was referring to when I watched last night. She's like, oh, I should probably stop smoking these things, right? Mm-hmm. And he's like, oh, well, your lungs are fine for now, The other thing I wanted to mention when we were talking about Mr. Terrific, because I made this point when I was talking to Sammy on our DMs, was that we were talking about how Lex's message was doctored, obviously on the talk of his parents. Mm-hmm. But the one thing is, the movie tries to make Mr. T a very intellectual, person, right? Except he falls easily to the questioning of the possibility of it being doctored. It's like, oh no, those professionals, they know what the fuck they're talking about. Like it's definitely true, bro. And I'm like, but shouldn't you be smart enough to be like, well, maybe let me take a look at myself, or it's possible because Lex is an evil guy that he's probably just doing it to get at you. Like those two things didn't really click for his.
If I had to headcanon it would be because he is still under the employ of Maxwell Lord, and so Maxwell Lord is he's one of those tech bros and whatnot, and so he's the trivia words for him. But that's still a flimsy ass excuse.
If I had to headcanon it, bruh, this is where we're at.
Yeah, I don't like that I had it. By the way, I'm using it as a negative, not a positive.
I know you are, but it's just it's so ridiculous that we go to see a film and we still have to default to, well, if I had to headcanon why this works.
I saw people headcanning like, oh, I bet you Brainiac is pulling the strings, and that's how Lex Luthor got the translation, and that's how Lex Luthor figured out how to open the thing and do this.
Jesus.
Maybe like, yeah, that'd be cool if that was hinted at all, but
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Enzo.
Hello. I like this movie. I thought it was okay. It was better than average. It was better than I hate the Man of Steel movies. So I enjoyed it for what it was, which was a dumb comic book movie. I was saying in the chat that the problem with Dark Knight is like people expect the superhero movies to be like The Godfather now. And it's like they can't just be like, The Fifth Element, like a dumb, fun, stupid adventure ride. Now,
whoa, hold on. The Fifth Element is not dumb nor stupid.
It was written by a 15-year-old.
But it wasn't dumb nor was it.
It was written by a horny 13-year-old Frenchman.
I mean, I get what you're saying, Enzo, but like we can still have movies that have like some semblance of character, some semblance of arc. Like the the Tim Burton Batman movie is a great example of it's still comic booky and still pretty schlocky, but there's a through line. The character has an arc. There's a story that you can follow. They're not just throwing things at a wall to keep you watching, sort of deal. So
yeah.
yeah, I get where you're coming from, but it's, I think that does a disservice to the genre then, and just to comic book readers as well.
Well, I like how this movie is causing lively debate that isn't like soul draining. Like like, oh, we got to talk about the Acolyte or fucking Wakanda or whatever, Ironheart, whatever show. It's like, do we? But it's like, I feel like people want to talk about this one, and it's fun to like nerd out about it. So that's good. Fun discourse. But yeah, as far as people, there were a lot of complaints about the previous superhero movies, Man of Steel, Superman movies, and like, yeah, Superman's too invulnerable, but now he's getting his ass kicked, and that's a problem. Yeah, like you said, it's like there's too many plot lines and stuff, and it's just like they're trying to do the exact opposite of the previous movies, but of course, like, yeah, it just can't make everybody happy. It's just too divisive. And like I said, like, I thought this movie was like a C. Like, still, I didn't love it, but it didn't piss me off. It did win me over by like the last 30 minutes. I thought the big kiss at the end was like warranted, felt good. It was good,
have you guys talked about Lois Lane yet on this stream?
She actually had stuff to do, unlike Amy Adams, but yeah, she's all right.
Not in length yet.
She might be aged out already, honestly, that actress.
She just turned 35, so yeah, she's definitely already aged out.
Yeah.
But just on the topic of
sucks.
Lois, I didn't feel that kiss was warranted at all, just because so much time of the movie is spent with her kind of talking down on her relationship with Clark. And then she just kind of goes on a savior mission because, of course, that's an easy way to try and bond and justify their relationship for that kiss. But it didn't feel earned. I didn't like Lois whatsoever. I think she was a terrible fucking character. She was a terrible romance interest. Like, I guess, yeah, she did more than at least Amy Adams did. But somehow she had, like, this version of Lois had less chemistry than Amy Adams' version of Lois, which was atrocious.
But it's like Enzo was saying, we're all friends here. No one's arguing. Everyone's having a good time, except for Leon.
Yeah.
Except for Leon, I like this panel. So,
I hate to say it, but like, yeah.
Listen, Leon's being held at gunpoint right now. He's being held.
I'm still here. I saw Enzo with his Superman hat, Nick with his Superman shirt. I'm trying to find my Superman shirt. I feel underdressed.
I find myself agreeing with a lot of what Leon's saying, even though he's not saying it the best. I'm like, oh no, get me on here so I can explain it better.
Yeah, like. I think a lot of us are kind of saying the same thing. Like I think we all have a really like the similar understanding of what we got here, and
right,
and that's why I made the comment earlier about after watching other Superman movies and thinking about some of the Superman shows that we've gotten along the way. Fuck, even the animated movies, which do a great job in portraying Superman. And it's like I want to see another solo Superman film. Not because you look at the last two movies we did get in the Superman cinema was the Snyder cut and Batman versus Superman. So like the last solo movie we got with Superman as the front and center star was Man of Steel. And I was hoping that James Gunn was be like, look, here's Superman right in the middle. There's going to be stuff that's orbiting him but it's not going to impact who he is and what he means to us. Yeah. And it all just kind of felt all jumbled. Like, we're going to make a mixing bowl but you're expecting to get a nice chocolate chip cookie? Nope, you're getting something else. Like
oatmeal raisin.
Yeah, exactly. Like
hold on, oatmeal raisin.
I don't mind.
You're getting fucking snickerdoodle, macadamia nut.
Kind of
white chocolate.
Yeah, to always bring it back food, like I would say this movie is not a steak, but it's a damn good burger. The problem is Man of Steel was trying to be like a fancy steak, but they like covered it with truffle oil and did a bunch of fancy. It's like
that's like
analogy. Nicholas Hoult in the menu trying to make his bullshit. That's kind of what Man of Steel was doing. They're trying to be like 5-star. They fucking shat on a plate on accident. Whereas this one was just like, like Leo's saying, it's like McDonald's, man.
Well, I'd say besides Gooch, I could only assume for you guys, but I didn't I didn't walk out of this film feeling like I hated it.
Right.
It wasn't like fucking Captain America 4. It wasn't Ironheart. It wasn't Snow Brown. It was just
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, we're all talking about how Mr. Terrific was great. The part that I laughed my ass off is when Lois Lane is talking about how I was going to break up with him, and he gives her the
Yeah.
death stare. You know, it's like, yes, shut up, woman. Like, it was such a great moment. I loved it.
like Enzo said, but even their kiss at the end, the second they have their big emotional kiss, first thing Perry White, hey, so how long have you been hooking up for? It's like,
yeah, about 3 months.
It's
I think
like,
that was great. That was great.
every emotional scene, but then, which is not a bad thing, but that's the problem. It's like with Thor Ragnarok,
I think
every emotional scene has to have a joke within 6 seconds.
I think there was a lot of jokes, but I felt like most of the time the problem with the jokes is there's not enough time to breathe, because like like after the kiss, like, you know, that's a big romantic moment, and okay, now it's awkward because everyone's like horny in the theater, so you have to tone it down with a joke. But you wait a second, and that's when, like, you know, how long have they been dating? The Marvel movies do not let them breathe. Whereas I felt like a lot of the jokes, there were a lot of jokes, but they weren't too. I don't know. They weren't big jokes, and they did wait a few seconds. But yeah, I mean, the point of this movie, I mean, Man of Steel, Superman, he's very powerful and awesome, but he's also just kind of got this like boyish naivety. About himself. That is, you know, it's endearing, but it's like, yeah, I mean, he's kind of like a kid almost. Like he's telling everyone his fake identity, his secret identity. He trusts everybody.
Retarded then.
Yeah, a little bit. Because I mean, a big complaint about Superman is he's too powerful. I mean, he's like a big demigod. He's invincible.
I think
he's stoic.
That's for Nick later. That's a whole different discussion, like which should be a segment, because what's the balance between like too powerful and not powerful, getting beat, never getting beaten? That's like
dude, yeah, this Superman would get fucking clowned on by Henry Cavill's Superman in a fight.
Oh, that's what I said. I was like,
Henry
Cavill's Superman would fucking mop this Superman.
Yeah, I mean, I know,
because
that's
also
easy.
Henry Cavill Superman is terrifying. I would hate to be in his presence. I'd be fear for my own life if he showed up. Whereas this Superman, I can like pat him on the back and be like, "Good job, Superman."
A good kind of fear, though.
I feel like I could like, like you kind of punch your buddy. You're like, "Hey, good job," like in the shoulder. I feel like I could do that to the Superman and wouldn't hurt my hand. I feel like if I were to punch to the same thing, the Cavill Superman, I'd be like, "Fuck, my knuckles are broken."
Yeah. Well, it's like Enzo said, if you go watch BVS, when he fucking lands and saves Lois, that's a terrifying moment. Like, I've never been actually afraid of Superman until BVS. He lands, he looks at the guy, and it's like, and Lois is like, as he just murders a guy through a fucking whole wall. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I want to talk about one particular shot in this movie that I loved. It's right after.
There's some good shots in this film, though.
He lives. There's a few good shots in this, but after he lives that building, that girl drives away in the car, and there's all the debris, and she looks in the rear view, and he's just ascending through the debris. That was fucking good.
That felt like Superman. I was like, why can't we get more of this in the movie?
And I think give
us more of that.
That's people that are giving us a praise that, like, I would even say I give it a 6 out of 10 because of shots like that. We'll give it a 6 out of 10 despite my criticisms.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like I haven't disagreed with a single criticism. You know? Like it's like, yeah, that's all there, like all those problems. But like you said,
the only criticism I disagree with from anybody is that he doesn't act like Superman. That's probably pushback. I was like, no, he absolutely does. Beyond that, all the rest of the criticisms that Vex, Goose, I will say I mostly agree with 100%.
Well, this is why Superman's my favorite character. Because he's the hardest character to write.
I agree.
And, you know, so when you get something that's like decent, you're like, hey, all right. Because it is hard to write a good Superman story that hasn't been done yet. Because, you know, how do you write an infallible character, you know, and make it interesting, you know?
Do we think he's harder to write than Batman?
Yeah,
for sure.
100%.
For sure.
Absolutely. He is the hardest character to write stories for. Because, like, as a writer, you have to think, like, what would Superman do, you know? Not what you would do.
True.
On top of Kevin Smith, is for all his flaws, would say that he's hard to write because two things: either he's so overpowered where it's fucking boring, or then he's so underpowered, like this film, where he's getting his ass kicked. It's hard to balance. Like, how do you write a character in the comics? And Leah knows this. The shit he's done in the comics, where he can literally do anything, to the point where he can fly into the sun and get more powerful. He can travel to the sixth dimension. He can destroy universes by sneezing. Like, what the fuck, guys? Like, that's why he's so hard to write, because when he can do literally anything, becomes a problem.
Yeah, one of my favorite Superman comics is Peace on Earth with Alex Ross, where he tries to fight world hunger. You know, there's no supervillains or anything, and he goes to like the United Nations, you know, and he's like talking about how he needs like grain for these countries and stuff. And yeah, it was cool. that kind of stuff, you know. But yeah, like I said, I think this is a good standalone superhero movie, Superman movie. I don't like the idea of this being a big branching point for a franchise, and
Agreed.
you
I
know,
agree.
like if like I was saying with Shin Godzilla, they didn't do a sequel to Shin Godzilla. They did Godzilla -1, which was just like a
Right.
whole nother. For the next Superman movie, just do Superman 1938, and just let's just try to think. Not everything needs to be a damn multiverse, cinematic universe. It's just annoying. People don't make standalone films anymore.
I don't fucking care about a DCU. Like, to be fair,
Right.
I was
True.
pretty MCU'd out by about halfway through phase 2, but like, I was like, we're already this far. Let's see it through. I don't give a shit about a DCU. I care about a Superman movie.
Which
You
I
know?
agree with you. That's the problem is, but none of us here are executives because Warner Brothers is too busy checking fucking boxes, trying to like whatever's the next big thing and the spin-offs and sidequels and requels, and that's the issue.
Yeah, this movie felt like what was it? The episode of the WB cartoon show that I never watched. That's kind of the vibe it felt like.
Although-
Oh, Superman the Animated Series, which
Yeah.
gets heavily overshadowed by Batman the Animated Series, but it's actually pretty damn good.
Well, yeah. Batman the animated show is amazing though. So
Which I like the cartoons animation. My only criticism as a kid was like, boy, Clark gets fucked up so much in that show. Where I'm like,
He
okay,
does.
I don't mind him losing some, but Jesus Christ, like he every episode he's getting the shit kicked out of him. I was like, okay, like have him win one fight in this cartoon.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know a lot of
Honestly,
people.
Peepers, about that comment, we all want Henry Cavill Superman. I mean this is a positive. I'm glad Henry's done with Superman. At this point,
Yeah.
there is no coming back, barring like some sort of 5-10 years from now, James Gunn decides to do like a crossover event with old movies or whatnot, kind of like Spider-Verse did. Barring that, Cavill's done.
dude,
And I've made my peace with that, and I'm happy with that. I don't want Cavill for this anymore.
dude, honestly, we watched Man of Steel, me and Blue Collar recently, and like he was balding then. You know, he doesn't have the right hairline. You know, he's got that that notch up here.
They can wear a wig though. You know what I'm
How
saying?
dare
Like,
you?
Yeah.
How dare
Yeah,
you speak ill of Henry?
I'm pretty sure this Superman wore a wig, which is fine.
But Patty, it's funny you say that because there was the possibility of making this happen. I mean, obviously, I would be dubbed as too old now, but I mean,
His hair is
we
fine.
want old
Oh,
Superman.
I see it. I see it.
Mhm.
I see the vision.
We want an older Superman.
Keep
Superman
it
should
up
be
a little bit
someone.
longer. I'm almost finished.
Well, that's
Are
the
you
thing is,
posing topless
Yes.
in that photo, Nick?
of course,
oh, I am actually, yeah,
Oh my God.
I absolutely am.
he's totally nude. If you actually see the full photo, it's like a whole body shot.
What goddamn Lube. We should
You
Uh,
can see his
You guys can
kryptonite.
screenshot that, for yourself, pause it, get back in like 38 seconds. You're totally fine. No, so the funny thing about that picture was I was actually doing a modeling gig for men's board shorts.
Whoa. Tell us more.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thing. Yeah. That
But
was
yeah,
a
I
while
mean-
ago.
I do want Superman to have this kind of I know it sucks because I'm like 40, almost 40 now, so it's harder to get a Superman that I look up to, as like a father
Is that
type
a
figure,
deal,
older
man?
man. But like this Superman was the first time I felt like, hey there, little guy, chap, like a younger guy, a younger Superman. That was weird. That was a weird.
Well,
that was a weird thing in the theater.
Almost
to
like
feel.
almost like to what Liam was saying. The thing is, I never thought I'd see Tobey Maguire at 50 come back as Spider-Man, so you never know.
Yeah, too bad that movie sucked
I
dick.
mean-
Aside from him coming back as Spider-Man,
Dude, I agree.
but
I did not like that movie.
That's why
and
the
I
two,
knew-
but because Toby Andrew in it's why the $2.5 billion for.
Well, see, I knew that movie wasn't good because I knew all the spoilers going
Hey,
in,
there's
and
an
I was
idea.
like totally bored watching it. If you can watch a movie and still enjoy it, knowing the spoilers, then you got something good there. It's a good movie. But yeah, that Spider-Man movie. Ugh. But that's the other thing I didn't like.
I didn't like it out of the theater.
I didn't like how they were doing
I
the.
can actually say, it might technically be a better written film, but my enjoyment factor for Spider-Man is my favorite superhero of all time. By the way, Superman coming in number 2. I enjoyed this more than I enjoyed No Way Home for sure.
Uh-huh.
Weird take.
Little meme from Jacob Ironside. We told you a threesome would be too much for you, but you kept yelling, "I'm Batman." It was dark and you grabbed the wrong ass, Clark. That's why I was shouting, "I'm Batman."
Oh, did you guys cover the stupid hypno glasses thing as well?
Oh, I forgot about that.
That's,
Not yet.
Because it's such a throwaway,
Okay.
it's such a throwaway line, but yeah, it's in there. Yeah.
Well,
It-
at least Go ahead.
No, go
Well,
ahead. Go ahead.
I mean,
That
at
was
least
great, Jacob.
they did have some throwaway line because like everyone always jokes about the glasses. You
Yeah,
know?
that's true. Yeah.
Just didn't need to be in there. Just let
Yeah.
us suspend our disbelief. Not everything needs to
Exactly.
be explained.
Yeah. The other thing I
And
didn't
to
like
be fair,
was
that is an explanation from the comics. So, like
Yeah,
for
no,
comic nerds,
I don't
it's
give
nice.
a fuck. I don't
Leon's
No,
give a
right,
I
though.
know you don't, but at the end of the day, Vex, there are different types of ways to go about making these adaptations because your core audience does need to be the people that read these books, because those are going to be the people that go out and talk about how good
Yeah.
it was. They're going to spread the word.
Yeah.
Word of mouth is a far more powerful tool than social media or commercials or anything will be. So if you can please the comic book fans, that's your ticket to a dub.
yeah.
I think you can do that with other things, but when you do stupid fucking throwaways like that for stupid fucking things that were probably stupid in the comics as well, it's unnecessary. That's all. I
Fair
think
enough.
there's
Okay, that's a fair
there's a
answer
lot
to
of better ways that you can work Easter eggs into a story. Like that
Oh,
just
yeah.
felt unnecessary because it's not even something that comes up again. It's not something that has any weight or bearing on how secondary or tertiary characters view Clark or Superman.
Would
So
you guys say that I have seen one praise to Vex, like for comic book fans, that people that did like this film said that this is a very comic book movie because they take a lot of elements from the comics into this film.
mhm.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
I don't know if you guys agree with that. I mean, it does.
Yes.
There are a lot of, especially, but remember the whole fucking Superman zooming around with the laser beams and stuff and punching the teeth and him. It is comic booky.
Specifically, it's a very Silver Age comic book.
Yeah.
Because, that's the thing is like a lot of the comic books in the later days started getting more serious and more grounded and more epic. And, that's the thing about DC is like the DC characters, the Marvel characters are like, fallible humans with superpowers, whereas the DC superheroes are like demigods, And
definitely.
it's too serious. It's too hardcore. It's too pretentious, honestly. At least when it's with the Snyder movies. But like, for instance, like with this movie, one of the things I didn't like either, and I know they do this in the comics, but I don't like it when Clark Kent has got this Peter Parker thing where he like interviews Superman. Like Clark Kent is better when he like does smaller like local news and sports, things like that. He shouldn't be like attracting a lot of attention to himself. He's not Bruce Wayne,
Right.
Yeah.
So that's a good point because, like, I mean, again, after watching the Christopher Reeves, just the way he presents himself as Clark Kent, the way he acts
It's
to everyone else, it's just like it's night and day difference, between how we get Clark Kent
He's
in
checking
this
his glasses.
movie.
He's hunched over. He's tripping and falling.
But even the way he speaks is different. I know that's just
Lois.
Gee, Lois.
Hey,
Well, like
Lois.
in the beginning, it's like, Lois, I have something to tell you. Oh, nothing. It's just, no, it's fine. Never mind.
He truly does play two different characters.
Yeah.
We should have Clark Kent do like a full blown like Jerry Lewis, like Professor Fink. I almost
Well, almost to piggyback that to what Enzo was saying and to Vex, like some people are saying like what they like about this film. Many people feel like for kids 10 and under versus like say the Man of Steel, this is so comic book and so lighthearted. People want to bring their kids, a 6-year-old, to see this versus Man of Steel because it's so lighthearted and dumb that a lot of kids will like this more, especially with crypto.
Yeah, I saw people like it's the first Jewish Superman, and it's like he's he's a parable to Moses, right? That's why Man of Steel was lame because they're trying to compare him to Jesus, and it's like if anything he's more of a Moses allegory because was Shooter and Siegel, they're big Jews from New York.
Yeah.
Before we go further, I do have to bounce out. I've got to do my charity for the day, my good deed for the day, which is to game with some blacks. So
you poor thing.
Take it easy, Leo.
I'm gonna spend
Thanks for
some
coming on, buddy. I
time with
appreciate
some
it.
people that with some of Mr. Terrific's people, some jive
People that
turkeys.
didn't have fathers growing up. It's
People that didn't have fathers. So yeah, I'm gonna go play some Peak on stream with New Black Street and
Oh, nice.
Nick, this was awesome. Thank you so much for having me on, brother. I can't
dude,
wait
thanks for
to
being here,
discuss
man.
this even further tomorrow on Countercast.
Yes.
So I think
Shall be
is
continued.
everybody in this panel coming on for Countercast tomorrow? I'm not sure.
what time is it tomorrow?
6
Central.
CST.
So that's 7 Eastern.
Yeah.
Yeah,
7
7
Eastern.
Eastern.
Vex.
Yeah, count me in as a maybe. If I get everything else done, count me in as a maybe.
Blue, Fake Wizard, Enzo, Nick. Enzo, are you coming? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll be
down. We'll see what Megan and them are doing tomorrow. Probably. I'm down.
Perfect. All right. Well, I will see you then, and some of you on Gooch's and Niet's stream. And great talk. Movie is I will give it a not as good as Man of Steel or Cavill out of 10, but I still did enjoy my time with it.
Very
True
nice.
that.
Fair enough.
Cheers,
Cool.
bro.
Later, Leon.
There's
That's a good assessment. I mean, I
Yeah,
said,
for sure.
and I told someone Enzo Nick Blake when I went Tuesdays to IMAX showing, it was earlier because the Amazon Prime, but like it was sold out. People at the end were just like this, like
Yeah, I
cheering
had
and
people
stuff. I
clap
mean,
in my theater too.
love or hate it, but I haven't been to a film in a long time where people walked out clapping. That is rare, especially nowadays where everyone wanting to hate Disney and shit and Marvel.
I think it literally is like, I agree with the sentiment, like, oh, we've been getting so much shit that we're celebrating mediocrity. But at the same time, I think like we're winning the culture war. So like I don't think it needs to be so heavily hammered. Like I think we can kind of breathe a little and be like, yeah, that movie was like I said, it didn't pit off. It didn't make any like they kind of ruined Jor-El a little bit, but that's much better than ruining Paul Kent. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, we haven't talked about the whole
Jor-El revelation.
Yeah, his parents, his biological parents situation.
And like I said, I saw people coping like it's probably Brainiac with a fake message, and I'm like, okay, even if that's true, like, still, you know, it's not good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I've seen some people say it could be like a red herring and whatnot, but that we're also presuming that this is going to get a sequel, or that that's actually going to play a pivotal part in a sequel. Like it might. But there again, like we're also assuming that the other part of this DC EU that James Gunn is building is also going to be inherently good, make money that warrants more films. Because at this point, I guarantee you that some people will still try to give other shows or movies. Like people are going to watch Lantern's show. People will probably go see Supergirl with Millie Alcock in it. But there again, if those shows or movies are also mid.
Yeah.
Then people are going to fall off, kind of like they have with the MCU here in the past couple of phases. People are going to be like, "This show's terrible. This movie's terrible," and we're uninterested. We're not going to give our money or our time to watch these James Gunn iterations.
Yeah, that's one thing, Nick. Going into this, I would say everybody, assuming here on the panel and in the chat, is that at least people were looking forward, better for seeing this film. But I don't know anybody, online friends, offline friends, who want to see Fantastic Four. I don't know anybody just
Yeah, that's another film I've had friends be like, dude, just give it a chance, man. It's gonna be better than you think. And I'm like, absolutely not. I mean, I might still go see it in the theater. I don't have tickets yet or anything like that, but you know, I saw there was a new teaser clip that came out today. I don't know if people have seen that yet. It's basically more on the lines of Johnny Storm trying to kind of be like, a womanizer, except he's trying to womanize Shallabal, Silver Surfer, female Silver Surfer. Yeah. And I'm like, bro, why would you go after that? Like,
I know a way to save the world.
He's like, I can fix her, right? Like, no, bro, that's one.
I've got a crazy idea to spare her.
You wouldn't want to fix at all.
I hate how every time we see Johnny Storm in the commercials, he's got like flame on and his head is like not on fire, so you can see his stupid face and he can talk. It's just like, why?
Are we saying good or bad things? What's up, Anthony? I mean, honestly, like, I think everything we've been saying is validated on as far as critiques go. I mean, I don't think we've been like, power bombing it.
No, we're fighting each other. Like we all hate each other right now. We're just
fuck
tired.
you, Vex. You're wrong.
So far, Leon insulted Gooch. Gooch got all pissed off, and then insulted Leon. Leon got all pissed off. It's like, I'm gonna go, play games with black people. His words, not mine. You can rewind the stream. And we were like, yo, whoa, bro. Like, that's
because Vex is whole Mr. Terrific. It's why.
Yeah. Like, listen, bro, Mr. Terrific was, a character in the film. Like, let's be respectful here.
I think a big issue is like, the post YouTube critic sphere world we live in. I think people watch movies now, like while they're watching it, they're compiling lists of like pros and cons, like while they're watching it. I think that's detrimental to enjoing the movie,
Wait, that's how critics view movies?
I hope not. That's not how I'm watching it. I don't know. You can't be writing your review while you're watching it.
Right.
Like, good one.
The first time I go into a movie, I'm just trying to go in without any. This is why I avoid watching trailers past the first one, because there's too many spoilers. So actually, a lot of things in like Jurassic World Rebirth, I didn't even know were in that movie because I didn't watch past the first trailer. But I'll avoid reviews as well until I've seen the movie. But I just kind of go in with a blank slate and just, But then I'll come out of it and just like there are things that I remember, and then if I decide to make a video on it, then I'll go back and rewatch it
Right.
and look for the things that caught my eye or issues or pros or whatever. But yeah, going into every movie like that is like, how do you don't enjoy movies then, bro?
Right.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
you're right. Facts.
like Nadia was like, I hope you went into the movie with an open mind. I was like, why wouldn't I go see this movie with an open mind?
I saw
like,
one asshole saying like, I hated this movie. I walked out in 24 minutes. I'm like, you didn't see it.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
You saw
idiot?
the fucking intro, and that's it. Like you didn't
saw
even see the
basically
first
stuff in the
act.
commercials. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You saw everything that had already been leaked or shown online. Like you know what I'm saying? And
that is a huge issue though. Like the fact that the first
yeah.
hour of this movie I had already seen
Or known
I didn't
about.
even watch those clips in full too, and I had seen them.
See, I actually like that. Like all the trailer stuff is all from like basically first and maybe second act stuff and a little bit of the final stuff, but like trying to keep all the stuff in the third act kind of like to a bare minimum in the promotional stuff. I thought that, and then not with just Superman. I think they should do that with most big spectacle movies like this.
Agreed.
I guess what there's value in that, I suppose, but it just most of the movie wasn't really a surprise to me because again, at the same time, there's so much going on that whatever was kept secret in the third act didn't really wow me. And it was one of those things where it was almost like James Gunn knew that, people are going to be making videos on this. People are reviewing this on the internet. So I need to put out as much good footage as possible for them.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it felt like with the amount of stuff that we like. The fact that you can basically piece together, like, and I'm sure someone has done it because someone did this with like the raft boat scene in Jurassic World Reboot, where they just from all the trailers they just pieced it together into one like 6-minute long video.
Yep.
But if you wanted to, you could probably like the first hour of this film you could probably find on YouTube just from trailers and clips alone, in one video.
100%. Like, and it's like even when you see him fighting you see Superman fighting like a guy in a suit, most of us already kind of presume like that's got to be Ultraman. Yeah. Without even seeing the damn film.
I thought it was either Ultraman or it was either Ultraman in the beginning or Lex Luthor at the end in like a big suit. That's what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. So I think in some cases, and Gunn did pull from the comics. I think I can give him that. And this does have a aesthetically brighter take, especially after watching Steel again last night, like where it's darker, it's grittier, it has a more serious tone to it. This one tries to have a more uplifting tone because that's what Gunn was initially going for. But there again, I think in some cases that is missed because of the reliance on other people. Where yes, they may not all have been like planned out because people in the movie kind of made their choices. Like Lois made the choices. The Justice Gang made their choices, whether they knew that Superman was in over his head or people just suddenly turned on him like on a dime, or they realized like, well, we kind of do need Superman here because we don't know if we can stop it ourselves. So here we are trying to save him like Mr. Terrific does with Lois, the pocket dimension, which I don't know what you guys think of him having a pocket dimension in this movie. Like where did he stumble? I think he
honestly, the fact that he can just recreate the Big Bang but he can't kill fucking Superman is retarded.
Yeah, I was like
come on.
Sure.
Like he's that again, like the movie tries to make him seem like he's this maniacal genius, but then he gets outsmarted in the end. Like, and sure. I mean, I kind of laughed at the part where Crypto comes in and starts ragdolling him across the desks.
That was also the problem. It was so serious.
It was very Hulk and Loki kind of moment.
It was very much so. But yeah, I don't know. Like there's, again, like I mentioned this earlier. Like, there's just something about the way Lex is portrayed in this. And again, I don't think it's Nicholas Holt's fault by any means. I think it's just the script part of what Gunn has created here. And again, like if we're talking about what this sets up in the future, I don't know. Like, does this jump straight into a Justice League movie? Are we going to get other characters that, like, let's say as an example, Supergirl movie comes out, will
Yeah.
David Gordon Sweat Superman make a cameo in that? Because he's contracted for another movie, which
Who
and
is?
David Corn Sweat.
Okay.
He's contracted for another movie, and I can't remember where I saw it today, but there was someone had made a post saying that, what do we call the Superman 2 sequel? And James Gunn commented on it saying something kind of like, let's see here. I'll pull it up. Because this was kind of, I don't know, just I'll see what you guys think, because it was kind of weird for him to say this.
Oh God, what are you saying now?
Superman 2 come out. Define Superman 2. Like,
That boy.
like the fuck
Yeah, that's
you
what
mean
I
define
hope
Superman
that
2?
I hope that we do get a Superman 2 before we get a World's Finest or Justice League movie. You know what I mean? Like, just take your time with the character.
The way I read this as is like, I didn't make a Superman movie. I made an everything else in the DC universe movie with Superman on the title. So
I
tell
kind of
me
think of
what's-
this.
you know?
I think of this more as like, hey, the next movie is going to be like a Batman v Superman. Is that going to be Superman 2? Probably not. The next like standalone Superman movie will probably not be for a while.
I don't think we were going to get a standalone Superman movie at all, because this wasn't
Right.
a standalone
Right,
Superman movie.
Yeah.
So I feel like if David
right.
Cornsweet is signed on for another film, it'll be another one of these things where it's just like, oh, I can use Superman to just present a bunch of elements in the universe I want to make. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the comments were kind of funny, but I agree with you, Vex. I don't know, and that kind of I hate when EV Monk says that. It kind of saddens me a little bit.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned before, I wanted to see a solo standalone Superman where it's not other people kind of getting involved, and I don't care the fact that happens, because it's like there are plenty of animated movies where he has help. He has the Justice League. He has Batman. He has Flash or Cyborg or Green Lantern. You name it. That they're doing something else, helping to that degree. But it would be nice to have another solo movie where it's just like, let's appreciate everything that David Cornswick could put into this character.
For sure.
Not just Superman, but also for Clark Kent. Let's see some maturity from Clark Kent. Let's see his character arc evolve.
Yeah.
Over the way. I'd like to see a more mature Superman as well, because we haven't gotten that in a long time.
Nope.
Which we are due for that. We do, like, and I hate to use this expression, but we fucking deserve a mature Superman that knows what the fuck he's doing. That when faced with a great adversary, he knows what needs to be done, whether he lives or dies. And I understand like people don't want to see Doomsday again. Like, we haven't seen Darkseid done properly or full effect.
Yeah.
But there are other villains, like we've said numerous times already. Like there are other villains that could pose a threat.
I could pull up right now.
I was looking forward to, like, maybe not in the extent of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson being Black Adam, but I think it would have been interesting to see Superman fight a Black Adam character in the film, and how that sort of all comes together. Which I know we got fucking played by The Rock. We got played by Warner Brothers, and maybe more so Warner Brothers than The Rock. But the point where they had to force that post-credit scene of having Henry Cavill face off against Black Adam, which a lot of people wanted to see that. And people wanted to see Henry Cavill fight The Rock.
Well,
People wanted to see both of them in the gym, getting all macho. Which, I mean, I was one of those guys. I'm like, they're both fucking built. Whether or not they're natty or not is remains to be seen. But I think Henry is definitely natty. Dwayne's definitely not natty.
No.
I think Henry might have roided for the first Superman
cycle?
movie.
Maybe.
Yeah, he might have cycled a little bit, but I don't think he's actively roiding. Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's mostly natural.
Yeah. We're gonna say Enzo or Chris?
Just like as far as knowing DC, I mean, we're probably gonna get a Superman movie, then a Supergirl movie, and then jump straight to Kingdom Come or whatever. Like they can't take their time.
Yeah, that's the whole problem, Nick. It's like when people see Iron Man 1,
Draconis.
take away the post-credit scene, they first made Iron Man 1 with no qualms of making Marvel Universe. It's like if it happens, it happens, cool, but they weren't really sure. With the Spider-Man
Right.
one, it's even Cap. Figured the whole first phase, Cap America, Thor, Hulk, you have
Yeah.
a post-credit scene, but there was never any indication that you will get to Avengers film. Versus this one, you can already tell this is a staple to make a new Justice League film. That's all it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I'm very concerned at this point. Again, I'm not trying to be negative or look at this as a glass half
Be
empty.
negative. Be negative.
Be negative.
Well, it is like it's like
I'll be negative, all right.
that's what Gooch was saying. It's a point that if this is the start of your new phase, this new universe,
I'm a little concerned.
It's a very rocky start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
said-
again, like I didn't look at Suicide Squad movie being the Kickstarter because of who lives and dies in the entire thing. But I think for Peacemaker show, obviously John Cena making a cameo in this part, I laughed. That was the one part that the entire theater laughed at.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, these people probably watch Peacemaker at this point. I'll watch the second season whenever that comes out. Because I think at that point too, the only thing that was great about that show was John Cena's performance, not so much the Gunn script for that show. But I think for this universe, like with Creature Commando, really kind of kicking things off. And I mentioned earlier, I couldn't get through that. I just couldn't finish it. But this is the big movie. This is the forefront of everything that's going to be coming for the next, I don't know, 10 years maybe, with movies that is going to like trying to tell us like you guys should be interested. You guys should have a lot to look forward to. There's a lot in store for you comic nerds and whatnot. But I just didn't really get that full-fledged feeling with this. Like it's different than like you mentioned, Chris. Like I went back and watched the first Iron Man movie, which I hadn't watched in a while, but after getting through Ironheart, and I'm still going to put out a video on the last 3 episodes. It's just night and day when people like realize like the character they're working with in the script that they can actually write for it, and not knowing if there's going to be a sequel or not. Like that's where I kind of feel like Gunn should have, even though he's building a universe, he probably should have still treated it in that same manner. You know what? Even if this is the only Superman movie I write myself, then that's something that like I will be pleased with leaving off at. Like it's kind of ambiguous at the end, but it's not truly open ended. Like maybe there'll be a spinoff, maybe not, but I don't know. Like it's definitely
Even if you go back and watch Man of Steel doesn't have any hints that there could be a sequel. And Man of Steel could just exist on its own. You'd be fine with that.
To be fair, Man of Steel is a bit of a different situation because like it went to just be a slow roll, and then suddenly WB execs wanted to steamroll forward to match the Avengers pace.
Oh yeah,
and then that's
in BVS, yes,
right. So that's why we kind of like that universe got fudged. So that's why because that happened, and because of how studio execs are just kind of at the point of how can we make more money? How can we get people to just buy stuff and stay seated longer? Is a lot of this James Gunn's doing, or is there outside input? Because we've seen him be able to make interesting stories, make interesting characters within a larger cinematic universe before with Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2, to a lesser extent, Peacemaker maybe.
Yeah.
So is what ended up happening with this movie more indicative of UB execs, or just James Gunn crumbling under the pressure of having to lead a cinematic universe rather than play within one?
Definitely studio execs, because we see it now.
I mean,
Like everyone knows, like, hey, Sam Raimi is epic. Okay, he's gonna make Doctor Strange 2, and no, he's not gonna make Doctor Strange 2. He's gonna be guest hosting as Marvel dictates what he puts in Doctor Strange 2, and not James Gunn. I guarantee James Gunn, love him, hate him, his version of Superman probably would have been a lot different. I guarantee some execs are like, listen, you got to put in Hawker, you got to put in Guy Gardner, you got to put in Mr. Terrific. You can't make a solo Superman film.
I can tell you, Mr. Terrific was definitely his idea. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, James is a very progressive guy, so I can see some of these being his ideas or whatnot. But like, I guess did anyone watch Creature Commando? Like, can someone tell me
the
about
first
the
couple
quality
episodes?
of that?
Yeah,
it's the first one. That was it.
It's just a comedy. It's got what's it? He's actually in this film. What's the actor's name? Randall Flagg. It's his father. He voices it.
From Frank Grillo.
Yes, Frank Grillo.
I like Frank Grillo as an actor.
Yeah,
I do too.
That's all. Creature Commandos. It's just basically it's animated Suicide Squad. That's all it is.
But with Universal monsters.
Right.
Gotcha.
In World War II.
But was it a little bit more cohesive in terms of narrative and character development than this was?
Couldn't tell you I didn't finish it, but yeah, I mean, it seemed similar. Very jokey, way more violent and adult and themed, which is cringe. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes putting what was it? Guy Gardner, Nathan Fillion talk about how in the new Green Lantern show, I say the F word more than I did in my entire career. It's like, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah,
that
so
sounds lame.
I was like, how does that make us become intrigued, or how does that add any value to the character, like to the story? Like, I don't give a crap how much you curse in a show. Like, you could curse, you could try to set the record for saying fuck the most times in an hour in every episode. Don't care about that. But if that hour in every episode of season is an absolute banger with great story, a great antagonist, and you portray the Green Lanterns to be very accurate to form, cool. Curse as much as you want. I don't care about that. That is like your choice of words or swear words, I should say, is irrelevant to everything else.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, it's always a proved degeneracy, Like, you curse all you want to promote incest and do whatever weird shit, but talk about immigration or whatever. These are various no-nos that you can't do. But yeah, curse all you want. That's people like that, children like that.
This raises an interesting point. I don't know. I just thought of it actually because I don't think we even mentioned it. But the edgy part where there is this underlying tone of Gunn trying to insert this idea of being punk rock.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
yeah, it was
I get what he's trying to say, where it's like nowadays it's punk rock to be nice. And was the band they're referencing, was that a real band? Like the Crab People or whatever?
I don't know, but they name dropped POD, and I'm like, POD is a real band.
No, they said the PODs, which was different, but I don't know. Yeah, POD was also.
So I was like, POD. I'm like, they're not punk band. They're not a punk band. So I'm like,
aren't they like Creed, like Christian rock, whatever?
They're basically like Christian Corn, basically.
Christian,
like,
they're called the Mighty Crab Joys.
Yeah, so I was like, is that the Mighty Is that like the Mighty Bosstones, basically? Like, you're just changing the name? Like,
it's Metropolis music scene, so it's just
it's Metropolis ska, and so
it's a fake band. Yeah, I mean, I do like ska.
Yeah,
and I'm like, listen, I would the whole ska era.
I mean, I get what he's trying to say. Like the idea that Superman would be listening to like the pop punk and think it's edgy. That's part of that naivete I was talking about.
Yeah, Superman is the new punk rock for being normie. Punk rocker by the group Teddy Bears.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's just something that I don't know. It just kind of felt off. Like that kind of just felt. It's going to be phrasing, but forcefully inserted into the movie.
Well, like I hate to say it, but like I love Superman, but honestly, like I've never thought about like what music Superman listened to, and honestly, he'd probably just listen to some top 40 shit.
Yeah,
let's be real. He'd just be like, "Oh, I like the new
I whatever her country song. Whoever the new artist is." Would listen to his country.
I feel like he would definitely listen to some country.
But that's where he's raised. I mean,
yeah, like that would make the most sense. That's why like it. I think would have been interesting if they would have painted a picture of like he listens to a lot of country, right?
Yeah.
And then maybe because of Lois and maybe Jimmy Olsen, like maybe you have Jimmy trying to like show Clark some bands, right? And Clark just can't really get into it because of how he was raised in Kansas. And I was like, I just like this country music. Not to say everyone in the country loves country music, because I know there are people that live out there that like a lot of different forms of music, and rightfully so. I mean, just because I grew up like in the city or whatever, it doesn't mean like I listen to pop 40 shit, right? Like, but I think there could have been some interesting dialogue and some interesting discourse for some character growth of that, like kind of getting to know Clark a little bit more, or just seeing like small struggles of him, like, I can't get into this. It's like, here's some fucking, what's his face? Morgan, whatever that country singer's name is, that got, or tried to get canceled. Morgan,
Oh yeah.
I can't. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
You know what should have been, which I'd have more appreciated. Here's some fucking Post Malone. You know, just
Well, honestly, if he did grow up in the country and his parents like country, he probably would have rebelled and listened to like the idea of like Superman going through like a goth phase when he was a teenager is funny to me. But like it's one of those things where he'd probably get into country later in his older years. But that being said, like I do like the idea that like Clark's at the bar with like the Daily Planet employees. Cutting loose, and like fucking Neon Moon comes on the jukebox, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I love this song."
Morgan Wallen, what's up, Bizzo? Yes, Morgan Wallen.
Love me some Neon Moon.
Well, it's sad, Nick. People said this. It's not to be all doom and gloom, but now it's like something original. F1 comes out, or like the new. Nadia wants to watch the new Weapons, or Vexel mentioned like a new. Bring her back, something original. But whenever we see something we know, it's gonna be like, hey, we have to build a new fucking franchise. It's everything they do now. Everything.
Well, here's a question. Okay, we talked about how it seems like most of you like Man of Steel more than this one. I didn't. But the other question is Jurassic World. Did you like this more or less than Jurassic World? And do you think Jurassic World will do better than this? Like, but
Jurassic World will do better because there's a wider auence that you can.
It already is doing better.
It already is
doing better in the box office numbers. Yeah. But that is a good question because like I had my 20-minute video, whatever it was. I pissed off one unsubscribed to me because I just gave it a fair critique. Yeah. I was like, whatever. Yes. I mean, I'm not going to fucking pull my punches on a movie that like, and I love dinosaurs. Don't get me wrong. Like I mentioned the movie, like I fucking have a dinosaur tattoo. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I love the first Jurassic Park. We're covering the fucking first Jurassic Park on Mass and Money tomorrow night. Like I love the books, but if you make a shitty movie, which is like the fourth shitty sequel that has been made in this franchise, like we get tired of it. It's the same thing applies to Superman. If you keep applying shitty superhero movies, we are going to get tired of it, and we are going to keep critiquing it. But to Vex's point, there's a wider audience because of that. It did really well so far internationally. Like it was neck and neck. When I made that video.
It's also a much simpler story. It's a much more reserved plot.
Yeah.
As I say,
I'm in the small minority where I actually didn't hate the new Jurassic World. I mean, obviously, like both, we're talking about Superman, Alien, Predator, Terminator, Predator, now Jurassic Park. But the idea is like the first one's great, second one's decent, then there's the rest.
Exactly.
But the thing about this one is like Rebirth and this new Superman movie. I think it's like probably the third or fourth best, or at least my favorite third or fourth. Like there's definitely a huge drop off from those first two, and then when you get to the rest. But yeah, we were talking about the Jurassic World movies, and it's like I ranked Rebirth up at like number 3, but I don't like Jurassic Park 3. So that could
same. I don't like JP3.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
What?
I mean, it was less offensive. That's what I'm saying. It was not as bad. Like Superman, this new Superman, it's a C, but Man of Steel's a fucking F- for me. So
it's like Jurassic Park 3.
I didn't. I rewatched it too, and it has this like cheap
Alan
cheapness.
Alan,
it's not a good movie. Don't get me wrong, but it's like the only half decent Jurassic Park.
It's got a talking raptor.
Gord, I like Lost World, and I'll watch Lost World more than any of the other sequels that come after it.
Yeah, Rebirth had a lot of common with Lost World. That is some really cool dinosaur sequence, like haphazardly stringed together in this like very nonsensical plot.
Okay, hold on. I have a question then for you two.
Nice one, Molly.
Since you liked the Lost World, that means that you also liked Fallen Kingdom?
No.
Nope.
But they're the same movie.
Well, Fallen Kingdom had that awful scene with the dinosaur getting killed by the volcano, so I hate it.
It was like the sad puppy that's dying at the end. They can't save it. Yeah,
that's the one thing.
No, I'm kidding, but no, that is a pretty terrible scene. But also like the last 3 ones, not counting this one, but the last 3 Jurassic Park movies are like I forget which ones are which. They all blend together in a big
So
do
Jurassic
shit.
World 1 is the theme park, right?
Right.
Fallen Kingdom is the exact same movie as The Lost World.
Volcano.
Volcano
And then,
Island's gone, and then
but Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom had like the ridiculous clone girl subplot and all that nonsense that just gets it into Wackyville.
And then Dominion is where they just butcher all of the characters.
Locust.
Locusts
Well, actually,
Locust
three butchered a lot of characters because you nerf the T-Rex, and then you also have Alan Grant not having kids. He breaks with Laura Dern. She has kids. He's like emasculated.
Bro,
and then Dominion confirms that he lives his little life.
The Lost World does even more damage because it makes Ian Malcolm into a fucking tarred cuck instead of being this smart.
He was supposed, but he dies. Well, they brought him back, right?
Yeah.
Like he dies. He was supposed to be dead.
Plus, Ian has a black daughter too.
Well, what I liked about that's a tarred cuck, man. Silly. That's what I liked about Lost World was take the supporting character of the first movie, make him the lead of the second one, but Jeff Goldblum's Ian Malcolm is like gone through some changes. He's got a new haircut. He's like less like, materialistic. He's kind of, traumatized. He's kind of like, but then when we see Ian Malcolm in the further movies, he's back to the glasses and the leather jacket and shit.
Like they just dissemble the character for the sake of 2 working out the way it does. And then,
that's what I'm referring to, Gord, in the book. But they brought him back in the book though. That's why I that's where my problem lies. I like I think Ian Malcolm's character in The Lost World was decent. I liked oh god, I can't think of the guy. It's been a while since I watched it. The guy with the who wants to hunt the buck, the T-Rex buck.
Pete Postlethwaite.
Yes, dude, he's such a great actor. Number one.
Yeah.
He was like shining light in that movie, and the fact
totally.
I wanted to see more of him in The Lost World because that's
his intro scene was deleted, and that was lame. Same thing with what was his name, Cowboy from Full Metal Jacket. His opening scene at the boardroom is also really good.
Yeah. There was a lot that was cut out that sucked, which would have made the movie even better. But then I think like the best parts of that movie circle around the dinosaurs. Like the fact that you've got you show more about the scientific discoveries of dinosaurs with the T-Rexes not being solo rogue hunters, and the fact that they actually do protect their young, that they're it's like the mother, the female and the buck will coexist together, and one doesn't just kind of go off and find another female T-Rex and then just mate and just keep moving on. But same thing with like the Raptors was like a good part, but that's usually going to be the case, I think, in those movies. But that's where like this problem was in Rebirth, where you didn't really see a lot of that. Like, I mean, my shtick was I mentioned this in my video where I'm tired of the fucking T-Rex getting cucked in these movies. It's fucking called the Tyrant King and the king of the fucking dinosaurs for a reason.
In part 3, when the T-Rex grabs the Spinosaurus by the neck, it's over.
Should have died.
Should have died
right then and there.
You decapitate.
The Spinosaurus would have died in that instant.
A T-Rex, same thing with a Gigantosaurus. Gigantosaurus technically bigger from Central America, but if you look at its head, it's got a triangular-shaped head, whereas like a fucking T-Rex has a head like a crocodile. It has one of the strongest bites besides like Megalodon and Deinosuchus.
Strongest bite force on land.
18,000 pounds or something like that, maybe.
Like per square inch or some shit like that. Like,
you ever see a video of like a Chinese guy getting sucked into heavy machinery and he becomes like a bag of meat? That is exactly what would happen if a T-Rex like chomped on you. You know what I mean? Like, it would be horrific. Your bones would get pulverized.
I know, Gord. Yeah.
But the question, still stands, like Jurassic World Rebirth or Superman. What did you enjoy more? It's a hard question, honestly.
It really is because I definitely would say I critiqued Jurassic World Rebirth harder than I have this movie, because as much as James Gunn misses in this movie, there are still some good aspects of it, and I think that comes from the actors, some of the cinematography, some of the shots, and sure, like there are some good shots and cinematography in Jurassic World Rebirth. There's some good CGI. I think the CGI in the Dino movie was better than majority of the CGI in this movie, because there are some wonky parts that I'm like,
also The cinematography was better. I didn't like the camera color. I didn't like the color of this movie. Like the lighting, it's just a little. It looked a little like, I don't know, TV. Too digital. I can't describe it. It's just too clean.
Also, yeah, and I don't like those face angle shots that Gunn does. I'm not.
It's very
I'm
like
not
Luc
that.
Besson.
I believe
like
it, Pouty.
Like the camera's like really up in the actor's face.
Yeah,
real close.
I'm not a fan of that. But yeah,
Here's the other thing. Watching the Jurassic Park movies, and it kind of reminds me of Superman too. Like one of the things that the first 2 Jurassic Park movies have that they have going for them is Steven Spielberg, John Williams, and director of photography Janos.
yeah.
The John Williams also with Superman, like the score for Superman is the worst part of the movie. I don't like it at all. The cool stuff is like when the Lex Luthor's like being evil and he's got that cool like kind of trip hop music playing. I was kind of thinking like, well, let's just do more stuff like this. But when they try to just do the John Williams on the guitar, like very rudimental, they cut out like 80% of the notes.
Yeah,
and I just don't like it. It's just not. It doesn't slap the same.
Yeah, I agree. It didn't have that same sort of feeling to it. Like there's 1 or 2 parts where I thought like there was something with the score that helped elevate the scene, but I don't remember what part. It might have been the part where Superman saves the woman in the car on the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was one I did, but that was just a great shot and moment period in the movie. But yeah, I don't know. I would probably watch Superman again over Rebirth. Like if the choice is you have to watch one of them over again, which you're going to. To me, it's probably Superman.
Yeah,
Rebirth
going on in Superman.
Really, Vex? You'd watch Rebirth again?
I'd watch Rebirth again, and I fucking made Niat's Rebirth video, so I basically have watched that movie 12 times now at this point.
Damn.
But I would happily watch Rebirth again just because at least it had dinosaurs.
See, I watched Superman today for a second time. I want to watch Rebirth once.
And that's the thing. Like I think for my problem with Rebirth too is that while I enjoyed the scene, and I stated that in my video, it would have had a better moment, would have felt a lot better if it were in the original Jurassic Park movie with Grant and the kids in it. Mm-hmm. I think it would have made the first Jurassic Park movie even better. Because it would exemplify Crichton's book to that degree of detail. But I understand why Spielberg left it out. Do I completely agree with it? No, but that's just sort of like the nerd side of me saying that and kind of being like a little picky. I liked the scene with the mosasaur and the Spinos. Now, aspects of what kind of talking about what we expected to see, because we can make the same comparison in Superman, where I wanted to see the D-Rex at the end. I thought the D-Rex was underutilized and it was not very ferocious at all. It only killed one guy.
I felt sorry for it. I was hoping they would kill it. I was hoping they would kill it and put it out of misery.
Yeah,
they just left it alone on the island, and I was like,
I thought when they were like, "We're gonna go to the docks," I'm like, "Cool." The 4 Spinos are gonna be there because they already hinted like it's obviously amphibious, so it'll go on land and water. But nope. I thought we're gonna get like a fucking monster fight because it's Gareth Edwards and he fucking did 2014 Godzilla. Didn't even get that.
I just felt like the D-Rex should have just been the T-Rex coming back, for his big arc, and then the Mutodon should have just been the Quetzalcoatlus, the Q-birds coming back. That would have been fine. We don't need mutants and stuff. But like, I agree with Vex. Like, I think I don't know, man, because like I liked Jurassic World because it has a much less convoluted plot. It's very simple. It's streamlined. But basically, all it has going for it is dinosaurs. It's cool.
I know.
Like the T-Rex. Look how big it is. Like that's something I said is like, this movie was smart because Jurassic World, all the sequels are stupid where they filmed it in ultra widescreen. Where Steven Spielberg, he filmed his movies in 16:9, so you get that more vertical frame, so you can frame the dinosaurs better, them scaled next to like things better. So you get, and that's what I felt this one did good was like the Mosasaurus under the boat or the T-Rex next to the raft. I floated the river the other day, and all I was thinking about was like, holy shit, I know exactly what it would be like if that T-Rex was like in the river, like coming after us. It's a big ass head. It's cool, but that's basically all it has going for it. Whereas this movie, Superman, I mean, there was some fun nerd shit in it basically that I enjoyed, but I don't know. It's a tough call, man.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the one thing I'll just kind of end with on the dinosaur aspect, where what I would have liked to have seen them go with um, they obviously took a mosasaur, which is a lot smaller in real life. You know, like they basically
Right.
kind of cap out at like 50 feet. And the one that we see in the first Jurassic World and the one that we see here in
Massive.
this one, they're like 70 to 80 feet, right?
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, why can't we do that with the T-Rex? Because like in my
Right.
video, I basically just like again, I'm just kind of using the resources I got. I'm like, hey, what would like size comparison look like between a T-Rex in normalcy? You know how long it is, which, you know, even with the some newer discoveries they've found of T-Rexes around the world, there have been ones that are perceivingly longer than originally expected. And they weigh more,
Damn.
and you know, which is quite terrorizing. But again, that kind of makes sense as the name of the dinosaur entails. And like, just for example, like I have vaulted ceilings in my apartment that are like 11 and a half, almost 12 feet high.
Yeah.
When the hip bone gets to that height, and I look up and I'm like, holy fuck, that's not even the T-Rex with the rest of its body. We're talking at head length, looking up,
Yeah.
that's a 20-foot dinosaur that's 45 feet long, that weighs potentially 11 tons.
Yeah.
That is fucking terrifying. Now
That's-
imagine that,
Yeah.
but doubled in size. We're talking a 35, 40-foot T-Rex that's 60 feet long. I mean, why not get like a just, you know, same thing we did with the
bigger
mosasaur,
T-Rex.
but the T-Rex, like that would have been just terrifying, but they don't do that. Like,
Well,
again,
that's-
because they're not trying to like hype up the T-Rex anymore, which is, I think, to me, is a problem.
Well, it's funny because like the biggest creature to have ever lived, still alive, the blue whale. Like, don't they have big hearts? You know.
Yeah.
But also,
Tortoises, man. Fucking, there's species
Oh, yeah,
of
they live
land
forever.
tortoise that
Yeah, they
live
live
over
forever.
hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Niet mentioned Greenland sharks. They
yeah,
also
there's Greenland
500-year-old.
They live for a
So
long time. Yeah.
Yeah, and I understand we need land animals. Cool. Titanosaurus, sure. T-Rex.
big,
I was
blah,
thinking
blah.
about Jurassic Park. I was thinking about Lost World. Was that T-Rex scene at the end when he's running around the neighborhood? Like they frame him next to telephone poles. So like whenever you see a telephone pole, like that's how big it is. So
Right.
it's pretty good framing, good scaling. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to watch both a second time to figure out which one I liked more. I think Jurassic Park will make more money.
agreed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's. I'll check Box Office Mojo real quick.
I think
I
the
guess-
fact that also Jurassic
Fuck.
World Rebirth had Independence Day weekend behind
Yeah,
it is
that
going
too.
to give it a significant
But
leg
I
regardless.
think I did enjoy watching Superman more. You know, when I'm thinking about like how I was
Yep.
feeling watching it.
The other thing too, to your point, Enzo, because this was something I was immediately pissed about when I saw Jurassic Park 3, and it's why I will shit on it any day of the week, is because they were so fucking wrong about the Spinosaur.
Yeah.
And
It's so
like,
stupid.
and even paleontologists, I've watched new videos from paleontologists talking about it, and it's like these guys know everything, and they've done new tests, and I think the ones we see in this movie are more
Yeah.
scientifically accurate,
loved it.
which I appreciate. Because the T-Rex would fucking mop a Spino any day of the week in a 1v1.
Hold on.
What?
I'm not trying to defend the shittier Jurassic Park films when I say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
It made sense in the context of those movies because like they had made the dinosaurs based on the evidence they sort of had. But for me, seeing how they've updated them to be more accurate in Jurassic World Rebirth doesn't make any sense to me because they stopped doing these experiments 20 years ago. So the dinosaurs should still look and act and sound as inaccurate as they were 20
Well,
years earlier.
To counter this, I hate that I know this now, but if you watch like Dominion,
Uh-huh.
you learn that Dodson is the main bad guy, and the idea is like, yeah, there was corporate espionage, there's Biosyn, there's other companies that are also
Yes.
making dinosaurs, and they
Yes.
bragged about in that one. We've made the first non-tainted, like 100% accurate dinosaur. It's in this terrarium right here.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what I don't understand is how all these new species are showing up and finding their way
That
to these
too.
islands. That is
That
what's
too.
bizarre.
Yeah.
Like I said, this would have been better if it was just called Dinosaur Island, and it's like,
Yep.
we got to go find blood from huge animals. Well, where do we find that? There's like a Skull Island type place that nobody knows
Right.
about where dinosaurs are alive for some reason. You know, that would have been fine.
Yeah.
But I do like it better with these brightly colored dinosaurs, like back to the Spinosaurs in this new one. Like they're black and yellow. You know, they got this great paint job. All the dinosaurs in Jurassic World or Jurassic Park are brown, and now they're starting to get a little more green. But I like Simon Stalingas, whatever his name is, that artist. He was like, you know, really wild, like bright colored designs, you know, for these dinosaurs. They have feathers and all that stuff. It looks so cool.
Yeah, I don't mind those newer designs, but it's just it's wildly inconsistent with the rest of things. So like I can forgive having inaccurate dinosaurs because they're always tracing back to the first Jurassic Park in 1993. So it makes sense that they'd still be inaccurate. So, like even the Titanosaur or whatever that they include in this, it's not even accurate.
No, yeah.
If you look at you look at the drawings of it, it doesn't have this weird wavy tail. It doesn't have this fucking shark fin coming out of its neck or anything like that. So clearly Gareth Edwards is just talking out of his ass or just
I think Diplodocus had that big long tail. They were like the longest dinosaur.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, shouldn't the T-Rex be updated as well?
Exactly.
Like,
that's what.
T-Rex should have lips now, according to modern science. You know, and a lot bulkier, a lot fat on them, like meat on them. I don't know. That's why I think it would have been better if it was just like because
we're headcanoning now, like Superman.
Yeah.
Sorry,
dude. I walked out of Jurassic World Rebirth and I realized I didn't see Dominion yet. So I fixed that the other day and I was like, yeah, this is terrible. And then it was only until like towards the end of the movie when Ian Malcolm gets fired and he points at the bad guy and he's like, Dodson. And I was like,
Dodson, we've got Dodson here.
Yeah. Yep.
And I was like, why did he say Dodson? And then I look into it. I'm like, oh wait, that's not only the same character, that's literally the same actor. It's like, I did not recognize him at all.
Dodson was a prominent character in the first novel.
Yep.
Yeah,
right.
And they severely downplayed his importance in the first book. Doesn't make an appearance in any other Jurassic Park film until
the lawyer doesn't get eaten, right? Like the lawyer was actually good in the book, not the sniveling idiot. Like there's a lot from the book that Spielberg changed. That again, from a book's perspective, it's like, why'd you do that? But look.
Wait, hold on. Dodgson actually did find the Barbasol can. That's not headcanon?
I don't know if it's a joke or not.
I thought that was a joke because he just kind of like it's like.
But it's implied. I mean, it's implied with the first one that there are people that want this dinosaur
technology.
technology.
We're aware, but like I don't remember him saying that he found the Barbasol can from the first one, and that's how he got Biosyn working.
I don't know how that was at all. They don't really explain it, but the idea is like if one person can do it, someone else can.
No, it's in Camp Cretaceous, which
I've watched
the animated show.
Yeah, I watched a couple of them because there's a couple dinosaurs.
Holy shit, Goodwin! Oh my god.
Yeah, that too.
Hold on, I gotta look this up now.
Yeah. I think hold on. I'm gonna pull a clip on it.
Oh my god, he's not lying.
Wow.
Do you have a clip? Did you find it on YouTube?
No, there's just the camp. So it's explained in Camp Cretaceous.
Yeah.
But here's an image of it in Jurassic World Dominion. Sorry, let me get this fucking link.
Oh, yeah, I've got the clip in. Hold on. I think I have it here.
Here on the Jurassic Park wiki, you can see the picture of it in Dominion.
Oh yeah, I've got it right here too. Hold on. Let me
That's
share.
Wild. That is actually wild.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is let me scroll back just a little bit. Yeah, so this is in Dominion.
Oh God.
But he's a lot older.
Yeah.
Oh God. Hey.
That's so lame. I did not notice that when I watched this.
See, there's so much going on in Dominion that you forget these little things. It's the same thing with Superman. This is why I won't rewatch Superman.
This is him finding it in Camp Cretaceous. Yeah.
Bruh.
Don't
Now,
like that.
the fact that these are somehow intact,
Not
um,
possible.
Yeah, they
I'm
say in the
just-
movie, you got coolant for 36 hours or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
at most.
there's a time frame. Like, yeah,
But is
Been
it
longer
because it
than
was
36
buried under
hours.
the mud that it?
Yeah.
What?
sure, that's how Freon works.
it's somehow
Away.
been cooled by the mud, not the glaring hot sun for what 20 years or something like that. However long it was in that.
It's quite a rabbit hole we just fell down.
Yeah, I know. That's what happens when you talk about Superman and Jurassic World.
Mhm.
It's a complex question. What was better?
I know. That's just movies we're getting though right now, like these sequels or these new iterations. I mean, look, we're going to be talking about the same thing in November when we get the new Predator movie, right? We're going to be going through the same
boy.
conversations, like just in a different IP. Like I can't wait to see what happens at the end of this month when Fantastic Four comes out. God only knows what we're going to be saying. Like leading up into Doomsday. Like
I wasn't planning on watching the Superman movie, but I saw the one promo that Nicholas Hoult did with the phone down Superman's pants, and I was like, "That's clever. I like that." I'll watch the movie now, right? But Fantastic Four, I just Marvel especially, I've got burnout with Marvel. I don't care to watch anything with a Marvel label on it anymore, if I'm honest. So if I do end up watching it, it'll be on a stream like this. But even then, I'm just gonna bow out. Like it's not worth
I'm
it.
not feeling like a necessity to watch the new Fantastic Four like I was the Superman movie. Obviously, I'm just going to see the Superman movie, even if you all said it was the worst thing in the world. And, it's one of those things, but still, like, there haven't been a ton of Superman movies. Whereas, Fantastic Four, there's been a few of those. They're not great. And there's just so many Marvel movies. And Pedro Pascal, I mean, yeah, it's
yeah,
I can't see this film not bombing. How is it not going to bomb?
Bomb might be too strong of a word, but
you know what?
still.
Maybe the success of Superman will
Wait, it's already
kind of
fun.
bless Fantastic Four a little bit because people will watch that and be like, "Oh, since it's mixed reviews,
Holy
right?"
shit.
Oh, look at this though. Look at this.
Oh my god, it's awesome.
Oh yeah, it's gonna kill it.
Already
Dinosaurs.
passed $500 million.
Wow.
Yeah, so dinosaurs, they're pretty all ages, all genders. Everyone likes
I mean,
them.
like the surplus.
I don't think it's fully released worldwide yet either.
Oh boy,
it did better this week. Well, I guess as far as the percentages go, but it did get a nice little boost from 4th of July weekend here. But still, I mean, this movie is popping. Like, and I think
it's just a shame.
I think because of what we're getting in this Superman movie too, people are probably gonna be like, well, I didn't get to see Jurassic World Rebirth yet because I went to see Superman. But now that I've seen Superman, now I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna go watch Jurassic World, right? Like I feel like there are people in that boat too, and same thing. Maybe people haven't seen it internationally yet. Like,
yeah.
So
I feel like Jurassic World will probably have more legs, but it's just a shame because dinosaurs are a conspiracy invented by the nose people to hide the power of God.
Sure.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Molly. I mean, it's I think as far as everything else that he's been in recently or will be in the future, because he's in like 3 or 4 other movies right now or coming out soon. I'm like,
God.
I have zero desire to see anything of him in it. And again, just forcing myself to go see Fantastic Four, perhaps.
Yeah, well, especially if you look at Rebirth for Superman, Rebirth at this point, people already know what they're walking into. Superman there's a certain expectation. It's like Godzilla versus Kong. I know exactly what I'm walking into.
Yeah, no, Rebirth's going to clear Superman. It's going to double it more than likely, if not triple it.
I can say with certainty that I did like Superman more than 28 years later.
Man, I still would watch 28 years later again. And
well, it's because he got the big zombie cock. I mean, that's why.
No, it's not. But yeah, but it was on a black man, so I'm not gonna. No, I'm not down.
It was an Indian man.
Yeah, not down for it. But at least it's just like, oh, Aaron Taylor Johnson's in there. What's his name? Ralph Fiennes is in there. Like,
Mhm.
A
But it's
shirtless Ralph Fiennes.
but there's too much going on in Superman for me. Like now that it's like the Minecraft movie. I never want to watch the Minecraft movie again because there's way too much going on in there. I don't feel like I'm watching a film or having any sort of cinematic experience. I feel like I am like living in the shoes of a child with ADHD who just watches TikTok reels all day. I
Yeah,
don't like it whatsoever. I can feel myself getting dumber. That's how I felt with Superman. It's how I felt with Deadpool and Wolverine, how I felt with the Minecraft movie. Like, I don't like this type of cinema.
Minecraft had Jack
Yeah.
Black and Jason Momoa 69ing. It's a cinematic
I
masterpiece.
did laugh at that. I did actually laugh at that.
Did we like Sinners more than Superman?
Yes, I did like Sinners more than Superman, at least.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
Wow.
I might have.
That's,
I might have.
I would think so too. I would say I would agree with that. You know what I did watch that was original that I did like this year was
That's the next on the list,
Surfer.
Gord.
Well, F1.
Surfer with Nicolas Cage was fun.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm hearing
F1.
F1's good.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I'm
need
gonna
to
go
watch
see
that.
F1 this week because my husband
cool.
doesn't care about
Uh,
race cars apparently.
It's
So
probably, I think so far.
I don't either.
I think
I
F1.
don't either.
F1's the best.
Weapons
One.
for sure. I
Yeah.
don't know about Running Man. I like Glenn Powell. But we'll see.
Edgar Wright's the bigger selling point than Glenn Powell
Yeah,
is for
that's
that
true.
movie.
Yeah.
Now Long Walk.
Hmm.
Who's in that?
It's
Yeah,
the
it's-
guy
it's-
from Licorice Pizza, the guy from Licorice Pizza, and a bunch of other kids. And it's the one where they're all walking or they get shot if they stop walking. It's like some kind of Hunger Games nonsense
Yeah.
from Stephen King.
Yeah, another dystopian horror movie.
Yeah, if you actually
Mark
see
Hamill's
F1,
in
you
it?
know, 'cause I think
Pass.
F1's the best film of the year so far.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that this week.
Yeah, that's my next movie to see.
Especially in theaters too, because it's got that it's got the race car experience, and you
Mhm.
want to see it in a theater if you can.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, the director Joe Krasinski, or is that the Office guy?
John
Or
Krasinski.
John.
The director of F1 and Tron Legacy and
Yeah,
Top
John.
Gun
Oh,
Maverick.
sorry, John Kosinski.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Kosinski.
he's actually a really awesome director because he has a background in design
Yep.
before he got into the movies. He's one of the few directors that had like a design degree and jobs before that. So that's pretty interesting.
It's as people say, I've never in my lifetime watched a single F1 race, and I was fucking glued to my seat watching these F races. I'm like, that's not my sport, and I'm like, I can't stop watching this shit. Like
they got F1 out here in Austin, you know, the big
Yeah,
old F1 track
Yeah.
everyone goes to.
Yeah, I'm excited to go see that for sure. I was gonna say from what I just looked up on Box Office Mojo, Superman is at 217 worldwide. Now it's kind of been reported of that, or like 222 or some shit.
Mhm.
But it's definitely pulling more from domestic than it is international, which is kind of what I think a lot of us suspected would happen.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I think it's also going to be the movie's shortcomings, where it's not going to get a lot of international help, and it's going to solely rely on people here in the States that are going to be like, oh, you need to go see this movie. It's so good. But then I think people are also going to say, like, you know, which my take is just go see it for yourself. You might like it, you might hate it, but you won't know until you see it for yourself. And that's if people want to hold off and wait. Like, you know, I know there's people here that probably won't see it, and that's totally fine. I would never want anything like my words to dismay people from seeing a movie, because I definitely think this is, you know, one of those movies that falls into that camp of it's very divisive, polarizing. This isn't like, from what I've seen, like an F1 movie where it's like, look, you won't be divided. Like, there's not gonna be like, oh well, it's people who love cars versus people who hate cars. Like, there's not going to be any of that thing, right? So,
No, agree, Nick.
we'll see.
I think of
I'm curious to see what the weekly drop off is going to be like for sure.
Yeah, I think of Mr. Ratchek from Star Troopers. Figuring things out is the only freedom anyone really has. Use that
Yeah.
freedom, Rico. Make up your own mind.
By the
Exactly.
way, I was just looking at what else is coming out this year. We're getting an Anaconda movie on Christmas Day
Forgot about
with
that.
Jack
Right.
Black and Paul
I'm
Rudd.
excited
Paul
about
Rudd.
it. So I'm excited about it because they're making the Anaconda movie, and there's an actual Anaconda killing like these actual actors. I think Paul Rudd and them play themselves.
Oh,
Oh, really?
interesting.
So that might be cool if that's
I like
real.
that concept, actually. I
Yeah,
like that concept
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah,
I've told this
meta.
to Nadia several times, but this is definitely up Enzo and Vex's alley. I'm not sure about you, Nick, but I'm looking forward to Toxic Avenger for all the wrong reasons, because it's so awful. I want to see how bad it's going to be.
I never
It's-
watched the original.
It's shit,
franchise,
Jack, but
so-
It's great.
It's great shit.
Promo. I got a rewatch of it on my channel. It's classic. But the thing about what's interesting about the new Toxic Avenger is it's directed by the guy who did Green Room and Blue Ruin and a few other good ones. Yeah. So he's
love
the guy.
I love the genius marketing. This film is so awful and so over the top and so disgusting. It took us 2 years to find a distributor because it was filmed 4 years ago. And
yeah, I'm aware of the distribution.
That's what I want to see it for.
Apparently, what I heard is
it's
apparently it's being released theatrically unrated, which is I don't think that's allowed. Is that?
Let's find out. I think it's August 6th.
Like I saw a commercial where they're bragging like unrated in theaters. I'm like, where do they?
I'm looking for
MPAA.
August 29th. Yep.
Here, let me share my screen real quick.
Well, it says right now, rated R Enzo according to Google.
Yeah, because I think I'd be curious to see what people have to say about things.
They actually made 5 of those. I forgot. Holy shit! It was 5 times.
Dude, Citizen Toxie's insane.
I'm looking forward to
watch them all. I didn't see that. That's 2000.
Oh, Freakier Friday. Yeah.
Weapons. I'm definitely looking forward to.
Yeah, Weapons is gonna be good.
The Del Toro's Frankenstein. I'm looking forward to that.
That's coming out on Netflix.
Yeah, that and Maggie Gyllenhaal's version of Frankenstein is supposed to come out this year. I don't know if that's got pushed back, but I'm curious what she does.
Oh, The Bride.
The Bride, thank you. Yes,
yeah, with him and her and Christian Bale. Yeah. I love The Bride with Sting. That's a fun one.
Right.
I'm coming with Leanne Red Sonja. It's based on this cheesy 80s film. It looks as cheesy as 80s as the first one.
They also are, Spinal Tap 2. They're also remaking Witchboard, which might be fun.
Long Walk, same weekend for September 12th.
Oh, the Downtown Abbey movie. Downton Abbey.
Look, Leon's going to be all over this. 100%.
Today I learned it's Downton, not Downtown Abbey.
Downton?
That's how the British say it. Downton Abbey.
There's no W at the end of there. Okay, it's
okay. Tron. I'm low key looking forward to Tron right now.
I'm high key looking forward to it. I love 9 Inch Nails, man.
Yeah.
I'll try Black Phone 2 is coming out.
Don't care.
Mortal Kombat.
It's an underwhelming year for movies. Like horror hasn't been great.
Mortal Kombat
There's been
2?
no found footage films. Yeah, didn't watch the first one. Apparently, the first one was shit.
Vex. What it does is like, here's new character that's not in game, but focus on him, and then like he's kind of like going to be the key character.
Right.
Also, there's no Mortal Kombat. It's only like assassination missions before Mortal Kombat starts. You know,
he's right.
Yeah, Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein.
The Jonas Brothers Christmas movie.
Oh God. Oh yeah, here
are
we go.
Are the Jonas Brothers even still culturally relevant?
Are they like 40-year-old men now? What the fuck?
Yeah.
I like the Now You See Me films.
What the fuck? Now You See Me is getting a third movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go watch it.
The trailer for this played in front of Jurassic World Rebirth.
Really? I didn't see a trailer for it yet. Okay.
Is there a trailer?
I like it. I
There
like how
is.
they listen to Reddit and they
it
called it Now You See Me, Now You Don't.
Yeah. Hey. Five Nights at Freddy's
2.
Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Avatar 3.
Oh wait, what about what's his name? Ari Schaefer? No, that's the comedian. Ari Aster's new movie. About Juan. Well, I can't talk right now.
Joaquin Phoenix.
They're in the town during COVID. What is like that movie's supposed to be?
Oh yeah, that's supposed to be coming out. I think November or December of this year. The political film. Yeah.
It starts with a B. It's like Bloomingdale's or something like that. I don't remember what it's called.
Is that a new Leo movie with the pregnant chick shooting a machine gun?
Let me just look it up.
Yeah.
Ari Aster.
Oh, you know how she's Nobody too.
Eddington is what it's called.
Starts with a B.
Bloomingdale's. Where the fuck did that come from?
Where Eddington?
Eddington. Yeah. I don't know when that's coming out, but that might be. I think that's coming out sooner than later, actually.
Maybe, yeah. That's supposed to be good. That looks interesting.
Eddington comes out July 18th. It comes out this week. It comes out this week. Holy shit! I'm seeing that this week.
That's why I passed it. Hold on.
Hereditary is one of those movies where I didn't really like it the first time I watched it. Then I watched it the second time and realized it's like one of the
Here we
best horror
go.
movies of the 21st century.
Oh, look, it's a dark comedy.
I
didn't even
but it's
realize there was
A24.
another Smurfs movie, but all of the premiere pictures are hitting Twitter right now.
Yeah, and freaking Nadia's going to see I Know What You Did Last Summer this week.
Dude, I rewatched the first one last night. It's so bad.
It's
What are we going to predict? What Nadia is going to predict on her score for this? Let's get that
6
score.
out of 10.
It's probably
Yeah, I was like 6.5 out of 10.
What did she rate the original?
she's going to do a rewatch on it
She hasn't
I'm
done
not
the
sure yet.
rewatch
I think she
yet?
does it.
Okay.
I think she does it
this week.
this week, Tuesday or something.
I know she
forgot.
likes Scream, so I think she's gonna rate that a little bit higher because like the slasher genre is more her genre. But like, bro, Scream is fucking ass, and I've told Nadia this as well. Scream is fucking ass.
Yeah, but
It's
Scream
not
is
good.
infinitely more entertaining than I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Exactly. That at least you got a crazy guy with a face, but
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
They're making. I forgot the new Bambi film.
So we got Bambi.
Oh yeah,
I'll watch that.
Yeah,
Definitely I want to see that.
Oh,
shit.
Happy Gilmore too. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, that last trailer. A bit pissed off Gord King.
Really? What, Gord? Why'd you get pissed off on?
Gord hated Happy Gilmore 2 trailer. We talked about.
So
that.
the thing
Did you hate
is,
the trailer, Gord? Why?
dude, my band, my guitar player and bass player in one of my bands, they love that movie towards the point where they wanted me to draw like an alligator, like with a golf club and a fucking green jacket for them to get tattoos. I told them not to do that. But like, yeah, they were not in this when they saw the new Happy Gilmore trailer. They were like, ugh.
Wait till Gord types funny. It's like member beer the trailer.
Hey, what's up, Philip? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I agree, Gord. It has been a rough year for movies. We've definitely gotten more slop than good conversations, unfortunately.
See, I'm gonna stop calling it slop because it's getting used too much. I'm gonna start calling it tripe. That's better.
Tripe.
It was disappointing, lackluster. It's been a lackluster year for movies. Because even on the indie scene, like there hasn't been a lot coming out of interest or that's generating buzz. Like I was hoping for some decent found footage to come out this year because last year was terrible for found footage. Nothing.
Yeah, we're not getting a lot from.
Hello.
Oh,
who's home?
Gord.
Oh, it's Gordo.
Are you in a furnace? It sounds like
He's
gas.
he's in a server room probably surrounded by
No,
giant
that's
computers.
That's what?
Yeah.
Can you say what, Gord? Do you need help? Cough twice.
They're baking pumpkin.
No, it's my air conditioner is going crazy right now because I just got home and I usually turn it off before I leave.
Yes, Gord, please tell me about more Happy Gilmore 2 trailer.
Oh no.
Real quick.
It's so terrible.
Sorry, I gotta dip out because I need to take a call. That's all. So
Yeah.
And Gord's here, and I'm not for pumpkin people. They don't deserve rights.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you being here, Beck. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. Good to see all of you. I'll probably see you guys tomorrow or later today.
Fire finally.
Right. All right. Cheers, guys. Bye,
Later,
chat.
Rex.
Later, X.
Boy. How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Good.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm home. My work week is over, so much happier now.
glad to hear it, bro.
But you hated this movie, right, Gordon?
Which one?
Superman.
Yes. Well, no. Okay. Hate it's not. I didn't hate the movie. I hate how bad it is. There were quite a few things about it I did like, and I really like the way it's cast for the most part. I think David Cornsweet is a really good choice for Superman. I like the girl they have playing Lois, even though I don't particularly like the way they wrote her character. I think Nicholas Holt's a great choice for Lex Luthor. I think his acting is really good in this movie. I hate the way he's written. There are scenes that I like in isolation. There are some lines here and there I think are good. Mr. Terrific, he is the highlight of the movie, as most people are correctly stating, but boy, this plot and most of these characters are a hot mess. And the more I've thought about this movie, the more it falls apart under any kind of scrutiny. I mean, it was bad the first, like, immediately. I was like, man, this is not going well. I don't even know how you build a cinematic universe off of this. Like, I've been very vocal about my I've been vocal about my criticisms of, like, the Batman, for example. I think that's a very mid movie, but one of my praises of it is I think you can build a lot from that, and they proved that they could with the Penguin series. I don't know what you do with this. I don't know how you bring in. How would you bring Batman into this universe? Like, I don't think people are realizing that if this is the DC universe that you're establishing, and this is the way people behave, how do you bring a character like Batman into it unless you're going to make him like the Adam West type, where everything is just goofy? I mean, Batman's going to exist in a world with Twitter monkeys now.
He'll be the Lego Batman.
Yeah.
Literally. Played by Will Arnett.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, if you're going to go that way, okay, maybe you can pull something off, but man, this is...
Yeah, see,
so
I
messy.
did like this movie. I enjoyed it. It was stupid. It was dumb, but I mean, it didn't upset me. But also, I don't really see it as a jumping off point for more of these. I was thinking in the chat, like, they should just do, like, kind of like Shin Godzilla, Godzilla -1. Just do something completely different. I would say do Superman 1938 just for the next movie. Just dial it back, try something different. You know, with it, not every movie needs to be, you know, this big web stories that have to all interconnect and shit.
Yeah, I almost feel like that's exactly what Warner keeps trying to do, is like that's what they did with the Snyderverse. I mean, granted, Man of Steel started off relatively simple, I guess. I mean, granted, its execution's terrible, but you know, it's more or less telling a kind of simple story. But then they immediately jumped to Batman v Superman after that, and that was pretty messy. Although the the director's cut of Batman v Superman is arguably one of the best DCEU movies, which is kind of sad.
That's what we watched. The Ultimate Edition. So it's 3 hours long.
Yeah, and it's funny because when I watched the Ultimate Edition, I was like, this is probably, like, for all the praise people gave Wonder Woman, I don't think Wonder Woman's particularly good on rewatch. I think that movie's kind of trash on rewatch. I think Batman v Superman's Ultimate Edition is probably better, which is kind of sad. I mean, because the DCU it had really no good movies. I mean, funny thing is, James Gunn's Suicide Squad, you could argue, was the best movie of the DCU. At least, I mean, its plot is terrible.
But the feat of making Polka Dot Man a powerful, popular character, that's impressive in it itself.
Going forward, at least. But, I mean, once where I think... Like, you know, I was listening to you all talk about this earlier when, like, you know, when Leon was over here and y'all were talking about, like, the type of movie you all wanted. I didn't go into this movie with expectations or desires on what I want. I'm not a comic reader, so I'm pretty malleable in how you interpret the character so long as the movie's good. I mean, obviously I have a framework, some framework of what I think Superman should be, you know, a hopeful character, a good character, but I think you can make it light, you can make it kind of dark. I think you can go either way and maybe make something good out of it, but I tend to look more at what you're giving me and say, okay, if this is bad, what could you have taken from this and made it? And I kind of think the direction they could have taken with this is have him kind of be wrestling with the idea of, am I an alien or am I a human? And the one tweak they could have made that I think would have been so much more interesting. Number one, of course, you want to get rid of the whole harem thing, because that's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen.
So I thought the whole harem thing, they were going to lean into this whole, like, Lois, like, suspecting Clark has other girlfriends and it's all a big alien plot to impregnate her, you know, and that would have been like a fear. I literally thought, like, that's what's going to happen. That would have been neat.
You didn't think that. I'm just saying, gosh, that's what an idea to have for your Superman movies. We're gonna assassinate Jor-El's character and the mother, and this is what we're gonna do. And I think what they could have done is, number one, if the convenience of how that message is pieced together is kind of hilarious, because, like, the good part of the message is the first half, and it just so happens that once you get past that, everything's awful and it's a massive tonal shift. I think what you could have done is, I think the first half of the message should have been the questionable part, but obviously not the harem stuff. But I think it would have been interesting if you allude to this idea that later in life, Clark, found the Fortress of Solitude, much the way he did in the 78 Superman. And when he found this portion of this message from his parents, it made him think, because it maybe like you word it in such a way as to where it's not overtly bad, but it's quotable. Like basically like encouraging him to intercede and do these things that kind of go against some of the values he learned. And maybe like you do kind of do the thing where people are kind of looking at him sideways, and kind of they're suspicious because he's alien, and maybe kind of make him feel isolated and like he's maybe not one of them, and kind of have him wrestle with that a bit and make his arc about him, realizing, yes, indeed, I may be more powerful than these people, but I'm human, and that is what I stand for. That is what I fight for. I think you could do something far more interesting going that way without assassinating Jor-El and the mother's character. I never remember the mother's name, but gosh, they did that and they explicitly stated over and over, oh, this isn't faked. This isn't faked. I was like, are you all kidding me right now?
I mean, well, that was the cope that I kind of I agreed with, but there's no sign of it anywhere. Was people saying, "Oh, Brainiac obviously faked the message," and But that being said, like I said, I'd much rather have Jor-El's character get assassinated than Pa Kent. Like
I mean, if you're gonna choose one, I guess you choose him. It's just, can we?
Plus, it's all the nature versus nurture. Like he's been told to be a good guy, and then he finds out his birth parents wanted him to not be a good guy, and obviously he's going to choose to either be a good guy or a bad guy. But it was just very silly.
I would have been interesting if you just have them have just some differences in their ideas, and not necessarily that, oh, one is overtly good, one is overtly bad. It's like, no, you make it a complex issue and realize, maybe part of what he realizes over the course of the movie is that, the Kryptonians were very human in that they didn't have it all together. And my parents don't necessarily have it all together. It's like there's, we're human, we're flawed, so you can extract a lot of good from one side, you can extract a lot of good from the other side, and you can meld those together in a way that makes him Superman. And I was like, that's something you could have done that would have been far more interesting than what they went for.
No, the message is renounce your heritage and fully assimilate into American lifestyle. That's
as you should
be doing.
Yeah, I don't get this whole new concept of like treating Superman like he's some kind of like weird alien. Like, okay, Martian Manhunter is green, right? Clark, take away his powers. He has a liver, he has kidneys, he's a humanoid. He's, besides abilities, it's like he's like a big octopus creature or something. Like, oh, he's some big alien, but he's human. He can bleed. In fact, in this film, he eats. He even drinks.
I'm on the idea of somewhat treating him like an alien, because there are foreign aspects to him, but they took it way too.
That's what I'm saying.
When General Flag is saying stuff like "you have no rights" and stuff, I'm like, give me a freaking break.
Yeah,
they're not gonna say this to him.
One day, if Clark had like fucking 4 arms or something, or 3 heads, or it said he was some like purple being. It's like
there was a comic strip. There was a comic story where like the Kryptonians are actually like hideous, like cockroach alien looking things.
That's what I'm saying. And, if you walked around like that, some
ship
big
like somehow changed his DNA on his way to Earth so he would look more human.
Yeah.
And I think it was revealed that was all a big ruse. But it was just a fun idea that I'm surprised wasn't in this movie.
Yeah,
really.
I mean, but like just in some of the character, like what I really didn't care for. Well, one of the real things I really didn't care for is I think Lex and Clark both act like adolescent teen boys. It's really frustrating to watch them get so overcome with emotion to the point where, like, Lex, what's so frustrating about Lex is because he's really probably the character whose writing I like the least, because on the one hand, it's like, yes, I have all of these visual representations, particularly on the technological side, that he is a genius, but that is really all we have to confirm that, because nothing else about his behavior or the way he speaks makes him seem like a genius at all. Yeah. In fact, a lot of what he says and does makes him look very, very stupid. And so I'm like, okay, you're telling me one thing, you're showing me, his apparent handiwork, which I'm like, okay, yes, that would be a genius, but he still has to show it in his character. And he doesn't come that way. And it sucks because, gosh, I think Nicholas Hoult is doing such a good job. But, gosh, he is working with some garbage material. It's so bad.
Yeah, and my whole thing about defending Jor-El's character assassination is like I'm saying Pa Kent is a much more influential character. So when you ruin him, it's like it really breaks the whole thing. Whereas like if you turn Jor-El into a bad guy, like that doesn't really change things too much because Jor-El's not really currently involved in Superman's
you can
life.
do that. Yeah, you can do it. It's just the extent they took it to. It was like
Obviously we don't want to assassinate either of them.
Yeah, and honestly, the weird thing was it's one of those things where you kind of are looking sideways at James Gunn and you're like, you just do this so you can make a bunch of harem jokes because that's kind of all he really does do with it.
Yeah.
Because, and I was listening to EFAP's breakdown of it today, and one thing they pointed out that was so spot on was they had this news announcement, everyone just turns on him.
Yep.
Despite his actions.
Yep.
It's like his all of the good actions he's done over the last 3 years is not enough to convince them that this whole thing regarding his parents doesn't mean that he's bad. And yet what convinces them that he's good are his good actions. So it's like, that doesn't work. That just does not work. I'm sorry. It doesn't work. Not everyone's not going to, the media sure as heck is not going to apologize to him all of a sudden. It's like some people might come around and say, you know what, we were wrong, he's good, but that's not going to be just the sudden transition where everyone's just like, oh nope, he was good, we were wrong. It's like, that's no, you've not written it good enough for me to believe that at all.
Yeah, it's the whole curse of like, Green Goblin said to Spider-Man, what if people care about more is watching a hero fall and how fast people will turn on you for social media? Like, oh, there's footage of Clark was sent here to take us over, and Superman, we trusted you, you bastard.
Yeah.
The monkey scene was silly. I thought it looked great. I liked the little capuchin monkeys.
It was funny.
They looked amazing. They were like,
it looked good. It just it belonged in a very
silly.
Different movie.
Yeah, it was silly. But
the super genius on Lex. Get him.
Like the thing about Superman.
Oh, go ahead.
No, but Superman kind of reminds me of like werewolf movies versus vampire movies, like Superman versus Batman movies. Batman movies are not only more popular, but infinitely cheaper to make. Werewolf movies are less popular, but they require a lot of more special effects, so people are less willing to do them. Superman, you're gonna make a Superman movie, it's like, okay, we can see the budget ballooning just from like the scenes alone, and on top of that, he's a much more niche character. So like less people are going to go. So like, yeah, there's kind of like this, what's the point of making Superman movies when we can just keep churning out cheaper Batman movies that are infinitely more successful, relatable, popular? I mean, it's like a obvious question. So yeah, I mean, I'm just lucky we got like I said, an above average Superman movie as a Superman fan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did we? Yeah, back in I think in '78, that's what we got.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
I'm not sure between this and Man of Steel, which I think is worse. Like,
I hate Man of Steel, man.
I don't like Man of Steel at all. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like there are characters I like. There's maybe one or two scenes I enjoy. In
Drink every time there's a snap zoom in Man of Steel. You will die.
Look at this guy. Come on, look how fucking dapper he is. All right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We love him.
He could wear that to the Kentucky Derby. Yeah.
This is at the Wimbledon actually, so it's not too far off.
But like, it's funny because and this will sound weird at first, but just bear with me. Like the movie, like, because once I finished the movie, really before I finished the movie, I was like, yeah, this is a bad film. So sometimes my mind will immediately jump to another movie I know that's either bad if the movie I'm watching is bad, or good if I know the movie I'm watching is good. I'll start to kind of compare them a bit, so I kind of know the standard by which I'm sort of judging it, like where exactly am I going to score this. And the movie that kind of came to mind, even though it's very different, was The Dark Knight Rises, because Dark Knight Rises to me it's a bad movie but I still like it. Like, I enjoy watching The Dark Knight Rises, but I still would consider that more or less a bad film.
Yeah.
But it's one of those bad superhero movies that I'm like, it's kind of one of the, like, I think between that and maybe, like, and some people will hate me for saying this, but I think Captain America Winter Soldier is a bad movie, but I really like it. I just think it's not written very well at all. But I look at that and The Dark Knight Rises probably my two favorite bad superhero movies. So I was like, okay, how does Superman compare to those? And I'm like, not well at all, really. Like, even though those are bad, they are so much better than this. So if I rate those, like, the top of my bad rating is like a 4 out of 10. I was like, well, what the heck is Superman? And I'm like, it's like below a 3. It's not good. It's so bad.
For me, like, his suit and the score are pretty unforgivable. I just don't like the outfit. It's baggy. It's got the lines. It's got the collar. You know, they got the trunk's right, but I mean, I don't know. Dude. It's just
we have to correct Johnny Dome here. 217 million worldwide for an opening is not amazing. That's actually below expectations, and not a good sign for this movie making.
I mean,
actually, it's also less than what Man of Steel did opening as well.
I mean, I'd say like 217 is amazing a decade ago.
Yeah.
Were we doing reserve seating everywhere for Man of Steel? Or are we still doing airplane seating?
Like, no, that's recent. Well, for at least I'm in New York.
By Man of Steel?
Because the thing is,
I started doing it with COVID. COVID's what started reserve seating in New York.
Because I saw
we were doing it way before that.
I saw people talking about seat numbers, seat ticket sales. That should be what we should be counting, not budget. Because but the idea with modern movies is like the theaters have like half as many seats, and because of reserve seatings, they never sell out. They only sell out like halfway probably before you just go to another showtime or another theater. So it's just a terrible idea. So like when you're saying, oh, it made this much money, it's like, that's not a lot of seats. I mean, I saw it in a theater. My theater, I got a small town theater. So when there's 2 people in the theater with me, that's a lot. This theater, there was like 10, 12 people there, but still. There's like the seats are peppered, like there's not a, it's not a lot of people going to the movies.
Well, on top of
they run around, to answer your question, buying assigned seats digitally was not around in 2013. I think you could buy tickets online, right? But you still had to go and get your seats.
Yeah.
You still had to go and wait in line for seats.
Which was good because like you would have to ask, before you bought tickets, like how many seats are available, and they'd be like, oh, it's almost sold out. And you'd be like, oh, okay, well, I'll just buy a ticket and get there early,
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I know my, like the big theater in my area. They've been doing assigned seating for over a decade now.
Also, because Regal started doing assigned seating in 2016. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to say it was around 2015 potentially, because.
That's been a month.
I do remember seeing Civil War in assigned seats. That was 2016 too. So maybe it was 2016. Let's find out. Let's ask Google.
I went to I know when we went and saw Age of Ultron, that was not assigned seating. Although I saw that was
2013.
Yeah, it was 2013.
Yeah.
I think it was 2015, 16, somewhere around there is where. Yeah. That's where we started it.
Dealing to what Johnny's saying, if it did 200 million opening weekend, awesome. This problem is legs. That was opening weekend, a lot of curiosity, a lot of fans wanting to know it. But what's gonna really make it is week 2, week 3, week 4. And I don't see this film having legs. I mean, the fact that Jurassic Park did $500 million in 2 weeks, this is not hitting $500 million in 2 weeks or even 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean,
plus I think people are having I think general audiences are having like positive reviews for this, but it's still not enough to convince Lemon to go see the Superman movie. Whereas if you hear the Jurassic Park movie is decent or not terrible, you'll probably go check it out because it's dinosaurs,
Yeah. I mean, the new one, I guess, has the benefit of not being a convoluted mess. I mean, I hated it. I thought it was a slog and very stupid, but it was not the mess that the previous 2 movies were.
That's what I told Jack Gordon. Like, as much as Rebirth, I hated Dominion and Fallen Kingdom more than Rebirth.
Yeah. I hated Man of Steel and Batman v Superman more, so this one wins by default. It's like
I would say I like Batman v Superman more than this Superman. Or at least now. Granted, I'm going off of very few watches a long time ago. So, I know when I watched Batman v Superman the first time, I didn't particularly like it, but I liked it more than I liked this. But I wasn't nearly as scrutinizing back then as I am now.
It's like watching Enzo Wednesday. I think I kind of hate BVS more now because at least Nicholas Hoult was still doing a better Lex than Jesse Eisenberg, and we had Doomsday is Zod. Like, oh come on, guys! Like it's.
I mean, that's not a high bar to clear. But...
I know, but I'm saying.
I sound like a broken record, but Billy Zane would have been the perfect Lex Luthor because he's got to have that voice.
Yeah.
He's got to have that deep voice. Nicholas Holt's voice was not hitting it for me. In fact, if you could cast Henry Cavill as Lex Luthor, that would have been better.
By the way, Johnny Dunn, it's fine that you like Superman. I have no issue with people enjoying this movie whatsoever.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm trying to speak devoid of feeling as much as I can as far as how I rate the movie. I didn't hate watching Superman. It's just I try to judge movies without feeling as far as their quality is concerned. It's just if you like it, great. I think that's awesome.
Definitely.
But I think when you examine the writing from an objective standpoint, it's like it falls apart. It's a bad movie.
Yeah.
It's okay to like the movie.
Yeah.
That's totally fine.
I'll probably watch this again over. Like we said earlier, like I'll watch this movie again over Jurassic World Rebirth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So-
I would definitely watch this over Jurassic World again. I hated watching Jurassic World. That was awful.
I mean, me and Gord and Blue Collar and one day Nick, even we've watched some terrible movies together and enjoyed them. So, but like when I give this movie, so when I give this movie a C, C minus, C plus, you know, it's decent. It's okay. I think people are demanding too much excellence these days, especially for like superhero popcorn films, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's because we're devoid of even good at the moment.
No, true.
So.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing is like the good stuff is getting swept under the rug.
Like I would be thrilled. You know? I would have been thrilled if this movie was even a 6 out of 10. I would have been like, oh my gosh, it's actually a 6 out of 10. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also difficult to turn your brain off and not notice these, like, because like the movie's not necessarily stupid, but Lex Luthor is very stupid in this movie. His plan is like it's all over the place. It's strange.
But yeah, Lex, especially on a second viewing, Lex's tone is very inconsistent in this film.
Yeah, well, his brain power is because like 1 minute, like he's so smart that he can create a pocket universe, but also he allows people to take cell phones as work, which that bugs me so much because and I've used this frame of reference a couple of times in conversations. I work in a factory and I have worked in numerous factories. They all have one rule in common. Every single one of them: you are not allowed to take pictures inside of the factory because it could compromise their process to their competitors. And not only is it obvious that you would not allow people to take photographs inside your building that is full of incriminating evidence, Gunn has this frame of reference working in a Hollywood studio where you are not supposed to be leaking things like your script and stuff like that. That frame of reference exists in his workplace. So for Lex Luthor, who can build a pocket universe, which we are told has such exacting calculations that if you even get one of them wrong, the world is screwed. Yeah, I don't buy that he would that would be just an oversight. I think he would look at that, he'd be like, no, nobody can have a cell phone in here. No, that's not allowed. Because of course that could compromise.
She gets special treatment because she's Lex's girlfriend,
and that's stupid. And that's very stupid.
I know it is. It's also stupid. Yeah, like I said, like it does explain everything if you just write off that Brainiac did it. You know, he's coming in the sequel probably. Brainiac helped Lex Luthor do all this stuff, and it's like, yeah, that would actually be cool if it was hinted at all. But the fact that it isn't, like, if there was was there a post-credit sequence in this movie? Because I didn't.
It was two of them.
There were two.
Yeah.
Is Lex Luthor show up?
They're sitting on the moon. It's just him and Crypto. Yeah. And then the other ones with Mr. Terrific, they're just talking about like how the building's like slightly off, and it's like, what's it? Oh, you want to take it apart and put it all back together again? And it kind of just walks off.
So and, two little comical points.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It should have been Lex Luthor like having like a Brainiac send him a message like, you failed me. Come on, get your shit together while he's in prison. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, plus when he's on with Crypto, he can't be there for 1 hour because apparently this Clark can only hold his breath for 1 hour in space, according to the movie. So Crypto, hold on, we have to go up there real quick and fly back down.
Yeah. How long can Crypto hold his breath?
Good point. He's a dog, so
it's not a good idea.
The important questions.
Yeah, well, that's another example. The kaiju verse, with Godzilla and Kong. I mean, that's exactly a good example, like you were saying, Enzo, where those are popcorn movies. You can't expect them to have like a significant plot, any depth.
But kind of what you were saying earlier about Superman.
I feel like Godzilla -1 kills that idea.
Well,
I think you can make a kaiju movie that's deep.
No. But I'm talking specifically about the Godzilla and Kong movies together that we've been getting.
Well, yeah, I mean, after that many movies, Well, the
Yeah.
weird thing is the first movie that started that was trying to be serious. Funny enough, granted, Gareth Edwards, I think is a horrible filmmaker and a bad storyteller. I think he's good with shots, but I don't think he knows how to tell a story. But
Yeah.
he was at least trying for something serious with Godzilla, and for the first hour of the movie was doing an okay job. I mean, because Bryan Cranston was pretty compelling, but
Yeah, and Ken Watanabe was also good.
yeah, but then they just threw all that out and said, let's be goofy about it. And it just, I mean, granted, there's a fun bit of goof to it, but it's like, it's
what Nick was saying
dumb.
about Superman. Like, I agree. Like, less superheroes, more Superman focused. And it's like, that's how I feel about Godzilla. Godzilla's always better when it's Godzilla versus the military. But then when you, just do the monsters everywhere, it's like, okay, now we're getting into silliness. It's the same thing with Superman, like the more superheroes you introduce, like the exponentially sillier it gets,
Yeah. I mean, it's...
what was the point of Hot Girl in this? I mean, she was just there to be...
She's a political assassin, basically.
It's like, are we okay with this?
Like, killing a person's one thing, killing a fucking head of a country is so
yeah.
I was like, I don't think that's gonna just... I don't think you can gloss that
should have been. That should have been another post-credit sequence. Is Guy Gardner being like, "You did what?"
Yeah, I know.
Something.
What do you mean you killed him? Yeah, no.
Well, excuse me.
None of that.
Crap. We're gonna
None
be
of
the
that.
Justice Chain Gang now.
I did look at the small detail when Guy was hit thanks with the Green Lantern. It's you see this right here with the fingers.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, like Guy. Like, granted,
fun.
he's another character that I think could have been written better, but at the same time, I enjoyed him.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have liked him to be in the movie more, if anything. But I
Guy
enjoyed
Gardner
him.
was cool because he was an asshole, but he was a hero. He was a heroic asshole. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, he tells the kid, he's like, "Sorry, kid, Superman's busy, but right now, us, you got the upgrade."
Yeah,
Sure.
I've also said it before. Like, I don't think this movie got the vibe right, and hopefully, maybe the sequel will work up to it. But Superman's vibe should be Jesus Christ plus Elvis Presley. Like, that is how people should treat him and act around him. He's like a rock star messiah type character, and he's just like, please, I'm just a guy from Kansas. Like, calm down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he wouldn't say he's from Kansas, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm just a guy from America.
Just an ordinary guy. Just, please don't worship me or any crazy shit like that.
Yeah, he shouldn't be a year-old man-child who can't take the simplest of questions despite being in the field of taking and giving questions.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Could it just be a commentary on the work ethic of Zillennials?
Maybe.
How they don't understand how to do their jobs, and you have to explain everything to them, and they can't do anything without being told first.
Well, I was almost trying to tell Leon where it's at, but my kids were on season 6 of Smallville, and I'm like, man, Smallville Clark is still a teenager becoming in his 20s in that TV show, and he's more mature than that whole outburst with this one. And like, yeah, the way he's like basically like yelling at Lois and arguing, I'm like, this is a Clark in his 30s, and I'm watching Smallville, and Clark doesn't lose his temper. He's 6 seasons in, he's still calm, cool, and collected.
Also,
I want to hunt down the 80s Superboy show and watch that, see what that was like.
Wow. I forgot about
Also,
that.
isn't it? I found it very disappointing that Clark and Superman, personality-wise, aren't different. The most masterful aspect of Christopher Reeve's performance in the original is the fact that you don't need hypnoglasses to believe. Like, obviously, you existing outside of the movie, you of course you understand that Clark and Superman are the same person, but he makes it believable that other people would not immediately, or maybe even ever, jump to that conclusion unless, in someone's case like Lois, she's around both of them for a long time and starts to put it together, because his countenance, his demeanor, the way he behaves is so drastically different. I mean, that scene where he's in front of the mirror and just straightens himself out, and just those subtle changes on his facial expression, you're just like, holy crap, he really did pull that off just physically.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a, and I do think David Cornswood is capable of at least something like that. I do sense that he was dedicated to the role. I think he did a good job despite the material he was given, but it just seems like that was just never the direction that he was told. I don't think he was ever, they were just like, no, well, we'll do hypno glasses. You can just be the same person whether you've got the suit on or not. And I'm like, that's kind of disappointing.
Gord, is funny. Angel mentioned this when we were watching Superman 4. As bad as that film is, the double date scene is iconic. because you're.
It was the thing is Superman 4 was so short. And it's like when we watched Superman Returns, it was like, please kill me. This is going on forever.
Yeah.
And nothing's happening. Superman 4 is like wham bam, thank you, man. And it's probably, you know, just as silly as this one, you know. It's
But
just
still, but the whole way he goes back between Clark and Superman, Clark Superman, it's just his performance, and it's they're two totally different characters. It's so good, man.
yeah, I would have loved to have seen like a scene like that in one of the that's kind of that'll be on brand with this James Gunn Superman universe, you know, a double date scene.
And what's funny
like
is
that.
Donner's movie is a fair bit of tongue in cheek to it. Like, I mean, one of the I mean, when you get introduced to Lex Luthor, I mean, he's pretty fun and over the top. I mean, he literally calls himself the world's most diabolical villain, which obviously is not how real people talk, but it helps to set the tone for the type of movie you're in, the type of character. It's like, yes, the movie, it's earnest, but at the same time, it has a fun kind of comic quality to it.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Kind of similar to Burton's Batman.
Lex always.
Why, well, like when you watch Superman 3, Robert Vaughn's character, he's evil, right? He's like portrayed as like this, philanthropist, you know? And that was a great angle, was when they started portraying Lex Luthor as not like this evil villain plotting in a sewer somewhere, but he's actually like seems like a reputable member of society, you know, and he's done things and contributed, but he's actually secretly like, you know, diabolical. Like that's a much better angle with Lex Luthor. So yeah, thank Superman 3 for that.
I'll say with Hackman, I love the fact that Hackman always talks as Lex Luthor in the third person.
Yeah,
right.
It's really good stuff.
He really does.
You know what movie ending the selfie thing reminded me of? Like when I watched it, it reminded me of the end of Signs, where instead of it's just there's cups of water everywhere that solve the alien problem, it's selfies. It's like this is Signs, but it's selfies.
Right.
Yeah,
water.
that's a good comparison.
The water was blessed.
This advanced being, his weakness is selfies. And it's like, jeez, are you kidding
But you know what
me?
I did like the message of? I did like the Jimmy Olsen message of like, again, back to Starship Troopers, like, Rico, never pass up a good thing. Like this mutant toes, she's all up on your ass, dude. Just, you know, she seems loyal, she seems faithful, you know. At the end, he kind of warms over to her, like, yeah, you know, she saved my ass. She seems pretty, you know, I can make this work, you know. Jimmy, stop being such a cockhound, Jimmy.
I'm gonna disagree here, Johnny, just for the sake of the Supermans are in different periods of their lives, so I think you could also argue that for David's Superman that has already been out in the public for 3 years, and that he should have again recognized certain aspects of dealing with Lex Luthor. He's not like they've already had dealings before, so it's like a lead up to why Lex hates him so much, and is finally been found a way to counter Superman, right? So like there's a lead up to this point, and I think for the sake of again arguing how Superman starts off getting his ass kicked, doesn't really paint a good picture of like symbolizing hope, because he has to rely on so much in this movie to happen. Some of his own accord, some from other people's accords, some from plot convenience, right? Like if Crypto wasn't in this movie, I think Superman would have been in some shit, pardon my French, in multiple instances. So again, dog needs to happen in order for Superman to get through to this. And it's like, well, why is the Crypto there? Well, because Supergirl is off getting drunk on another planet in another world. So it's sort of like there are a lot of things that happen in order for David Superman to do what he does in this movie, whereas in Man of Steel, and again, I don't know if you're just arguing here, Cavill and their, I was just saying, you're saying they're Clarks. Well, again, like you don't get to see Clark Kent in Man of Steel, right?
Yeah, because Lois
Honestly,
figures out who he is.
A lot of Clark. There's not really a lot of Clark in this either.
No, there isn't.
I would say,
in fact, I feel like most of the stuff that was deleted was like Daily Planet stuff. Because like at the end when Lois is like you and you Perry White's like picking people, I'm like, who are half of these people? I don't know these people.
I do think that there should have been more scenes of him as Clark Kent, because we only get to see him when he is going through the crowd and gets into the Daily Planet, and that's when Lois is like, well, you're kind of just writing questions to ask yourself, which you already know the answers to, but and then when he goes to surprises Lois at her own apartment. So I do think we should have seen more Clark Kent, which again I think definitely builds on the split personality or the the dual identity for Superman, because I think after 3 years it would have been interesting to see what Clark Kent has also looked like, not so much Superman, because they are very much one and the same being. As much as Superman's tried to be a human being, he is only a human being based on Clark Kent's identity, because he's Superman, he's Kryptonian. That's when he's above being human. When we started out the stream here with just Leon and I was talking a lot about the human condition and how the human condition does apply to Superman and Clark Kent, and how it doesn't, because there are aspects of Superman where he doesn't age the same way we do. He doesn't fear or look to death in the same ways that we do, right? His finality is far different from every single person on Earth that he shares the same air with, that he eats the same food with, that he bleeds the same blood with. Coincidentally, it's also red, and he isn't really bound to anything physically, right? Or societal like imitations or limitations, like this whole idea of like what social media has done to him. He shouldn't be fazed by it, but yet he is, and that's when it's like that's so stupid when like the plot sort of turns on him because of misinformation from Lex Luthor, and again there might be some sort of messaging in that, which I'm sure there is, and you can obviously draw things from that, but I definitely think that we should have seen more of that. We should have seen more character building aspects from that. What does a 3-year Superman look like? We already saw what a fresh Superman looks like from 1978 and Man of Steel. So, it's a
I
good
do.
thing for Crypto that.
Yeah, I actually kind of wanted to address this point. I don't think
Yeah.
they're implying that he crash landed in the sense that he literally got knocked from America to Antarctica, which I'm pretty sure that is where the Fortress of Solitude is. I think the implication, although it is clunky and should still get some explanation, was that he escaped to the Fortress of Solitude to heal.
Yeah.
The weird thing is that, wow, he made it all the way to Antarctica, but crashed that, it's like you couldn't have made it that little bit more to the castle. Okay, fine. I mean, it's not a big plot, but it's one of those little things like, you can make it the rest of the way. You don't need the dog to drag you, but James Gunn wants the dog to drag you because, haha, dog dragging you is funny, even though it's not funny. But I don't think the implication is he got knocked all the way from the U.S. or wherever to Antarctica. That would be kind of insane. But I don't think that's what they're implying there.
I feel like
they're just not executing they're just not executing their moment very well, if anything.
Yeah.
There should have been a that'll do pig moment for this movie for Krypto, because like Krypto's such a bad dog, and there should be even a moment where Superman says he's a bad dog, and then at the end he's a good boy. He does something good, and then you earn that pat on the head. You're a good dog. That's so obvious. That's something that was really missing in this movie.
What's sad is that one of the best lines of the movie, even though it's taking place in a scene which kind of contradicts it, is when he says, he's not a good dog, but I want to, but I want to save him anyway. Basically, I'm like, yeah, that's good, but you got Justice Gang has it. There's that alien amoeba in the background causing havoc. Oh, they got it. It's like, well, maybe they can defeat it. But the movie's already established that they're pretty reckless in how they defeat kaijus. They're kind of willing to let them fall and potentially kill people, which is why you had to stop the other one from falling.
Yep.
I don't like that scene for that reason, because it's funny because that scene was something that we got the initial picture of, and people were like, what's going on? And they were like, well, wait for context. Maybe it's okay. And I'm like, well, we got our context, and it's not good. It's not good. And I think that's one of those moments where I don't think Gunn realizes that this isn't mere character flaw. Clark is Clark is letting people potentially get harmed by recklessness by not joining that fight. And we've seen enough of his character in this movie to know, of course he's going to go fight. Whether he's down in the dumps or not, he would go fight with them because that's who he's supposed to be.
Yep.
He wouldn't just, he would realize, you know what, they're pretty reckless. I should be there. I'm going to go there.
I was just say about this, like, because what Superman does or what Clark does in Man of Steel is he jumps around a lot. Like he works a ton of different jobs. He's deep sea fisherman, hunting king crabs, whatever it is. Goes to the oil rig or whatever and saves people, right? And so like people. And then obviously when Lois Lane is trying to find out who this guy is, she starts doing her research and, starts asking these questions about who is who. And then, goes, trail to find out who he is until she finally comes face to face with him, but still doesn't, know what he is. It's like people seeing someone that they, don't know for the first time. It's like if the four of us walked into the same restaurant together, we wouldn't know who any of us are. We would just see them like, oh yeah, there was a guy wearing a Superman hat, there's a guy wearing another shirt and whatever Gord's wearing, like, a pumpkin head guy in here, right? It'd be like that. That's just but if someone's like, hey, did you ever see this guy in this restaurant? And we could go, yeah, I think I did actually, like 2 days ago, right? Like that's
did you
when
see a
things start
super
kinda clicking.
jacked, extremely bangable guy in here not long ago?
See a guy who looks like Henry Cavill, but it's not Henry Cavill because he does not British
we could
accent.
argue, Henry Cavill's objectively a better Superman because more people want to shag him,
Right. So I mean, like, I think again, we didn't see like that aspect of Clark Kent in Man of Steel. Now, you want to talk Batman versus Superman? That's a different story. But that's Batman, BVS has its own a lot of its own issues, and which I don't. I'll say that for a different stream, honestly. But I do agree, like with Draconis, like a god amongst men is the loneliest being alive, which is why I do think that is also what kind of fits him into the human condition, because being human, you do have themes of being isolated, whether it's by happenstance or by choice. We feel lonely at times, right? And that's something that you could kind of see a little bit in Man of Steel, where he just looks lonely because he's trying to do so much and he doesn't have anyone until he goes back home and sees his mother. But even like when he's a kid, he seems lonely, like in those flashback scenes. I don't know if I really felt like he was lonely in this movie, except for the part where like maybe he's like, sulking on TV while the Justice Gang's fighting a being outside, right? Like you were talking about Gord. So maybe in that moment, but then Lois Lane is there to give him hot cocoa still. So,
and he seems more preoccupied with saving the dog anyway. So it's one of those things that they kind of gloss over too quickly. And also, speaking of Lois, I don't know if y'all have talked about this yet. I missed part of the stream. Is it me or did Lois and Clark's relationship just feel like nothing? Like there was hardly anything. I'll say this: when he told her he loved her, I was like, okay,
Just didn't
nothing.
feel it.
I was like,
that's
I
back
was
to
like, we didn't get anything really other than that apartment scene with them, so I don't really care.
That's kind of back to like Clark's, naivety. It's just very, like he's just gonna go with like, I don't know. It's why is Clark attracted to Lois? That's like a question in most of the Superman movies.
Well, he has X-ray vision. We know why he's attracted to Lois.
Not those big fake silicone ones. But yeah, I mean, as far as like Lois and them, like, it seems like Lois and Clark are on the rocks at the beginning of the movie. And then by the end, they're like, I don't know. It's more solidified. But
Yeah,
like I said, I like the kiss
would've-
at the end.
I mean, I liked it as far as like the way it was shot and the way it looked and everything. It's just the moment didn't really mean anything to me because I was like, I don't feel like I've gotten much of a grasp on their relationship. One of the things I think from this movie that even Man of Steel I think did better, which is weird because Clark and Lois's relationship in Man of Steel is really dumb. How they become a thing is like, I didn't realize this this is a romance? Okay. I mean, I get that they're
Yeah.
attracted to each other, but they at least had some banter that suggested that attraction. It's just they're just suddenly together, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay. It's really clunky, but we didn't get a lot of kind of chemistry building banter between Corn Sweat and Rachel
Yeah.
Brosnahan, which I think they're capable of. I mean, I think both are good actors. They look like a good couple, so I imagine they could deliver dialogue like that, but I don't really recall getting anything like that from them.
Yeah, I think Leanne and I kind of talked about it briefly, if I remember correctly. How I think some of the dialogue and the chemistry could have been better between them. Like I wanted to see a little bit more, but we did. So, you know, but I agree. I think we could have gotten more of that. Maybe there was initially, but it got cut. I mean, who knows? Like,
Well,
but.
Like I feel like relationships are one of the big weaknesses of this movie. Is there really does like I don't feel like this movie knows how to handle most of the relationships in this movie, whether it's friendships or whether it's the romance. Even Lex's what his envy at Superman, I don't think is established well at all. It's just that we start the movie and he wants to take down Superman. It's like, okay, why? And then he later says, well, because he's envious. And I was like, and that's his power. And I'm like, that's dumb. That's really stupid.
yeah, I feel like Lois and Clark's relationship is very modern day. You know, you've got this like girl boss girl woman who's dating like a severe autist, you know, who's, you know, capable of doing great things, but she's got to like, you know, train him, I guess.
He's got that
'cause that's-
Frodo hair. She was like,
Oh yeah. Superman is the poster child for Asperger's. Like, absolutely. He's
Sure.
He is. He lives in a fortress of solitude, for crying out loud. He has.
He can have a line later down the road where he, like a Captain American line. That's America's Asperger's.
Yeah. Johnny, I believe he's supposed to be 17 years old here, based on when, like, the year, I guess. They're saying Clark was born in 1980, and then Pa Kent gets sucked up in the tornado in 97. Because if the movie takes place in 2013, again, just kind of going by the story in the year of release as like to how old he actually is, then he would be 17 and then 33 in the year 2013 of the movie. So, when I watched it yesterday, or last night, I mean, I would say that like they definitely try to make him look younger in the car scene. Yeah. But because that's like they definitely, I think they try to play more on his conversation too, like where he's like, you're not even my real father, not even real parents. Like, you know, why do I need to listen to you? You know, he's kind of having that like sort of that outburst, you know, that rage, and then he like
angst.
Yeah, the angst, and he tries to apologize. He's like, listen, Dad, I'm so, I think he's about to say, I'm sorry, but like that's when Pa Kent kind of is like, wait, stop. And they stop the car because they're like, oh shit, a tornado's coming. But and I'm about to break my foot and get sucked up. Like, dude, when I thought about it, right? I'm like, hold on a second, I understand he's 17 years old, so he hasn't fully begun to realize his potential, right? His powers, because it's like he could have gone to get him and come back probably quicker than anyone there would have realized, because they're not focused on like, hey, what's this one dude in front of us gonna do because his dad's out there, right? They're probably looking at the tornado like hoping that like, you know, they're not about to get sucked out of it. So that like
he lifted a bus out of the water. I think if you want to, 78 just handled this so easily and so perfectly.
They did.
It's a heart attack. It's something he has no control over.
Yeah.
You're giving him a moment where if you're in Clark's shoes, what he would probably do is he would run up to him more or less at normal speed, and then they would probably disappear inside the tornado, but he's shielding him afterwards. And it's like, look, it may look crazy, but people aren't going to immediately jump to, wow, he must be superhuman. They're being like, wow, that's amazing. But
yeah,
stranger things have happened. But
true.
his dad
I
just told him
explained
to
in,
stop him. I'm like, yeah, I don't buy that. I'm sorry. I've heard the
No, no
defenses for
rebellious-
this. Like, oh, he's trying to teach him this. I'm like, stop. Just stop.
Yeah,
It's the most.
no
it's an
rebellious teenager would
indefensible
listen.
Scene.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
And like
It's
I said
a
on the
dumb
Blue Collar
scene.
show, what he should have done is just get in the whole car and made it look like he somehow,
Yeah.
He survived miraculously and being
Yeah.
thrown in a truck. Like it's so easy.
Plus, they make him take
yeah.
too long to even make a decision, which I'm like, no, he's gonna make
Yeah,
that
he-
decision immediately. So
Yeah, there is hesitation there, which I was like, I'm pretty sure an angsty teenager would have just ran over and gotten the dog himself.
But-
That's what I would have done. Like, especially being younger, like you would want the more agile
Yeah.
person to kind of get the dog at that point.
Yeah.
Go take care of Ma and yourself. Let me go grab the dog.
Right.
Because like that, and that slight hesitation moment there, Clark would have already known to get the dog and been on the way to the underpass, or you know what I'm saying. So like, yeah, it is
and I
really
love how-
dumb the way he wrote it that way. Like,
Yeah.
I also love how it can't just be like a tiny tornado. It has to be like a fucking F5.
F5. Yeah,
it's
like-
so stupid, dude. Every
I'm
time.
like, all right.
And also, I agree with what Nick was saying earlier about the new Pa Kent. It's like, is this Superman just as complacent by not like looking into his new dad's arteries and stuff? Be like, Dad, seriously, like chill on the
Exactly,
country
Jonas.
crock margarine, bro. It's not good for you.
You fat
Chill on the
bastard.
smoking. What's his name? The actor. Vern something or other.
it's sad because I agree with
I
the
just had it
idea
up,
that as
he
far
has
as
the
appearances
shakiest
go-
eyes in Hollywood.
Yeah, I tend to agree with the idea that at least appearance-wise, they were pretty miscast. But I will give them credit. I think that scene is probably my favorite scene in the movie for what they were going for, and I think the actor playing his dad is excellent in that scene. It's like I
Taylor
tend to
Vance.
agree that
Taylor
it's
Vance,
it's
yep.
not the way I would have cast the scene. I would have made him younger, look a little bit, make them act a little less hickish, I suppose,
Yeah.
but a little less simple. But for what they were going for, I love the actors, and I actually do think that scene is pretty moving. I don't agree with the take that he was, well, why is he just crying on the fly? And I'm like, well, no, his dad would be aware of what his son is going through. He would have seen the news and that kind of thing. He would understand
Yeah,
that.
definitely.
And an older dad being moved to tears telling his son he's proud of him, I'm like, I can buy that. That's easy. That's like, I actually think that's one scene that's done relatively well given the circumstances. Granted, I would have changed the circumstances pre-production, but
Right.
given what they had, I actually think the scene's pretty solid.
Yeah, I think they should have maybe gotten a different actor for him being like in high school before he looks like Henry Cavill. They did it for other younger scenes. So I again, that's like a critique that kind of falls on Zack Snyder's casting choices for his story. But I also agree with Draconis here. Like and that kind of goes with my point. Like him, even if he had just not even super speed, but just faster than normal ass running. No one would have seen it at that point. Like, even if you ran over, ripped the car door open, people would have been like kind of just not looking and go, oh, he actually did run over, and they kind of shield themselves, and then boom, 2 seconds later, they're all rescued. Like,
And people are not going to like I said, they're not going to jump to the conclusion, oh, he's a superpowered alien. People see crazy stuff all the time, and the instinct is to explain it away, which of course they would. You might have some people even say, wow, that was miraculous what I just saw. But they still wouldn't attribute it to him. They would be like, wow,
his
God
adrenaline was
looking
pumping
over
so
them.
hard. He
Yeah.
ripped that car door off.
yeah, and I understand like the messaging that was implied there, but I feel like you could have also come up with similar messaging, right? Of if he'd actually saved him too. Like there's plenty of lessons to have been taught or learned or experienced in that aspect. Like,
Well,
and
what if he had the bus conversation instead regarding the tornado scene? What if that conversation had been about that? What if he had said, what, Dad, am I supposed to just let you die? And he says,
Can't be rescuing people.
and he, like, I still wouldn't be cool with him saying maybe, because I'm like, yeah, that's a little far, but at the same time, it's like it would
Yeah.
go over way better than should I have let the kids die? Maybe. That would go over way
told you,
better if he's
son.
talking about himself.
Leon would love it.
You're only supposed
Because
to
at least
use
there's
the
a
powers on the farm.
self-sacrificial. Yeah, at least then there's a self-sacrificial aspect to what the dad is trying to teach him there. It's like have that conversation over that scene, not over after him saving a bus full of kids.
Well, because it's like, so I'm supposed to save everyone else, but I'm not my father.
Yeah.
Like I could,
Yeah.
like when he knows, it's like to me, like he knew in that moment I can save him. Like he had that look.
Yeah, Superman's not supposed to have that like Spider-Man level baggage, you know?
Yeah, and that's where like again, like you have him save Pa Kent in the moment, and he lives, so he's still alive.
So he can die of a heart attack later.
Well,
Well, yeah, actually, yes. I think that moment hits every
That
bit
would
as
have
hard,
been
if
better.
not harder, because it's like he's a moment where he can save him, and then he has to encounter a moment where he can't. And I'm like, wow, that actually could be pretty poignant. That'd be kind of interesting to see that. I mean, yes, the heart attack scene can exist in and of itself,
Exactly, Johnny.
and it works very, very well. But it's like if you have those contracting scenes, I'm like, yeah, that actually could hit pretty hard.
Right. Yeah. It's like, let's say he doesn't run fast enough or jumps too far or just something like looks off. But I mean, like, then they're going to be like, oh, you were just seeing things because there was a tornado, right? Like, I think you might get away with being able to play it off, or that person that might have seen something, right? Just ends up, being added to the paper trail that Lois Lane kind of looks for in her research, like as she did up to that point, right? Like, cause she, the one kid with the glasses that, Clark saves or helps out, right? Like Lois Lane ends up going to him when he's older anyway. So could have done the same thing. Like, there was a tornado here. You said you saw someone like jump 25 feet and then jump back with a dog and a man as well. Like, can you describe exactly what you saw? Just something along those lines. You know what I'm saying?
Chimera, you're kind of in a way, advertently or inadvertently, writing a better scene, because that actually could be far more interesting if he does save his dad, but perhaps he does something that makes all the people do a bit of a double take. Granted, they don't jump to the conclusion that he's superhuman, but they're like, whoa. And then his dad says, look, you need to be careful about how you need to learn to control your powers. He could start having that discussion with his dad, have discussion, because there's a similar discussion between Clark and his dad in the original Superman movie, where he's asking, why can't I go out for football and do all this stuff? And his dad's basically like, look, you were brought here for a reason. I know it wasn't to score touchdowns. Basically, kind of subtly trying to tell him, look, this would be like, a grown man going up against children. It's not fair. But, I mean, it's like you can have conversation, and that would be far more interesting than his dad just holding up his hands. Just, no, just let me die. That's stupid. That's a really bad scene.
Yeah,
and it wouldn't happen. Clark's a teenager for one thing, but he has that sense of, he knows he's powerful enough to help people, and he's already showed that he wants to help people and stuff. So that would absolutely override his dad doing the Chris Pratt hand thing.
Talk to the hand.
No.
Yeah. It's funny how for a while people said to go and hide under an overpass, and then it's like, actually, it's not safe to do that, so don't do that. But yeah,
it's the debris that's going to kill you in a tornado. You understand? Like, you're going to have a twig get lodged into your head. Like, you're going to get killed.
There are pictures you can find of like plastic straws that have shot through like telephone poles because of the wind speed. That's being going on. It's crazy. In there. Tornadoes are pretty amazing phenomena.
That's why the end of Twister's so amazing, because they don't get shredded by all the...
Sorry,
I mean, I enjoy the heck out of that movie, but it's like, these guys are all dead.
Yeah, no, it's right, because they were in the eye. So like, it's all sunshine in the eye.
I watched another terrible tornado movie. I think it's just called Tornado. It's got Bruce Campbell in it, and that was like the exploitation straight to TV Twister movie. And they go into the center of the tornado, and it's calm like a hurricane. They're like, we're inside it. It's all like tranquil. That was so stupid.
It's like, that's not how it would go. I mean, like the Bill Paxton held, it's so funny because it's like they're just being held by these leather belts, and I'm like, that's an F5. Their limbs would be ripped from their bodies. I mean, part of them might stick to that leather strap, but not the rest of the.
Yeah, they just find like two like torsos like attached to belts. There's like, is that them? Philip
The
Seymour
pipes
Hoffman,
go down
vomiting.
30 feet, and I'm like, yeah, but you all don't. That's the problem.
Yeah. Is that what do they
It's
tie
the
themselves
suck
with?
zone.
Just like leather belts, they tie a leather strap to each of their waists.
That is the strongest leather belt you've ever seen.
Oh my gosh. That's like,
they're like, oh well, let's go back to Wakita, get some steak and eggs. Meg, make us food in the hospital.
Yeah.
Get on it.
I
do enjoy those movies, but yeah, they're goofy. They're really freaking goofy.
Yep. I agree. Well, what would you guys? I mean, I think we've all given our rating, right? And so you give this like a C plus, right?
C minus, yeah,
C
C
minus?
average, yeah, it's slightly above average.
Yeah. What about you, Blue?
I first did like basically a 6, but I was being generous, and I just watched it again today. So watch again today. I would say a 5, and I'd say at least because, like I said, in my area, IMAX, $25 for a ticket. Standard tickets now are $21. I think at least for the cinematic experience, a $5 Tuesday is not bad, but it's a one-time watch. I'm gonna watch it a second time because I didn't pay for it, and I knew I'd be talking to you, Nick, plus Leon tomorrow. Yeah, I don't see myself after today watching this again. It's as people said, it's average. It's not Captain America, it's not Minecraft, but it's also not Christopher Reeve neither. It's truly just a mid movie, and it's that word gets overplayed, Nick, but it's just it's constant missed opportunities. But I've seen a lot worse, and I did enjoy seeing it in theaters. I did enjoy the theater experience, but if this is the start of the new DCU, they're in trouble. They're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think that it's like entertainment wise. I mean, granted, the entertainment is kind of fighting with the logical part of my brain and the brain that's frustrated by some of the choices they're making. But still, on the whole, there's enough entertainment value to where I'm like, if someone were like, should I see it in the theater? I'm like, it's worth checking out in the theater. I mean, if you want to have a decent time. But I mean, for me, the entertainment value is like a 4. But as far as like how it's scored objectively, I do think it's about as bad as the new Captain America. It's like a 2.5 out of 10. I just think the writing is horrific. Like I said, there are a good number of bits and bobs that are pretty strong, but then what it does wrong, it does really wrong.
So I think I wouldn't hire Captain America because at least this one there were the shots. Remember after he saves a woman in the car right there, and you look up and you hear the music playing, and there's the laser beams versus Captain America. I like the Hulk and Red Hulk, and I'm like, what is this?
Like new Captain America, I don't think is as logically broken as this Superman, but it has almost no entertainment value. Like Brave New World is a slog to get through.
I think Brave New World to me is a far worse film.
Yeah,
it is overall. I think the experience is worse.
Definitely. Like it truly is. If Nick, you say, hey, Chris, like you want to have you, Enzo, and Gord get some drinks, we'll watch. Superman again. I have some drinks to watch you guys. We said, Chris, you want to watch Captain America 4? Like Nick, there ain't enough vodka, not enough vodka in New York State for that shit. Like, and
I already did my video. I'm never watching it again.
It's like me and Enzo have watched some terrible films, but at least with enough vodka or Jack Daniels, it was fun. I could watch this again with you guys sitting down. But there's been films like Snow White. Ain't enough legal marijuana in this state for me to watch Snow White ever again.
No, there's definitely like some bad films out there and recent ones that I don't know if you could pay me to watch it.
I would definitely rewatch this over Minecraft. I despise Minecraft.
I'm with Gordon.
Yeah.
Minecraft is probably my pick for the worst movie of the year. That or Cleaner. Cleaner was really bad too, but.
Never. I haven't watched that movie. I kind of refused.
Yeah, that was the Daisy Ridley movie.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Daisy Howard.
I remember seeing the trailers of that, and I'm like, nope.
Did you see that the new John Cena?
She's stuck outside the window until there's less than 20 minutes left in the movie.
I guess today
thought that was a good action movie structure.
I guess that new John Cena Idris Elba film just came out on Amazon. He said it's stupid fun. I mean, I might check it out tomorrow.
What's it called?
The new look, Mark.
6.5 out of 10, but over time, Too many present day implementations will period piece it if
Oh,
that makes sense.
heads
Like,
of
this is
state.
definitely
The one where
Superman for sure.
Oh,
Shamrock.
okay.
John Cena.
it's John Cena. Idris Elba was the president, and like there's just over top action comedy. It's
Well,
like,
that's when that stupid Viola Davis movie came out.
G20.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Me,
G20.
Vex, and
I was
Whitey.
saying,
Me, Vex, and Whitey partied that. I
Yeah.
have the recording of everything we stated. I'm probably gonna try to make something out of that, but
do it.
oh, that movie. That's in the running for worst movie also.
I was
almost
saying
forgot
when that
about
movie came out,
Uh.
I was like, we should have done, instead of trying to make like a Kamala Harris like awesome president, do like a stupid like caricature president who needs like, you know, the Secret Service or like constantly having to pick up after her. You know, that would have been way funnier. You know?
It's a one world currency promotion that very much
know.
thought Kamala was going to win. And the funniest part
Totally.
of the movie though has to be when basically the Hillary Clinton stand-in turns out to be the traitor
killer.
in their midst, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh, you're all like, that was the one part I kind of chuckled. I was like, you're all taking a shot at Hillary, aren't you?
They just can't help themselves. Symbolism will be their downfall. I'm just kidding.
Oh, G20. That don't unless you're out there and you're gonna make funny content off that, which it's very capable. You're gonna be more than capable of doing that. Don't watch it otherwise, though. That movie is horrendous.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of a rating goes for me, like I initially gave it like a 5.5 out of 10, you know, and I've only seen it once, and like I said, I got when I watched Man of Steel and Superman 78 last night as well, just to you know, get more of a fresh comparison as to like other movies that we've gotten. And you know, like, could I have watched Superman 2 and, you know, punished myself with, you know, BVS and stuff like that? Sure. Return 4 is off the table. I would never watch those, spend my time watching them, but at least not right now. There's not enough time to do that. But yeah, like, I'll probably watch this movie again, just because of other take and other ideas that I might have for it. But it could be closer to maybe when we get another James Gunn movie out. Like, you know, maybe when Supergirl comes out, I'll go, you know, okay, maybe it's time for Superman rewatch. And then who knows? I might have the same feeling at that point. I might think less of it, or maybe there's something I don't know if I could say I would appreciate, because I think I've said everything I possibly can right now in the stream alone that I do appreciate. You know, I don't know if there's something I might have missed at this point, or that like everyone that's been on the stream so far has said that I you know, missed, because I think everyone has said a lot of valid points and notations from cinematography, score, acting, scenes, you know, the development of the characters, the plot, what it means to the franchise of James Gunn's, you know, universe. So you know, I'm a little concerned, but we'll see what it does in the weeks to come. You know, like I mean, I am really curious to see what like week 2 is going to look like for this in terms of the numbers, what a month looks like of it being in theaters, you know, especially after Fantastic Four comes out, which is going to be a whole other, you know, can of worms to open up and talk about, because, you know, that movie is taking away theater spots from Superman, because people are, like, again, like, as much as there are people that are diehard Superman fans, there are people that are going to eat Fantastic Four up. There are people that are going to shield their brains out for it, Pedro and whatnot, and trying to defend it for whatever reason. I definitely think Fantastic Four makes less money than Superman does.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
will
probably
be worse. We'll find out soon enough.
I honestly don't know if it'll be worse. It's very possible, but I've paid Superman, I paid way more attention to the marketing, so I kind of had an idea. I expected the movie to be a mess. I didn't expect it to be as bad as it was, but
I feel like Fantastic Four has given away a lot of its cards, like with the promos, like in terms of what's going to happen in the overall story.
It
Whereas
has,
this movie,
but not nearly as bad as this did. I think this movie gave away way too much. I think this movie was way over-marketed.
I feel like there was a lot in this movie I did not see in the trailers, and like as far as the stuff I did see in the trailers, it was difficult to kind of piece together how it was all going to flow
to be
together as
fair,
one
Fantastic
story.
Four, I've barely bothered to pay attention to it because I just don't care. I don't
just-
care. I'll watch it because I've seen all of the MCU movies. But I think
most
care
people
about
have
the MCU at this
correctly
point.
deduced what's going to happen in the Fantastic Four movie.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say for Jameer's comment here, I think the visual aspects look fine to me. I mean, when the first trailer dropped, I was like, this literally looks good, or watchable. But yeah, it's the characters, it's the where it's going, and like how this movie feels placed in this stage of the MCU, right? Like, that is like, I think the one thing that separates this movie from like Superman and in any sort of comparison, because Superman is starting something fresh.
I'll be right back.
And then, Fantastic Four is at the end of Phase 5, I think, if I remember
It's the
correctly.
beginning of A6, I think.
Or phase, okay, yeah, so
I'm losing track.
beginning a whole new phase here. So, and then this leads into, again, two of the biggest Avengers movies that, we've gotten since Infinity War and Endgame. So, what this means for Doomsday and what it ultimately will lead for Secret Wars is going to be huge. But, same, like I'm going to watch it. I'm going to go in to watching it with an open mind and go, okay, I haven't really seen, or like I said, Enzo, I have an idea of what's going to happen, but what the actual plot reveals itself to be, we don't know fully yet. I think we can deduce quite a few things that's happening here, but we'll see. I'd love to see like Galactus rip shit apart. But yeah, like what is he ultimately kind of getting at here? Like, what is Galactus going to, destroy the planet? At what part does this happen? So again, like it's going to be really interesting to kind of see where that all goes. What's up, Prophetic, Apathetic? Good to see you, man. PP will, fatigue will plague FF. Yeah. I definitely expect that to happen at some point.
Yeah.
There was a scene where I thought Lois was going to say
even Pedro
swell.
Pascal fans are getting tired of him,
Yeah, I agree. Sitting in my car waiting for my antibiotic prescription.
Nice.
Yeah, get the meds, bro. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm curious to see what the box office numbers will be. Curious to see if we'll get any other sequel news confirmation. What Gunn's going to end up saying at some point in time. Again, what the Lantern show is going to be like, what the Supergirl movie is going to be like, and then whatever other things end up happening. So I mean, we're just getting started here with Gunn's verse, the Gunverse.
Yeah,
Galactus heard Levaine's doing a BOGO on cannoli. Nice. Well, I know we've been going for like quite more than I thought I would. To be honest with you, but it's been awesome.
Long
I
ass
like you,
stream.
Nick. You go long like I do. I like to go long, hard.
Yeah, we ain't no wusses.
Give this movie way more attention than it deserved.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I don't know if I'll make
Not
a
even.
video on it at this point.
Yeah. I mean,
but-
I was planning on doing a Superman stream tonight, but it's gonna be just more about Superman in general, and I think we're gonna watch all the Fleischer cartoons as well.
Nice.
So that'd be stupid. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I definitely, like I said, I didn't feel like soul crushing conversation here talking about this. Like I wasn't like, I was excited to talk about this with people. I'm like, ooh,
Yeah.
hear what the nerds say, because like like I said, it's like, oh, we're gonna talk about Ironheart. It's like, ugh, kill me.
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
I don't know. I've seen some really funny stuff about Ironheart, so I mean, I don't know if I want to watch it, but
I wouldn't recommend.
Bad.
I wouldn't recommend it.
I
So,
don't think. I mean, I would hate it, but I would probably have a good time making fun of it.
Yeah, no, it is. It's definitely something to make fun of.
If y'all haven't seen Jay Longbone's coverage of it, I highly, highly recommend it. It's funny as crap.
I haven't yet, no. But we'll wrap it up here. Blue, what you got going on at the start of this year?
Not sure. But I record my own video. I'll try to get that out tomorrow when Enzo's doing the stream tonight. And let's see. Oh yeah, tomorrow we're all Leon's doing a Superman stream yet again. So
So I think most of us will be on tomorrow night talking
Yeah.
more about this. So
yeah, and then Nadia's doing a Stranger Things finale. And also, as I told Gord King, I started streaming. We'll do tomorrow more Terminator Resistance, and 2 hours in, it's a fun game. And because people said it's like the unofficial Terminator 3, the whole game takes place in the future, and Skynet already took over. You play a character named Jacob, and he said it's got a really good storyline. About a 10-hour game, but I'm 2 hours in. It's a fun Terminator game.
Nice. Gord, what about you, man?
I will be on Niat's stream in a little less than an hour. I'm sure we will be talking more Superman there. I recently, this past Friday, I released a funny little retrospective commentary on the first Terminator, so you can check that out now. And I think this Friday I'll have part 1 of my Killer of Killers breakdown. I'll probably have that out. It's going to be either 2 or 3 parts. I might make, I was thinking 2, but I might do 3 just as a joke to make it its own anthology.
True.
But, yeah, I should have that out Friday, and I'll be doing some gaming streams also this week. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Enzo, what you got going on?
Well, like I said, I got the super stream coming up in about 5 hours. I'm going to be on Sammy's in an hour. I'm going to try to rewatch Superman again. Maybe at double speed on a campsite. And then, last week we had a abridged commentary for Shaquille O'Neal's Steel, which was very funny. And this Wednesday we have a abridged commentary for Supergirl from the 80s starring Helen Slater. They're both some of the funnier watches we've done. I'm proud of them.
Nice.
So, yeah, check those out. Those are, you can watch those whenever, obviously.
Cool.
But yeah, other than that, I'm just going to be clowning and hanging around.
Nice. Let's see. I will be on Leon's channel tomorrow night for Countercast 7 p.m. Eastern. And then I'll have Mask of the Mondays at 9 talking about Jurassic Park, the original. And then I'll be on ABS channel Wednesday at 7 p.m. for Trigger Happy. Thursday night, I'll be streaming Helldivers 2 because we've got a new War Bond coming out. So not sure what time I'll go live on Thursday. I'm thinking maybe 8 p.m. Eastern. And then kind of just go for a few hours and get a good squad up and maybe get some people rotated in the squads to share the love and grind. So and then I'll probably have a couple of videos coming out this week. Like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna do another video on this. I might just like a super condensed version of it, not keep it long. And I have a couple of reactionary videos I did on some fan films or shorts, I should say, on Warhammer and Helldivers. So I'll have those out this week as well. So I appreciate every single one of you that have watched on X and on YouTube here on a Sunday, especially. I don't usually stream on Sundays, but this was just like a special thing that I did in very impromptu. And so I appreciate everyone that's jumped on the panel. Enzo, Blue, Gord, Leon just started off with Vex and Gooch as well. So appreciate all you guys, and I'm gonna go back and edit the description and throw everyone's tags in there because I wasn't sure who was coming on, so I didn't really have anyone involved. But I'll go back and do that. So in case everyone does a rewatch. So again, chat, thank you so much. All the likes, I appreciate it, and I'll see everyone tomorrow night. Cheers.
Later.
Sweet.